Chapter 439. Captain, this is a communicator. Yeyuechenyu handed Wu Yan an item similar to a Bluetooth headset. If there's anything you need, you can use this to contact me directly. Wu Yan nodded nonchalantly. He put away the Bluetooth headset, which is also the communicator. Then he looked at Yatsuki-chenyu and sighed. Wu Yan patted Yeyuechenyu's shoulder and said seriously, "Yeyue, I never believed that there would be a man who looks like a girl, and is very beautiful. But after seeing you, I believe it." Yeyuechenyu's lips curled up. He didn't seem to care about Wu Yan's words. Instead, he seemed to be very happy. He said shyly, "Captain, you can call me Chenyu." Wu Yan raised an eyebrow. Looking at Yatsuki-chenyu, who seems to be in a state of shyness, Wu Yan clenched his fists. His heart is struggling to hold it in. Because if he didn't, Wu Yan was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control himself and beat up this guy who had a beautiful face but was actually a pure man. After taking a few breaths, Wu Yan forced a smile and said, "Then I'll go home first. If there's an emergency, remember to inform me." Yatsuki-chenyu got serious when it came to business. He saluted Wu Yan and said in a loud and resonant voice, "Yes, sir. Captain. Is there really no problem?" Casting a suspicious glance at Yatsuki-chenyu, Wu Yan could only keep his thoughts to the back of his mind. He waved his hand at his assistant and stepped on the teleportation device in front of him before disappearing. Heavenly Palace City, Wuhi's house. Wu Yan took out the ingredients and clothes that he put in the gate of Babylon and pushed open the door of Wuhi's house and walked in. Of course, Wu Yan wasn't used to shouting, "I'm back." The people of the Celestial Empire didn't like that. Wu Yan walked into the living room and threw everything on the table. He shrugged and was about to go back to his room when he saw a scene from the corner of his eye. He slowly turned his head and looked at the table not far away. Wu Yan saw a beautiful girl with dark purple hair. Her eyes were rolling, and she fell on the table. She kept crying and looked like she couldn't get up. "Chunxiang." Wu Yan's face changed. "What's wrong with you?" Chunxiang, who was lying on the table, suddenly heard Wu Yan's voice. She trembled and raised her head with difficulty. When she saw that it was Wu Yan, her purple eyes lit up as if she saw her savior. She reached out to Wu Yan. "Shido." Wu Yan couldn't help but frown when he saw Chunxiang's uncomfortable expression. Then he heard her weak voice. Wu Yan looked at her and felt a little worried. "She's not sick, is she?" Wu Yan walked up to Chunxiang and held her hand. He quickly said, "Chunxiang, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well?" Shido. Chunxiang looked up at Wu Yan. Tears fell from her eyes. Wu Yan was shocked. But in the next moment, Chunxiang's words made Wu Yan's face collapse bit by bit. In the end, it turned into the word embarrassed. I am hungry." Chunxiang seemed to have used up her last bit of strength. She closed her eyes and lowered her head. Once again, she prostrated herself on the table. Looking at the burnt toka, Wu Yan wanted to cry but no tears came out. He found out that today is really his day of suffering. Not only did he run into an assassination attempt, he ran into a sickly girl, he ran into a trap, and now he almost got screwed over by this glutton of his. "Where's Shirji?" "Chunxiang. Don't you know how to ask Shirji to get you something to eat?" Wu Yan helplessly rubbed Chunxiang's head and sighed. His tone was full of helplessness. Chunxiang didn't look up. Her muffled voice came from the table. "Shirji, she said she ran out of ingredients so she can't cook." Toka struggled to lift her head. She looked at Wu Yan with teary eyes. She whimpered. "Shido dinner." "Got it, I will make it for you now." Wu Yan waved his hand and he walked towards the kitchen. Toka finally smiled when she saw this. She looked at Wu Yan with eyes full of hope and anticipation. While Wu Yan was cooking, Shiori caught a whiff of the aroma coming from upstairs. She immediately came to the living room. Kotori followed behind her, and she sat down with Shiori and Toka at the dining table. She looked at Wu Yan in the kitchen with glowing eyes. Smelling the aroma wafting through the air, she looked like she's intoxicated. Naturally, the three of them were very satisfied with the meal that followed. While Shiori was cleaning up the table, Kotori tore open a treasure and put it in her mouth. She enjoyed it like a dessert after a meal. She licked the pearl in her mouth and glanced around the living room. When she saw Chunxiang rubbing her belly, Kotori thought of something and turned to Wu Yan. Her red eyes turned and a sly smile appeared on her face. Big brother, it's time to take a bath. Kotori said casually as if she was talking to her family. Oh, okay. Wu Yan nodded. He stood up from the table and looked at Qinxiang. Sure, Xiang, I've bought your clothes for you. They're on the sofa over there. Go try them on and see if they fit. Okay. Qinxiang nodded. She spread her arms and pounced on the sofa. Wu Yan chuckled and shook his head. She then walked to the bathroom. When Wu Yan disappeared from the living room, Kotori's nonchalant expression changed. She sneaked a glance at Qinxiang, who was happily fiddling with the clothes. She covered her mouth and giggled. Damn brother. This time, Kotori will definitely get her revenge. Kotori was still holding a grudge over what happened last time. Kotori quickly swallowed the pearl in her mouth. When she felt it was almost time, she turned to Toka. Qinxiang, big brother should be done. You can go take a bath now. Okay. Qinxiang didn't suspect anything. He didn't expect Wu Yan to take a bath in less than 5 minutes. He picked up a set of clothes and ran to the bathroom. Kotori giggled when she saw Qinxiang go in. She stood up and ran to the bathroom as well. Of course, she wasn't going to join them. She was just there to watch the show. Kotori schemed against Wu Yan again. She wanted to take revenge for what happened last time. It was the same as the last time she schemed against Wu Yan. She wanted to train Wu Yan. Originally, Kotori thought Wu Yan didn't need to go through so much trouble with the skill he displayed when he took down Toka. Also, last time, Wu Yan saw her naked in the bathroom, and he didn't even bat an eyelid. He might be a bit shameless, but in terms of objective, Wu Yan met Kotori's requirements. This time, Kotori found out about Tokisaki Kurumi. Even Wu Yan can't do anything about this elf. Kotori herself couldn't come up with any ideas either. She could only try to stimulate this elf. Who knows, maybe she'll come up with a solution in the blink of an eye. It was because of this that Itsuka Shido was able to live a happy and painful life in the original work. Kotori hid behind the stairs and watched Toka walk into the bathroom. Kotori let out a sigh of relief. She peeked her head out and looked at the bathroom, waiting for some noise. For example, Toka's scream, Toka's scream, Toka's scream, Toka's scream. Chapter 440. 10 seconds later. 30 seconds later. 1 minute later. Why is there no movement? 5 minutes later, Kotori finally couldn't hold it in any longer. She covered her head with her hands and shook her head with all her might. Her 2 red ponytails swayed in the air, and her white satin ribbons also swayed. She was unable to accept what was happening. Does Toka not mind Oniai-chan's presence? Did they take a shower together? With that thought in mind, a scene appeared in Kotori's mind. Shido. Toka was wrapped in a towel, her face was flushed. She rubbed her hands together and said shyly, "Let's take a shower together." Toka. Wu Yan looked at Toka in a daze. He got up from the tub and walked up to her. He looked into her purple eyes. Shido. Toka. Wu Yan and Toka's eyes lit up as they murmured her name. Their mesmerized faces slowly inched closer to each other. Puff. Steam rose from Kotori's head, and her cute little face turned crimson. Kotori whimpered and cupped her face with her hands. She shook her head violently again. No. Toka and Oniai-chan wouldn't do something like that. Kotori pursed her lips and said hesitantly. She didn't have confidence in her own words. Kotori raised her foot. She wanted to check out the situation with her own eyes. However, when she thought about how Wu Yan and Toka might be doing something in the bathroom, Kotori couldn't bring herself to move her foot down. No. Kotori said embarrassedly. A calm voice came from behind Kotori. What do you mean? Big brother and Toka won't do anything embarrassing at home. Kotori answered subconsciously, and then her whole body froze. I won't. Kotori's eyes were filled with tears. She tried to comfort herself, but this time, she wasn't talking about the bathroom. Instead, she was talking about the voice behind her. Kotori gulped. Her neck cracked as though it had rusted. She turned around slowly, and when she saw the figure looking at her with a spurious smile, all the joy in her heart flew away. Kotori crooked her head and forced a smile. Oh, Oniai-chan. Oh ho ho, good morning. Wu Yan raised an eyebrow. He turned his head to the side and looked at the night sky outside the window. The moon can be seen clearly in the night sky. Then he nodded with a brilliant smile on his face. Good morning to you too. Kotori shuddered when she saw Wu Yan's brilliant smile. She looked like she's about to cry, but no tears came out. Why? Why am I here and not in the bathroom? Wu Yan narrowed his eyes and he pressed down on Kotori's head. He chuckled. Haven't you heard that the same move is useless against a Saint Seiya? No, I mean against me, your brother? Plus. Wu Yan rubbed his chin and he chuckled as he reminisced. What's more, you failed the first time you used the same move. Kotori shuddered when she saw the smile on Wu Yan's face. She didn't forget the price she had to pay when she fell at the hands of her older brother. Kotori whimpered and said meekly, "Be big brother, I know I was wrong." Wu Yan's face turned cold when he heard that. You know you were wrong? I remember that you said the same thing the last time. Do you think I'll believe you? Gulp. Kotori gulped and forced a smile. Brother, you'll forgive Kotori, right? Kotori is your cute little sister. Yeah, my cute little sister. Wu Yan caressed Kotori's red hair. His lips curled into a grin that sent chills down Kotori's spine. So, my cute little sister. How do you want me to punish you in order to forgive you? Punish. Punishment, 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 punishment. Kotori's face paled. Was this so-called punishment referring to the one from last time? Kiss. A blush crept up Kotori's neck and covered her entire face. Kotori's face turned red when she saw the smile on Wu Yan's face. She screamed and she turned around to run. However, with her power sealed, Kotori is just a normal human. Wu Yan, who is on the verge of reaching Tier 8, is no different from trash in terms of speed. Kotori only managed to run 2 steps before a hand grabbed her collar and pulled her back. When Kotori realized she was back to her original position, a smirk on his face enlarged in her eyes. In the next instant, the mischievous smile on his face and the panicked face on his face directly overlapped with each other at almost 0 distance. Ugh. Kotori's red eyes widened. She couldn't believe her eyes. Her first kiss was taken away by her cheap older brother just like that. His arms encircled Kotori's waist, and he squeezed her soft and petite body into his embrace. Wu Yan straightened his head and he bent Kotori's body a bit. Then he used his tongue to force open her teeth, and he stuck his tongue into her mouth. Kotori's mouth rapidly widened. When Kotori recovered from her daze, her small tongue had already been entangled by a large tongue. Moreover, the large tongue even coiled around her small tongue domineeringly, and began to stir irregularly. Ugh, ugh. Kotori whimpered. Her small hands couldn't help but touch Wu Yan's chest. She wanted to push, but she couldn't muster up any strength. She wanted to hit him, but she couldn't raise her fist. In the end, Kotori could only watch as the man enjoyed her lips. Her consciousness started to blur. At the top of the stairs, 2 figures were tightly in contact with each other. Their heads were constantly moving left and right. From their overlapping lips, tsk sounds could be heard endlessly, adding a bit of warmth to this cold staircase. Their tongues intertwined and the pleasure was transmitted into their minds. The man was intoxicated and the woman was absent-minded. The man was even more intoxicated and the woman was becoming more and more absent-minded. This scene was repeated repeatedly. After a long time, the 2 lips finally parted. Their expressions once again entered the eyes of the 2 people. However, one of them was normal and seemed to have mastered the Tao. As for the other, her face was flushed red. Her eyes were blurred and she was panting heavily. She was unable to control herself. Kotori clutched Wu Yan's clothes tightly as she slumped into Wu Yan's embrace. The white ribbons on her head swayed as if she's shy. Kotori gasped for air as she looked at Wu Yan with her misty eyes. She mumbled something while gasping for air. Oniai-chan. Wu Yan held his breath when he heard Koto's mumbling. He stared at her flushed face, her watery eyes, and her panting face. He couldn't hold himself back anymore. He reached his mouth out again and took control of the lips he tasted once before. Ugh. Her teeth were attacked and her tongue was captured. Kotori passively accepted everything that was happening to her. She slowly closed her eyes. The flirtatious atmosphere was still lingering. Chapter 441. The next morning, the sky once again turned gray. The originally good weather was completely covered by the dark clouds that covered the entire sky. The earth also seemed to have dimmed a little, and the vitality also dissipated a little. Everything became a little listless. Looking up, people can only see the dark clouds rolling in the sky. The birds also seemed to be frightened by something and flew away. Everything looks so listless. Only experienced people know that it's about to rain. On a street in Heavenly Palace City, Wooyen, Kotori, Toka, and Shiori are walking towards the school. At this time, Toka is beside Wooyen, happily eating a piece of bread in her hand. Wooyen is lazily yawning. He looks like he didn't sleep enough. Kotori walked in front of everyone. She didn't even look back. Her usual cheerful expression is gone, replaced by a blush from time to time. Ever since they left the house, the four of them have been walking in the same manner. Shiori has been staring at Kotori ever since she left the house. Her eyes flashed with a thoughtful light. When they were about to go their separate ways, Shiori turned her head and whispered into Wooyen's ear. "Shido, don't you think Kotori is a bit strange today?" "Is that so?" Wooyen blinked his eyes that are already tearing up from yawning as he replied nonchalantly. Shiori didn't mind. She knew that Shido was always like this. They would never have the energy to wake up in the morning, so she continued. "Normally, Kotori is always smiling when she goes out, and it's inevitable that she would jump up and down when she walks. She's always so cheerful, but look at her today. Not only is she smiling, she doesn't even say anything. She just keeps walking forward. She's not like the usual Kotori at all." Shiori continued. Also, Kotori was acting strangely in the morning. Usually, Kotori's laughter is heard at home. Wooyen looked at Kotori, who is walking in front of him. His wine-red eyes scanned every inch of Kotori's body. When he noticed that Kotori's face is slightly red, he couldn't help but chuckle. Kotori's abnormal behavior is most likely due to the kissing scene last night. Last night, Kotori woke up from the kissing scene and screamed with a red face. She ran into her room and didn't come out. She only came out in the morning after Shiori called her. She didn't even dare to look at him. Wooyen found it funny. Kotori in her younger sister mode is so innocent and fun to play with. Of course, Wooyen has to thank Shiori for this. If it wasn't for her presence at home, Kotori wouldn't dare to use the black ribbon and turn into commander mode. Otherwise, he would have lost a few pieces of flesh last night. Silently thanking Shiori, Wooyen laughed. "Well, girls, there's always a day or two when they're not normal." Shiori almost fell to the ground. She gritted her teeth and looked at Wooyen, obviously blaming him for being indecent. Wooyen scratched his head and laughed apologetically. Shiori snorted. She looked at Kotori and said thoughtfully, "Kotori couldn't have been taken advantage of by a boy in school, right?" Wooyen was shocked. He quickly turned his head and pretended not to know anything. However, his admiration for Shiori has increased by several levels. Although it wasn't at school, Kotori was indeed taken advantage of by a boy. It's said that a girl's sixth sense is very accurate. He didn't expect a feminine main character to have such a special ability as well. It's really admirable. In Class 4, Grade 2 of Duli Lichon High School, a morning class passed quietly in such a gray weather. At this time, it was already raining outside the window. Shido. Toka had a lunchbox in her hand. She moved her table to Wooyen's side and joined them together. "Let's have lunch together." Wooyen nodded with a smile and turned to Shiori. "Shiori, come here and eat with us." "Okay." Shiori paused for a moment before replying. She moved her desk over as well, intending to merge it with Wooyen's desk. However, before she could merge her desk, another desk suddenly swept out from behind and inserted itself in front of Shiori. Before Shiori's desk could merge with Wooyen's desk, it stopped right beside Wooyen's desk. Wooyen, Toka, and Shiori were stunned. They reflexively looked behind the table. In the next second, Toka's expressionless face entered their line of sight. "Yurishi-san." Shiori looked at Yurishi-san in surprise. She didn't know what to do. Toka was also shocked. She frowned and said, "What are you doing?" "I want to join you." Tabichi Origami used a flat tone, but it's not hard to hear the tone of her voice. Her blue eyes stared at Wooyen, causing goosebumps to rise all over Wooyen's body. Tin Fragrance could not help but pout in dissatisfaction. She did not have a good impression of Yuichi Origami, who would chase after her every time she descended. She said rudely, "Don't get in my way." Kite Origami immediately said, "That's what I want to say." Toka and Toka's eyes shot out electricity. Wuyen, who was sandwiched in the middle, was trembling. Shiori quickly said, "Everyone, let's eat together." "Okay." Tabichi Origami was the first to answer. Tabichi Origami was the first to sit down. Tabichi Origami had nothing to say and sat down with Shiori. As a result, a very strange scene appeared. Shiori sat up straight like a high school student. She picked up her lunchbox nervously. Toka stared at Tabichi Origami with unconcealed hostility. Tabichi Origami stared at Wu Yen with an emotionless expression. Wu Yen started sweating profusely. With trembling hands, he opened his lunchbox, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move his chopsticks. Tabichi Origami's calm gaze is too oppressive. Wu Yen is under a mountain of pressure. What's worse is that Tabichi Origami's eyes are filled with undisguised hostility. However, the hostility in Tobarama's eyes was different from that of looking at an enemy. The hostility in Tobarama's eyes was more like looking at a love rival. He nervously picked up a piece of meat and put it into his mouth. Wu Yen couldn't stand Toichi Origami's gaze, so he put the lunchbox to his mouth and buried his head in it. He started eating without caring about anything else. Toka was finally satisfied. She turned around and opened her lunchbox. She looked at Shiori, who was busy eating. She picked up a piece of food and brought it to Shiori's mouth as she spoke calmly. "Please eat." The air suddenly froze. Shiori stared blankly at the expressionless Tokichi Origami in front of her. She then stared blankly at the chopsticks in front of her. She couldn't help but swallow her saliva. She forced a smile and said, Tokichi. Just call me Origami." "Huh." Shiori looked at Toka awkwardly and said, Origami, I have my own lunch box. Please eat." As if she didn't hear Shiori's words, Tabichi Origami continued in a declarative tone. She stared at Shiori with an oppressive gaze. This time, Shiori finally got a taste of what Wu Yen felt just now. Shiori hesitated for a while, and then ate the dish that Tobi Origami fed her. She chewed it with a strange expression. Tobi Origami then sent another dish to her mouth. Chapter 442. Looking at Shiori sullenly accepting Tabichi Origami's feeding, Wu Yen didn't feel happy at all. Instead, he felt a deep sense of sympathy for Shiori. Although Tashiichi Origami was also a cute girl, the pressure of having no subordinates was already very high. When he was facing it, he almost broke out in a sweat, let alone Shiori. The scene in front of him, and the way Tokichi Origami looked at Wu Yen, as if she was looking at a rival, made Wu Yen very certain. Tokichi Origami really became a lesbian. Wu Yan's thirst for gossip is burning. He's curious about what happened between Tabichi Origami and the main character of this world for her to be so stubborn. In the original work, she was constantly thinking about pushing down Itsuka Shido. In this world, the main character became a Yuri girl due to the feminization of the main character. These two must have a dark history. With that thought in mind, he stopped paying attention to the two lovey-dovey girls. Ignoring Shiori's pleading gaze, he calmed down a bit. "Shido, that guy is really strange," Tokichi Origami said to Shido while eating her lunch. Even Shiori became a bit strange. Let's not worry about it. Shiori isn't in any danger anyway," Wu Yen said. Inside, he's grumbling. For Shiori, this is probably the biggest crisis she's going to face. Her sexual orientation was changed at this moment. Hoo. The warning signs of a spacequake have been detected in this area. Please go to a nearby shelter as soon as possible. This is not a training, this is a real warning. Please go to a nearby shelter as soon as possible. Please go to a nearby shelter as soon as possible. I repeat, the warning signs of a spacequake have been detected in this area. The shrill warning sound from outside the window made everyone in the classroom, except for Tokichi Origami, stop what they were doing and look outside the window. That included Wu Yen and Tokichi Origami. Spacequake warning. Shiori was shocked and stood up from her seat. Keeping the chopsticks in her hand, Tabichi Origami walked out of the classroom without saying a word. She didn't even say a word to the others and disappeared from the classroom door. This made Shiori unhappy. What? Student Yueni, no matter when. Why is her behavior always so strange? Last time she didn't pay attention to anyone, and this time, it's the same. To think that I thought that she really wanted to be with us. No, not with us. It's with you. Ah, that's right. Wu Yan stood up from his seat and looked at Tokichi, who was still calmly eating. He helplessly pulled her up. Shiori, take Tokichi Origami to a shelter. Shelter. Tokichi Origami's head tilted in confusion. She didn't seem to understand why. Shiori heard Wu Yan's words. Shido, what about you? I have something important to do. Wu Yan patted Shiori's shoulder and said to Tokichi Origami, Tokichi Origami, be a good girl and don't run around. You have to go with Shiori, okay? Hey, Tokichi Origami said unwillingly. I want to go with you, Shido. Wu Yan bitterly smiled. It's not that he didn't want to take Tokichi Origami with him. After all, Tokichi Origami was not the original Tokichi Origami, who was unstable after her power was sealed. In this world, Tokichi Origami was wearing the sealing ring. As long as Wu Yan wanted to, Tokichi Origami could release 100% of her power at any time. If he didn't want to, he could also seal her power back in an instant. Compared to the unreliable original where he had to worry about losing control of his power, Tokichi Origami's seal was different. In this world, bringing Tokichi Origami with him is equivalent to bringing a powerful ally. However, in the original work, Tokichi Origami had seen the protagonist interact with the descending elf, and developed a great deal of jealousy. Although the main reason was because the protagonist accidentally kissed the elf and Tokichi Origami saw it, Wu Yan didn't want such a scene to happen to him. In order to prevent any accidents, it's better not to bring Tokichi Origami with him this time. Tokichi Origami, have you forgotten? Wu Yan smiled at Tokichi Origami and said confidently, I am very strong. Fragrance was startled. Only then did she remember that the man in front of her had blocked her attack the first time she met him. Even if that attack was done casually by her, an ordinary human would definitely not be able to block it. At that moment, Incense could only mutter, I understand. Wu Yan nodded and looked at Shiori. Shiori, I'll leave Tokichi Origami in your care. Be careful. Shiori said. She didn't object to Wu Yan's actions anymore. Even so, it's still a little irrational for someone who doesn't know anything. She's also a little worried. Under the gaze of the two girls, Wu Yan ran out of the classroom and headed outside. No one noticed that after Wu Yan turned a corner, his body flashed with an illusory light. After the light flashed, Wu Yan's figure disappeared from the spot. Above Heavenly Palace City, inside Fraxinus, the automatic door to the command room opened and Wu Yan ran in, attracting everyone's attention. After all, Wu Yan is the most important part of Ratatosker's strategy against the elves. On the command platform, Kotori, who is wearing a black ribbon, saw Wu Yan's arrival in her commander mode. However, unlike the others, Kotori's face is cold. She looked at Wu Yan with a dangerous glint in her red eyes. It's like she's looking at a bitter enemy. She can't wait to bite off a piece of flesh from this person. It was natural for her to react this way. Commander mode Kotori wasn't as soft as little sister mode Kotori. She hated Kirin for kissing her so much that her teeth were itching. Last time, he had seen her naked in the bathroom. This time, he had stolen her first kiss. What about the next time? Next time, wouldn't he push her onto the bed? Kotori had the urge to cut this hateful bastard into pieces for the sake of her chastity. However, the most helpless thing was that she was too easy to bully when she was in little sister mode. She was seen naked by this guy and even kissed by force. She actually developed a little bit of feelings for him. Could it be that this guy was really the god of strategy who specialized in attacking elves? Even a human with elven power like me can't avoid being conquered? Kotori sighed and inadvertently glanced at the sealing bracelet on her body. Perhaps everything was already decided the moment she put on the sealing bracelet. Who knows, maybe everything was already decided the moment she put it on. Wu Yan didn't know about Kotori's complicated thoughts. He ran into the command room and looked at the screen. He looked at the descending elf. Captain, you're here. Yuki Chinyu stood beside Wu Yan. As Wu Yan's assistant, he has to cooperate with Wu Yan. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes as he stared at the small green figure on the screen. This is the elf this time. Yes, Captain. Yuki Chinyu said. His name is Hermit. In terms of danger level, he's much weaker than Toka and Tokisaki Kurumi. Then Yatsuki Chinyu retreated to Wu Yan's side and he asked, Captain, are you confident we can take down this elf? Well, Wu Yan chuckled. Just wait and see. Yes, Captain. Yuki Chinyu said respectfully. Do you need me to do anything? Wu Yan nodded and he looked at Yatsuki Chinyu with a serious expression. Prepare a lollipop for me. Yuki Chinyu. Everyone present. Chapter 443. On the big screen in the command room, a small figure with a height of about 144 centimeters wearing a green bunny ears and a hooded cloak was standing in the middle of a large crater. She was holding a doll in her hand. Her entire body was shrouded in green light. Under the sci-fi rendering on the big screen, she looked like a character from a painting. That's the elf who descended this time. Her identification name is Hermit. She's a little lowly. While the atmosphere in the command room was tense with Wu Yan, a red alarm flashed on the big screen. It startled the Ratatosker members on the left and right of the screen. Commander, AST has arrived. As soon as the voice fell, the people in the command room saw a large number of light spots flying from afar towards Hermit, who was standing in the middle of the crater. When their armor-like attire was imprinted in everyone's eyes, they raised their weapons at the same time. In the next moment, countless cannon fire blasted towards the small figure in the middle of the crater. Under the watchful eyes of every member of Ratatosker, the little green figure flew out from the deep crater that was shrouded in smoke and artillery fire. It dashed out of the encirclement of AST, but what greeted it was an even fiercer barrage of artillery fire. For a moment, the entire sky was filled with the sound of cannon fire. The Hermit was flying rapidly under the cover of the cannon fire. The sound of the Hermit flying through the air to avoid the attacks also soared into the sky. Under the gray clouds, the light of the fire kept flashing. Looking at the small figure who was constantly struggling under the cannon fire without any resistance, Wu Yan's heart was filled with anger. An inexplicable murderous glint flashed across his wine-red eyes. The temperature of the scene suddenly dropped to freezing point. Everyone in the command room felt a chill run down their spines. At this moment, Wu Yan's favorable impression of AST dropped by dozens of points. Since the other party was an elf and they were only following orders, it was their duty. However, if they could indiscriminately attack a little girl like this, at least Wu Yan could not use such a rational reason to convince himself to understand AST. Sure Dao. Feeling the pressure coming from Wu Yan, Kotori hurriedly called out to him, telling him to calm down. Otherwise, the ordinary people in the command room would have to lie on the ground. Captain. Yatsuki Chinyu patted Wu Yan's shoulder. Wu Yan's aura is only a tiny bit, but Yatsuki Chinyu is just a normal person. It's no wonder Kotori assigned Yatsuki Chinyu as her assistant, if he can remain calm under such a small amount of aura. He was the combat officer, and as the assistant of the combat officer, how could Yeyue Chinyu not have any combat ability? Wu Yan came back to his senses, and noticed the heavy expressions on the faces of the people in the command room. He took a deep breath and slowly calmed down the anger in his heart. Kotori. Wu Yan turned to Kotori, and for the first time in the command room, his face was serious. Give the order for the next operation. That child, I must bring her back. Kotori smiled, even if it was just a small smile. It was enough to let others feel how happy Kotori was at this time. As expected of my brother. Kotori suddenly stood up, and the aura of a superior spread from her petite body throughout the command room. There was no doubt that at this moment, Kotori's body was full of endless majesty. Everyone, prepare for the first level of the strategy. Yes, everyone present was infected by the pressure and majesty displayed by this pair of siblings. Their blood was boiling, and there was a fire burning in their hearts. Everyone's face was flushed red, and they were eager to give it a try. The atmosphere in the command room was also raised to the highest point. Kotori turned to look at Yeyue Chinyu below the platform. Sure Dao, you are in charge of full support. Yes, Commander. Yeyue Chinyu ran out of the command room. And before that, when Kotori gave the first order, Wu Yan already ran out of the command room. Coterie looked at the excited people in the room, and she smiled with satisfaction, looked up at the big screen. Hermit and AST, and her eyes were burning with fire. Let's start the war between us. Heavenly Palace City, under a commercial building, two figures surfaced from a corner. They raised their heads and looked at the commercial building in front of them, after which, they scanned their surroundings. Although the surroundings were very quiet, and there was not even a single person in sight, the two of them knew that if they were not careful, this quiet place would be bombarded with countless cannon fire. Is that Loli in here? Without turning his head, Wu Yan rubbed his chin and asked Yatsuki Chinyu who is behind him. Haha. Yeyue Chinyu laughed, no longer paying attention to the word little Loli. In Wu Yan's mouth, his face became serious. Fraxinus has sent word that Hermit has indeed entered the house. The AST around the house has also entered standby mode. They seem to think that it's not worth destroying the house just to deal with Hermit. After all, the reconstruction work is not only troublesome, but also expensive. Unexpected reality. Wu Yan commented, then reached out his hand. Did you bring what I asked for? Yes. Yes. Yeyue Chinyu said a bit unnaturally, took out a lollipop from his pocket, and gently put it in Wu Yan's hand. There's a trace of helplessness on his face. Wu Yan weighed the lollipop in his hand. His wine-red eyes looked at Yeyue Chinyu with deep meaning. You're quite good at taking out lollipop. You must have done this a lot, right? Yeyue Chinyu almost hit his head on the wall. Captain, can you not make this kind of joke? Wu Yan clicked his tongue. I'm praising you, as a necessary skill for the 21st century's youth. To be able to practice it to such a level, Yeyue, you have a bright future. Yeyue Chinyu could only make an ugly smile. He said helplessly, Captain, are you sure you want to use this lollipop to deal with an elf? Yeyue, this is where you don't get it. Wu Yan patted Yeyue Chinyu's shoulder, and he continued in a serious tone. Any creature that is related to Loli, even if it's a fairy, Lolita's destructive power is limitless. Is that so? Yeyue Chinyu's face was full of doubt, but since his captain said so, Yeyue Chinyu had nothing to say. Then I wish you success, Captain. Well, just wait and see. Therefore, from the corner, a lightning-like figure flew out from it and streaked across the sky. With a slight whoosh sound, the figure flashed into the commercial building in front of him, leaving behind a young girl, who was struggling with the lethality of the lollipop. She was hesitant there. In the commercial building, Wu Yan pressed the wireless headset in his ear. He flew upstairs. He said, Coterie, where's Hermit? Coterie's voice came in not long after. It's just one more level up. One floor up. Wu Yan looked ahead. There's a big door at the corner. Is it there? It's in there. Yeyue Chinyu's voice came from a small communication device in Wu Yan's pocket. Captain, AST's troops haven't shown any signs of movement, but there's no way to guarantee that they won't. Wu Yan nodded. He stood in front of the door and pushed it in without hesitation. Suddenly, a dark hall appeared in front of Wu Yan. Chapter 444. In the quiet floor, the darkness completely isolated this area. Walking here, one could clearly hear their own footsteps, and even a trace of echoes. Around them, there were some mannequins standing in different postures. In the dark environment, these mannequins seemed to be shrouded in a layer of shadow and coldness, making the atmosphere in the entire space a little strange. Even Wu Yan felt a bit nervous in this eerily silent environment. Perhaps every building has the potential to become a haunted house at night. Wu Yan looked around and tilted his head. Where is she? No, where is the elf? Wu Yan pressed the wireless earpiece and asked, Coterie, are you sure the elf will appear here? The environment here is pretty much the same as the original work. However, the original work didn't specify which building the lowly elf went into. Also, unlike the original work, Wu Yan didn't meet the elf before she descended. Thus, it wouldn't be strange if the plot changed. According to the results of the analysis, Hermit should be there. Can you be a little more patient? Don't tell me you're afraid? Wu Yan raised an eyebrow at Coterie's taunting. As expected, Commander Mode Coterie needs to be taught a lesson. Suddenly, a bunny doll fell from the sky in front of Wu Yan, and hung upside down in front of Wu Yan. Are you here to bully Yoshina too? The sudden appearance of the doll in front of him, and the voice gave him a fright. He almost shot out an electric shock gun. Luckily, Kotori's voice came from his wireless earpiece. Otherwise, things would have gotten out of hand. Looking at the bunny doll, Wu Yan lifted his head to look at the ceiling. He saw the sprite he once saw on the big screen. And now it's the sprite he saw on the big screen. It was a beautiful young girl who looked like a French doll. Her long blue hair was slightly curly, casually scattered in front and behind her, looking like two blue torrents. A green cloak with rabbit ears covered her small body, all the way to her calves. She wore a pair of green boots on her feet, and behind her, there was also a tail-like accessory connected to a white fur ball. At this moment, the rabbit-eared hoodie was still on her head, covering her head under the hoodie. As long as she lowered her head slightly, she would be able to cover the area above her nose. Under the hoodie, a pair of large eyes were looking forward. They were the same sky blue pupils that looked as if they were formed by a lake. It was very captivating. She has a dreamy appearance and a petite figure. She's about the same age as Flandre-chan. She's also holding a bunny doll with a black eye patch that looks like a pirate's eye patch on one of its eyes. Without a doubt, this was a very adorable little girl. In terms of appearance, even if there was an unconcealable immaturity, there was no way to hide her lovable temperament. Compared to little Flandre-chan, she was only on par with her. She was simply too adorable. Yoshino. Level 70. Hermit. Yoshino. The water and ice elf. Looking at this girl who looks like she just walked out of a manga, she's a manga character. Even though he's been through the baptism of at least 10 girls who aren't any less beautiful than Yanban, Wu Yan couldn't help but be dazed for a moment. He has to admit, this elf girl in front of him is too cute. After all, this is the first time he met her. The scene in front of him is the same as in real life. Of course, it was only for a moment, not even 0.1 seconds. The elf girl in front of Wu Yan didn't notice it. The fairy who was hanging upside down on the ceiling stared at Wu Yan with her blue eyes. He couldn't see any emotion in her eyes. It's as if she had nothing to do with this. She lifted her leg and landed on the floor. She looked at Wu Yan while raising the rabbit plushie in her hand. She's Yoshino, so this is Yoshino, right? Wu Yan narrowed his eyes as he looked at the single-eyed bunny doll in Yoshino's hand. Don't think that this is just an ordinary bunny doll. This doll called Yoshino isn't an inanimate object. It's another personality created by Yoshino's spiritual power. In other words, there was an independent personality in this small doll. As long as Yoshino's spiritual power connected it to his hand, this independent personality would appear. This personality would replace Yoshino's introverted self to communicate with the surrounding things. Therefore, if one wanted to conquer Yoshino, then this puppet with an independent personality, Yoshino could not be ignored. Because if you want to come in contact with Yoshino, you have to go through Yoshino first. Oh yeah. Yoshino's mouth doesn't show any signs of moving, but a sharp voice came out from it. Coupled with Yoshino's exaggerated dance, it looks like she's talking. Why aren't you wearing any of those disgusting armors? Aren't you here to bully Yoshino? Before Wu Yan can say anything, Kotori's voice came out of the wireless earpiece. Shirdao, wait for a moment. Let us help you analyze how to carry out the conversation to achieve the best effect. Wu Yan couldn't stay calm after hearing Kotori's words. Let those old men who are lazy and can only go to nightclubs, and those women who specialize in beating up villains and are under observation help me conquer Yoshino? Why don't you just ask me to throw this little loli out of the window and reduce her favorability to 0? Kotori, no. Before Wu Yan can finish, a voice came from the other side of the earpiece. Sprite data loaded into inventory. Analysis AI activated. Commander. The analysis AI is responding. Options have appeared. Okay. Kotori said, let's begin. As soon as Kotori's voice came out, Wu Yan turned off the wireless earpiece in his ear. Countless Qing characters appeared on his forehead. You can see how Wu Yan is feeling right now. Wu Yan turned to look at Xiao Xiao Karen and the bunny doll standing in front of him. He sighed and took a few steps forward. Can I talk to her for a bit? Wu Yan pointed at Yoshino while looking at Yoshino's plushie. Yoshino and Yoshino were startled at the same time. They were unable to react to what was going on. Could it be that the person in front of them knew about the matter between the two of us? Ahaha, Yoshino doesn't understand. What are you talking about? Yoshino said while dancing as if she's trying to hide something. It's like she really doesn't understand Wu Yan's words. However, there's a hint of unnaturalness in her tone. Wu Yan stared at Yoshino with his wine-red eyes and said with a smile, "Do you want this little sprite to hide behind your back for the rest of your life?" Wu Yan's words stunned Yoshino. She froze on the spot, unable to do anything. From the outside, she looks like a normal doll that can't move. Wu Yan continued in a gentle tone. "You've been the one who's been communicating with the outside world on her behalf, right? As a friend who has been by her side day and night, you should know how important your existence is in her heart. Because without you, she can't do anything. At least, that's what she thinks. Don't you want her to change? Don't you want her to be able to communicate with someone else?" Chapter 445. Don't tell me you don't want her to change? Don't you want her to communicate with others? Hearing Wu Yan's words, Sharona was silent. How could Shino not understand the situation of the two of them? Sharona is a docile and timid person. She almost doesn't dare to talk to people directly. She's very afraid of humans. She's so afraid that just a little contact will make her shrink her body like a snail. Because of this, Sharona was born. Due to Yoshino's extremely introverted character, he would usually communicate with others through Yoshino. When it came to external matters, Yoshino would also be the one to deal with it. However, due to Yoshino being the one to deal with external matters, Yoshino himself did not have the slightest bit of contact with others. This caused Yoshino's mind, which was originally afraid of strangers, to directly enter a closed state. Just like what Wu Yan said, Sharona knows what kind of position she has in Shiona's heart. It can be said that Sharona herself is Shiona's goal. Because Sharona is weak and timid, Sharona, who has a strong personality and is cheerful and talkative, is equivalent to spiritual support in Shiona's heart. Once she loses Shiona's support, Sharona will easily panic as if she has lost everything. Even her mental state will be a bit off. At this time, as long as there's a little stimulation, Sharona will lose her mind and reflexively attack. However, Sharona is a docile person. In her heart, she actually hopes that she won't hurt anyone because Sharona is a person who hates pain and fear very much. So, Sharona doesn't want to bring pain and fear to others. Sharona can't leave Shiona's side because she will be afraid. Once she's afraid, her spirit energy will go out of control and hurt others. Sharona was born by relying on Sharona. Once she leaves Shiona's hand, without the support of Shiona's spirit energy, she will fall into a state of slumber and can't appear. The two of them rely on each other and support each other. Actually, Shitonai knew that the reason why Shitonai treated her as his spiritual support was because of her personality. Shitonai deeply longed for her personality. In Shitonai's heart, she hoped that she could be as strong as Shitonai and not be so cowardly. But the problem is, Sharona doesn't dare to communicate with others. How can she become strong? That's why when Wu Yan said, "Don't you want her to change? Don't you want her to be able to communicate with someone else?" Shino fell silent. How could it not want to toughen up the four Jinai? This is Shiona's wish. Of course, after thinking so much, it was only a moment of silence outside. Sharona has already raised her head and said to Wu Yan, Why do you know so many things about Sharona?" Hearing Shiona's words, Wu Yan smiled and said, "Don't worry about that. I just want to ask you, do you want this little elf to change? I don't need you to care about Shiona's matters." Sharona said in an unfriendly tone. "You humans bully Sharona every time, and almost hurt Sharona every time. Why should Sharona believe you humans?" Hearing this, Wu Yan sighed. "Indeed, I don't have anything worthy of your trust, but I trust you." "Trust us?" Sharona is stunned. "Yes." Wu Yan nodded firmly. "I believe that an elf like Sharona is definitely not a bad guy. So, I want to help you." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire place fell into silence. Although there is no way to see any changes on Shiona's body except for her tone, Wu Yan can feel that Sharona is carefully observing him, sizing him up. Not long after, Sharona said, Why do you trust Sharona? Wu Yan chuckled, raised his head and looked at the ceiling. Because in my home, there is such a kind, pure and adorable elf. There is an elf in your home? This time, Sharona is surprised. Impossible. Aren't humans very hostile to elves? So they have been attacking elves, and elves are also very hostile to humans because humans are constantly attacking elves. How can humans and elves live together? Indeed, in the beginning, she was very hostile to humans. Wu Yan bitterly smiled and shook his head, but then he smiled and said, but when she recognized the gentleness of this world, she became my family. The gentleness of this world. Yes. Wu Yan nodded and said, among elves there is Sharona, and Sharona who are gentle and kind. Among humans, there are also people who are not hostile to elves, but you haven't met such people before, so you are afraid and hostile to humans. Now I am here. As long as you trust me, then, in this world, no one will bring you pain and fear. Looking at the smiling Wu Yan in front of her, Sharona lowered her head and became silent again. Following Shino's silence, this space once again became silent. In this dark environment, only the faint sound of breathing could be heard clearly. It wasn't until a long time later that Sharona said, Sharona, in fact, also hopes that she can be strong, and Sharona also hopes that Sharona can be strong. After that, Sharona raised her head and looked at Wu Yan. Can you help Sharona? Wu Yan smiled. Of course. After pondering for a moment, Sharona said, but what should I do to make Sharona change? That's why I want to talk to her. Wu Yan shifted his gaze from Yoshino to the quiet Yoshino. He didn't know if she didn't hear anything, or if she couldn't understand their conversation. He continued. I want her to know that interacting with others is a very joyful thing. Happy. Sharona muttered softly, and then looked at Wu Yan. What should I do? Scratching his face, Wu Yan nodded and said to Sharona, if possible, I hope you can leave Sharona for a while. What? Calm down, I have my reasons. Wu Yan quickly said. Think about it, as long as you are by Shiona's side, Sharona will not take the initiative to communicate with others and entrust everything to you, right? In that case, if you are not here, Sharona will have to use her own mouth to communicate with others. This way, she can slowly change Sharona. But Sharona hesitated. She had no choice but to hesitate. She knew very well what would happen to Sharona if she left. To put it bluntly, once she left, Sharona would be afraid. If something went wrong, this place would very likely be razed to the ground by Sharona. This was not only what Sharona didn't want, but also what Sharona didn't want. How could Sharona be at ease and leave Sharona alone? As if seeing through Shiona's heart, Wu Yan said softly, don't worry, leave everything to me. Soon, you will be together again. Moreover, the next time you face me, you won't be alone, but together with Sharona. Staring at Wu Yan for a long time, Sharona finally nodded her head. The corner of his mouth raised into a smile, and at the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief. He stretched out his hand and directly took Sharona from Shiona's hand. Chapter 446. The moment Shitonai left Shitonai's hand, Shitonai's blue eyes went blank. Then she collapsed to the ground as if her life force had left her body. She stared blankly at Shitonai in Wu Yan's hand. She was speechless. A moment later, Yoshino's big eyes suddenly fluctuated, and his little face immediately became incomparably flustered. With a face full of bewilderment, he stood up from the ground. She ran to Wu Yan and tightly grabbed Wu Yan's clothes. She looked at Shitonai in Wu Yan's hand and whispered, please give it back to me. His wine-red eyes were filled with Shitonai's helpless and pitiful little face. Seeing Shitonai's flustered expression, Wu Yan felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. He suddenly felt guilty as if he had done something unforgivable. Wu Yan quickly rubbed the little loli's head and said softly, don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Shitonai won't leave you. Hearing this, the panic on Siyu's little face calmed down. However, her blue eyes were still filled with nervousness. She did not know what to do next. Wu Yan lowered his body. The wine-red and blue eyes looked at each other. Then Wu Yan said, Shitonai should have heard my conversation with Shitonai. Shitonai stared blankly at Wu Yan for a while. After a long time, Shitonai slowly nodded her little head. The bunnies on her head also nodded. Coupled with Shitonai's cute lolicon face, it almost made Wu Yan's nose itch. Wu Yan awkwardly rubbed his nose. After making sure he didn't lose his composure, he exhaled and said to Shitonai, "Then, you should know that Shitonai wants you to be strong. That's why she chose to leave you temporarily. Now that you want to take Shitonai back, do you want to disappoint Shitonai?" "I don't want to disappoint Shitonai. That's more like it." Wu Yan squatted down and rubbed Yono's head through the hood of her cloak. "So in order to not disappoint Shitonai, leave Shitonai with me first, okay?" Seeing that Shitonai was still a little flustered, Wu Yan smiled and said, "Shitonai, as long as you listen to me today, I'll return Shitonai to you tomorrow. How about it?" Is that true?" Yono tightened her grip on Wu Yan's shirt. Her eyes were filled with anticipation and nervousness. Seeing how cute Shitonai was, Wu Yan couldn't help but smile. Of course it's true. After all, Shitonai is Shitonai's hero. She's also Shitonai's ideal self, right? Shitonai blinked her eyes and nodded with a slightly red face. Then, as if to confirm, she nodded again. She was really cute. Wu Yan smiled and stroked Shitonai's hair. He looked straight into Shitonai's eyes and said, "Then today you have to work hard." Hearing Wu Yan's words, Shitonai became anxious. "I will be okay alone." "Don't worry." Wu Yan smiled and shook his head. He said softly, "Even without Shitonai, your hero will not disappear. At least for today, let me be Shitonai's hero." Shitonai raised her head and looked at Wu Yan's face. Shitonai's blue eyes flickered. Then she nodded. "You're pretty good." In the command room of Fraxinus, Kotori couldn't help but smile as she watched the progress on the big screen. More than 2/3 of the favorability points had filled up the progress bar of Fraxinus favorability points. As expected of the commander's older brother, Kanazuki Kyuhei looked at Wu Yan on the screen like he was on a pilgrimage. He almost knelt down and put an incense stick in his mouth. Even though he's a fake, not everyone can fake the commander's older brother. Kotori's smile widened when she heard Kyuhei's words. She froze when she heard Kyuhei's words. It's a good thing he's the commander's brother. He won't do anything to the commander. Otherwise, the commander might have been taken down by him too. Kanazuki Kyuhei patted his chest. He didn't notice Kotori's darkened expression, and continued talking to himself. Well, that's true. Even if he's a fake, they're still siblings. Why would he lay his hands on his sister? Even if he did, the commander wouldn't fall for his older brother. It's not like he's a prostitute. As soon as he said that, a giant foot came down from the sky and kicked Kyuhei in the face, sending him flying and crashing into the wall behind him. Why, Kanazuki Kyuhei said as he collapsed against the wall. Kotori's face was livid as she stared at Kyuhei. Thinking about what he said, Kotori's anger rose even higher. Why? How dare he ask why? What do you mean he won't lay his hands on his sister? That guy did it with his mouth. Also, what did he mean by, "It's not like he's a prostitute"? Isn't that the same as calling me a prostitute? Kotori completely forgot that Kyuhei said, "It's not like he's a prostitute," under the premise that he won't fall for his older brother. Kotori snorted and looked back at the screen. Her face reddened as she thought of something. As for Kyuhei, he fainted. Inside the commercial building, Yatsuki Chinyu stared blankly at the cute loli hiding behind Wu Yan. He still hasn't recovered from the shock. No way. Yatsuki Chinyu's lips twitched. He couldn't stay calm. That's it. Oh my god, it's only been 15 minutes. Time isn't going to stop my great career. Wu Yan looked at Yatsuki Chinyu with disdain. Ever since Wu Yan found out that there's a real man under that pretty face, he's been a lot more casual with Yatsuki Chinyu. Yatsuki Chinyu didn't care about Wu Yan's disdain. Instead, he looked at Wu Yan with admiration. "Captain, how did you do it? Please teach me." Wu Yan pursed his lips and smiled. He didn't answer Yatsuki Chinyu's question. Instead, he pointed at Yoshino and pushed Yoshino, who was hiding behind him, a little bit, so that Yoshino's head was exposed to Yatsuki Chinyu's eyes. Yatsuki Chinyu was petrified. At this moment, Yoshino was holding a lollipop in his hand. He was slowly licking it. Although there was no expression on his face, one could faintly see a bit of joy in his blue eyes. Yatsuki Chinyu's mouth opened into an O shape. Don't tell me, he was defeated by a lollipop? After that, Yatsuki Chinyu looked at Wu Yen. At this moment, Yatsuki Chinyu's admiration for his captain was like the water of the Yangtze River. No wonder he's called the god of strategy by all the members of Ratatosker. After that, Yatsuki Chinyu secretly glanced at Yoshino, who was licking the lollipop. He secretly remembered this trick in his mind. Chapter 447. Opposite the commercial building, on the top floor of a building, two AST girls were standing there with weapons in their hands, glaring at the opposite side like a tiger watching its prey. One of the two AST members was Kyuchi Origami, and the other was a mature woman around 25 years old. She was the captain of the AST frontline unit. What about the permission to attack? Yuichi Origami said expressionlessly as usual. However, from her pair of blue eyes, one could see a trace of impatience. It was as if as long as elves existed in front of her eyes for a second, she would not be able to tolerate them. The captain of AST seemed to have gotten used to the former's way of speaking, so he replied nonchalantly, I don't think so for the time being. After all, our opponent is that cowardly hermit. It's not worth it for us to destroy such a big building and send out a reconstruction team. It's different from that powerful Princess Pasha. After saying that, she seemed to have thought of something and turned to look at Tokichi Origami. But it's really unbelievable. No matter how you look at it, there's a girl who looks like a princess who transferred to Duli Zen High School that you're studying in. Not only is she in the same class as you, but there's also no elfin reaction on her, and there's nothing suspicious about her household registration. What's going on? The captain of AST didn't know that all of this was Ratatosker's handiwork. Ratatosker had activated the political protection plan against the elves, completely concealing her identity and hiding among the masses. As long as Toka didn't show any psychic waves, AST would at most treat her as a girl who looked like a princess. There would be nothing suspicious about her, and AST would have an excuse to kill the wrong person rather than let her go. From this, one could see how brilliant Ratatosker was. Perhaps AST didn't know that they had an opponent hiding in the dark. Unfortunately, the powerful Ratatosker had a commander who was usually very astute, but would occasionally go against nature. As a result, a certain true ancestor would be shot when he was walking. Tabichi Origami opened her mouth slightly when she heard her captain. After a while, she regained her expressionless face and looked at the building in front of her. No one knows what she's thinking. It was not until a certain moment that a voice came from their radio that the two of them turned their attention back to the conversation. Captain. Hermit spotted. The two of them froze at the same time and turned their heads to look in the direction of the commercial building. Then, the two of them quickly discovered a green figure running out of the commercial building and running towards the other side of the street. The captain of AST could not help but frown. Hermit has come out of hiding? Why isn't there any psychic wave? Moreover, why didn't they fly but run instead? While the captain of AST was muttering, Toichi Origami stomped on the ground and fired the propellers on her back at full power. She flew towards the green silhouette on the ground at full speed. Wait! The captain of AST was shocked. He gritted his teeth and shouted, This origami kite always acts without permission. Seeing that Koichi Origami was already on the move, the captain of AST could not let him deal with the elves alone, so he could only follow. Everyone attack. Suddenly, the sound of ejectors firing continuously rang out from the top of the buildings surrounding the commercial building. They rushed towards the green figure running on the ground. At the same time, continuous artillery fire also rang out. The originally undamaged street was mercilessly attacked by the cannons. The sound of explosions echoed through the sky and smoke covered the entire street. After the cannon fire subsided, the previously undamaged street became riddled with holes. Amidst the smoke, the green figure rushed out. Other than some dust on her body, nothing else happened to her. Seeing this, AST no longer hesitated and continued to fire at the figure on the ground. However, under the barrage of attacks, the green figure was like a vigorous warrior. He dodged left and right, dodging the incoming attacks. At the same time, he continued to move forward unwaveringly. It was this movement that allowed him to evade the earth-shattering barrage of attacks. The AST captain clenched his teeth as he looked at the heavily damaged street. His heart was filled with hatred. Originally, AST did not want to cause too much damage to the cowardly hermit. That was why they did not make a move when Hermit entered the commercial building. Who would have thought that Hermit would be so cunning? Instead of attacking them from the sky, he chose to run on the ground like a rat, causing damage to the streets. It seems that the reconstruction team will have to be mobilized this time. Flying in the sky, Origami Kitsune mercilessly pulled the trigger of her cannon. She continuously fired at the green figure on the ground. Seeing the figure nimbly dodging the cannons, Origami Kitsune frowned. She felt that something was wrong. However, Yuichi Origami's hatred for the elves quickly suppressed the uneasiness in his heart. Yuichi Origami's figure flashed, and the frequency of the heavy cannon in his hand increased by a few notches. What Origami didn't know was that the feeling she had in her heart was right. If one were to take a closer look, they would notice that the green figure running on the ground was twice as tall as Hermit. Unfortunately, the AST members could only vaguely see a green silhouette flying high up in the sky. They were unable to discern its exact height. On the ground, the figure in the green cloak was dodging the incoming cannon fire as she dashed into the distance. From the perspective of the AST members, a beautiful face was buried in the green cloak. She looked like she was about to cry, but no tears came out. 10 minutes ago. What? Yeyuechinyu looked at the green cloak in his captain's hand in disbelief. He shouted, "You want me to distract AST? Is there a problem?" Wu Yen said matter-of-factly. Yeyuechinyu almost jumped up. "There's a big problem, Captain. It's not like you don't know how strong AST's firepower is. Even the elves might not be able to avoid it. If you want me to go, won't I die?" "Well, don't say that." Wu Yen smiled and patted Yeyuechinyu's shoulder. "You might not be as strong as the elves, but I believe you can still avoid them. If you can't even do that, Kotori wouldn't have arranged for you to be my assistant." "But Captain, isn't it safer for you to come?" "I have no problem with that." Wu Yen pursed his lips at Yoshino. "As long as you have the confidence to appease Yoshino." Yeyuechinyu recalled the conversation 10 minutes ago. Yeyuechinyu was sweating profusely while dodging the cannons. "Why don't I have the ability to pick up girls?" As Yeyuechinyu ran for his life, the AST members gradually disappeared at the end of the street. Inside the commercial building, Wu Yen held Yono's hand as he strutted out of the building. He looked at the rubble on the street, and he silently prayed amen. "Brother." "Shido," Yoshino said uneasily. "Is that person okay?" Wu Yen smiled. "It's okay. That uncle won't die that easily." "Uncle?" "Well, you can call him that from now on." Chapter 448. Heavenly Palace City, Itsuka's house. Wu Yen pushed open the door to his house. He led Yoshino, who was looking around nervously, into the living room. At this time, Wu-hee's house was very quiet. There was not a single person in the hall. This was to be expected. Shirji and Toka had taken refuge when the spacequake alarm sounded. Even though the alarm had been lifted, it would still take a while for them to return home. Kotori is still on the command deck, talking to Wu Yen through the radio. "Shido, can't you seal Yoshino's power now?" Kotori asked in confusion. As far as she knows, the sealing bracelet isn't as troublesome as Shiori's ability. He needs to raise favorability first before sealing the elf's power. Wu Yen shook his head and said helplessly, "The sealing bracelet isn't as troublesome as Shiori's ability. In some ways, it's much more troublesome." "Much more troublesome?" "Yes." Wu Yen nodded and walked towards the living room while talking to Kotori in a way Yoshino can't see. To use the sealing ring, you must first clearly explain the ability of the sealing ring to the other party. Then the other party must be willing to put it on for it to take effect. Otherwise, no matter how strong your ability is, you won't be able to put the sealing ring on an elf. Wu Yen glanced at Yono, who was gripping his hand tightly. She looked anxious and he sighed. Fourth Bonai, on the other hand, has a rather delicate personality. If we rashly tell her the ability of the sealing bracelet without a certain foundation of feelings and explain our purpose, it might cause her to subconsciously panic, and then her spiritual energy might completely go berserk. This is going to be troublesome. Kotori felt a headache coming on. Wu Yan and Yoshino's conversation was captured on the big screen in the command room. Based on their conversation and Yoshino's cowardly behavior, Wu Yan's claim is entirely plausible. Then what should we do? Kotori asked. Maybe Kotori didn't notice that her independent and shrewd self is starting to rely more and more on Wu Yan when it comes to making decisions. Wu Yan chuckled and he consoled her. Ma, don't worry about it too much. Yoshino is an easy person to get along with. Think about Shikasaki Kuromi. Yoshino isn't that hard to deal with. Hearing this, Kotori couldn't help but think of that arrogant time elf. Her head that was originally a little headache really got a lot better, and her complexion also became better. This made Rain Murasame stare at her for a while until Kotori felt embarrassed. Wu Yan smiled as if he predicted Kotori's reaction. Do you feel better now? Don't worry. Don't worry, I'm confident I can put the sealing bracelet on Yoshino before tomorrow. In the command room, Kotori looked at the confident Wu Yan on the big screen. She couldn't help but feel a sense of security when she heard Wu Yan's confident words. Ever since Kotori became the commander of Ratatosker, this is the first time she felt such a sense of security other than when she's in sister mode. Kotori suddenly had a thought. Maybe it's not so bad to have a big brother like him. Kotori couldn't help but have this thought. In the past, Kotori had the support of Kanazuki Kyuhei and Rain Murasame, but most of the time, Kotori was the only one in charge of Ratatosker's affairs. Internally, I have to save the elves, and externally, I have to deal with the AST. No matter what, Kotori is only 14 years old. Even if I'm in commander mode, it's only natural for me to feel tired when dealing with the affairs of a large organization. Wu Yan's appearance as a big brother is unprecedented. Kotori felt like she could rely on him. In Ratatosker, he managed to conquer the elf that gave her a headache in 10 minutes. At home, he's a good cook. His combat prowess is on par with the elves. Although his personality is a bit unsettling, it's undeniable that Kotori is slowly starting to accept him as her big brother. She's starting to rely on him. Kotori doesn't hate this feeling. But when Kotori realized that she had such thoughts, she was startled. Could it be that this big brother whom she had only known for less than a month had become so important to her? Thinking of this, Kotori blushed. She couldn't help but feel shy and rebellious. To put it simply, she was being too proud. How can I not worry about a scum like you? Kotori didn't even think before she said it. Wu Yan's confident smile froze. He said angrily, I say, Kotori, even if you don't trust me, you don't have to call me a scum. Kotori's mood improved a lot when she saw Wu Yan's angry face. She continued to mock him. Aren't you a scum? Then who was the one who did that? That thing last night. Kotori started blushing when she recalled Ripple from last night. Wu Yan didn't see this, but he couldn't refute Kotori's words, so he just stood there speechless. Forget it, I'm the one who did it anyway. It doesn't matter if I lose the argument. Thinking of this, Wu Yan's expression lightened up. He shifted his attention away from the radio and looked at the 4 elements. Hey Yoshino, sit here for a bit. Wu Yan brought Yoshino to the sofa. I'll make you something to eat. You should be hungry, right? Hearing that, just as Yoshino wanted to shake his head, a clear and audible rumbling sound came from his stomach, causing Yoshino's face to redden. He took off his hat and covered his face. He was so embarrassed that he didn't dare to look at anyone. Wu Yan was amused by Yoshino's cute behavior. He held back his laughter and scratched Yoshino's little nose. Wait for a bit, it'll be ready soon. Yoshino nodded with a red face. Wu Yan laughed and walked into the kitchen. After a while, a fragrant smell wafted out of the kitchen. Children's endurance was always relatively small. Even Yoshino was no exception. Smelling such a good smell, Yoshino couldn't help but turn around and look at the kitchen. Wu Yan shook his head with a smile when he saw Yoshino's covetous expression. As expected, she's just a child. Wu Yan didn't know how much of a charm his cooking has on other people. Whether it's Hinajuku Mikoto or Toka, They couldn't help but crave his cooking because it's just too delicious. In a way, cooking master might be the strongest ability among all the abilities that Wu Yan exchanged for. Even the members of Ratatoskra in the command room of Fraxinus swallowed their saliva at the sight of the delicious dishes on the big screen. Coterie, who knew how delicious the dishes were, couldn't help but tremble at the sight of them. When the strange sound entered Wu Yan's ears through the wireless earpiece, Wu Yan knew what's going on. He laughed and said, "Come back if you want to eat. It's not like I won't let you eat." Hearing this, Coterie couldn't hold herself back any longer. She jumped off the podium and ran out of the room. Everyone in the command room looked at each other when they saw Coterie's reaction. Chapter 449. At this moment, two delicate voices suddenly rang out from the main entrance. "I'm back." The moment the voice rang out, Siyu, who was sitting on the sofa, jumped in fright. Her small face immediately became incomparably flustered. Her head looked left and right, as if she was looking for a place to hide. For a moment, she was actually at a loss of what to do. When the footsteps began to sound and were getting closer and closer, the corners of Yoshino's eyes couldn't help but tear up. She really didn't know what to do, so she lowered her head. At the same time, a cold air was emitted from Yoshino's body. In the space around Yoshino, the cold air was like steam, slowly rising, causing the temperature of the entire hall to drop a lot. On the sofa where Yoshino was sitting, thin sheets of ice directly formed. In the kitchen, as soon as he heard the sound outside the door, Wu Yan secretly knew that it was not good because he knew that with Yoshino's personality, it was already very difficult for her to face him. If it wasn't for Yoshino's words, Yoshino would have already gone berserk like the original. At this time, Yoshino's mood, who had lost Yoshino, was undoubtedly very unstable. And in such an unstable mood, if a stranger appeared, then with Yoshino's timid personality, there was a 90% chance that her spiritual power would directly go out of control. As expected, hearing the approach of a stranger, Yoshino's heart began to fear, and with this fear, her spiritual power really went out of control. Looking at the cold air that began to spread to the surroundings, Wu Yan quickly flashed. In the blink of an eye, he appeared beside Yoshino and hugged Yoshino. Almost as soon as this small body entered his hands, an extremely cold air was transmitted from the small body in his arms into Wu Yan's body, causing Wu Yan to groan, and his whole body couldn't help but tremble. Yoshino was also greatly frightened. In the midst of panic, she was hugged by someone. Anyone would be more afraid, and Yoshino was the same. Immediately, one of Yoshino's hands was raised. On top of it, a dense cold air flickered. However, in the next moment, Yoshino's hand that was filled with dense cold air stopped, and the cold air on it also dissipated. "Yoshino, calm down." Resisting the corrosion of the cold air that entered her body, and allowing it to be like an electric current that destroyed her body everywhere, Wu Yan fiercely clenched her teeth, and with a trembling voice, she tightened her body, trying to use her body temperature to make Yoshino feel a little safer. Those people are Big Brother's family, they won't hurt Yoshino. So Yoshino, listen, you have to become strong. Hearing the trembling voice that came from her body, Yoshino's mind finally calmed down, and the panic in her eyes also began to slowly dissipate. The consciousness that she nearly lost due to fear also gradually returned to her mind, allowing Yoshino to regain her senses. After regaining her senses, Yoshino realized what she had done. Looking at the sofa that had turned into ice, and the body that was hugging her and trembling nonstop, Yoshino panicked again. That. Yoshino looked at the slightly pale face of Wu Yan, and said helplessly, I'm sorry. Gently exhaling, following Yoshino's recovery, the surrounding cold air also disappeared, and the cold air that invaded Wu Yan's body was the same. The internal organs that were frozen by the cold air also began to slowly recover under the powerful vitality of the true ancestor. A moment later, Wu Yan was once again in perfect condition. Looking at the flustered and guilty Yoshino in his arms, Wu Yan chuckled and rubbed Yoshino's head. Don't worry, everything has to be done slowly. It's normal that Yoshino hasn't gotten used to it yet, but Yoshino, don't be afraid. Even if Yoshino isn't here, I'm still here. Hearing this, Yoshino raised her head and looked at Wu Yan. Although there was still guilt in her big blue eyes, Most of the fear and panic had disappeared. She touched Wu Yan's body, and only when she confirmed that Wu Yan was fine, did Yoshino relax. Seeing this, Wu Yan also let out a sigh of relief. He looked around the hall that was almost frozen, and the sofa that was already frozen. Hearing the approaching footsteps outside the door, he quickly waved his hand. A scarlet spatial ripple appeared in front of Yoshino's surprised eyes. The handle of the Nyedan Shana extended out and was held in Wu Yan's hand. In the next second, following a soft muffled sound, the red lotus flame burned on the Nyedan Shana. The temperature in the hall that was a bit cold due to Yoshino's ability immediately rose up. Yoshino's small body began to tremble. Seeing the red lotus flame on the Nyedan Shana, Yoshino grabbed Wu Yan's clothes in fear. For Yoshino, who can control ice and water, the red lotus flame of the Nyedan Shana is like her natural enemy. If Wu Yan wasn't holding her, Yoshino would have lost control again. He waved his hand that was holding the Nyedan Shana in front of him. The red lotus flame exploded into sparks and landed on the sofa and various parts of the hall. After that, the thin ice disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. The strange thing was that when the thin ice disappeared, the red lotus flames also disappeared without a trace. They didn't damage anything in the hall at all. When all the thin ice disappeared, Wu Yan immediately put away the Nyedan Shana and put the frightened Yoshino back on the sofa. At this time, at the entrance of the hall, the owners of the two voices finally appeared. It's Toka and Shirji. Shido. Toka squealed in delight. Back in the shelter, Shiori told her how dangerous it is outside after the spacequake alarm went off. That's why Toka has been worried about Wu Yan since a while ago. If it wasn't for Wu Yan's order that Toka must follow Shiori, and if it wasn't for Wu Yan's strength, Toka would have already gone out to look for him. Shirdao, you really came back. On the contrary, it was Shirji who had expected this. When I came in through the door and smelled your fragrance, I knew you were back. I'm so sorry for making you worry. Wu Yan scratched his cheek and smiled. At this time, Toka and Shirji also noticed Yoshino standing next to Wu Yan. The two girls were shocked, and Wu Yan's heart skipped a beat. After all, in the original work, when Toka saw Yoshino with the main character, her reaction wasn't normal. Now in a different place, the same thing is happening. Wu Yan can't help but worry that Toka will lose her temper. Why do you give me a familiar feeling? Toka's expression didn't change. She blinked her eyes and said with a bit of surprise, could it be that you're a Toka? Realizing that Toka probably guessed Yoshino's identity, Wu Yan quickly interrupted her. Are you hungry? I made a lot of delicious food for you. Toka's eyes lit up. She nodded her head and ignored Yoshino's identity. While Wu Yan was relieved, he couldn't help but feel confused. What's going on? In the original work, when Toka saw the main character with Yoshino, her jealousy went off the charts. Why didn't she react at all? Does Toka not have feelings for me? But I'm not worse than the main character in the original work. In fact, I'm much better. Wu Yan guessed wrong. In the original work, Toka was mad because Yoshino accidentally fell down and kissed Shido. Toka just happened to see it. Plus, Yoshino has a bad habit of going overboard when talking. That's why Toka almost went berserk. Since there's no drama here, Toka has no reason to be jealous. After all, Toka doesn't even know what love is. Chapter 450. What's your name? Shiori's blue pupils secretly glanced at Shiori, then immediately lowered her head and said in a small voice, I am Shiori. Yono? What a cute name. Shiori smiled and moved closer. Hey Yono-chan, where's your family? Mom and dad? Family. Shiori couldn't help but raise her head and blinked her big eyes. She looked so cute that it almost made Shiori's eyes twinkle with stars. I have no family. Shiori flinched and the smile on her face slowly faded away. What replaced it was a look of pity. She turned around and looked at Wu Yan. Shido, is Yono an orphan? Wu Yan bitterly smiled at Shiori's words. She's right, at least Wu Yan never heard of elves having parents. You can say that. Shirji's face was suddenly filled with love. She looked at the four nuns with a strange look in her eyes. It was obvious that her motherly nature had been triggered. Then this child. Shirji hesitantly glanced at Sifu and frowned. Since Sifu was an orphan, didn't that mean that this child might not have anywhere to go? It's no wonder Wu Yan brought Yono back. If she was in his shoes and met such a cute and lonely child, she wouldn't be able to resist the urge to bring her back. It's not just out of sympathy, it's also because a child with such good looks who has nowhere else to go would have a high chance of being targeted by human traffickers. Shiori didn't know that if Yono did encounter a human trafficker, unless Yono ran away as usual, the human trafficker would be turned into a popsicle. Kotori pitifully cried when she saw Shiori's intention to take Yono in. Sister, she's so pitiful. Can we let her stay at home? In theory, Wu Yan is the one who can make the decisions in this house. However, this isn't Wu Yan's house, it's Shiori and Kotori's. So it's better to let the head of the house make the decision. Shiori agreed without hesitation. Wu Yan, on the other hand, couldn't stay calm. He pulled Kotori's sleeve and whispered into her ear. Hey Kotori, don't tell me you want all the elves to live in our house? His warm breath made Kotori shiver. Not only did her ears turn red, her face turned red as well. Kotori almost ran away when she saw Wu Yan so close to her. After all, her first kiss was taken away by this so-called older brother last night. Kotori, who is in her younger sister mode, still can't face Wu Yan with a straight face. Kotori blushed and stammered. I can't do anything about it. The house for the elves isn't ready yet. I can only arrange for them to stay with us so that way we can observe them. Wu Yan rolled his eyes at Kotori when she stuttered. But he didn't mind. If Toka and Yoshino stayed here, it wouldn't matter to him. In fact, he might even be able to take advantage of them. From the very beginning, Yoshino had been observing the crowd's performance the entire time. To the timid Yoshino, this was the first time that she had personally interacted with so many people. However, at this time, Yoshino couldn't help but think that the three girls in front of him weren't as scary as he imagined. Moreover, each one of them was as gentle as Brother Sherdao. Hey, aren't you going to eat? Shido's cooking is the best. Toka kept stuffing food into her mouth. Ever since she discovered Yoshino's identity, Toka subconsciously felt close to her. After all, they're both elves. Yoshino lowered her head and whispered. I'm full. But you don't look like you're eating much, Toka said in a surprised manner. She stuffed a meat bun into her mouth and swallowed it. Wu Yan couldn't help but grumble inwardly. Do you think that everyone is a foodie like you? Since you're full, Yono-chan, do you want to take a bath with me? Shiori looked at Yoshino expectantly. Who knows if she was treating Yoshino as a real doll? Yoshino was shocked. She shook her head without hesitation. Shiori was disappointed, but she can't be blamed. Yoshino is afraid of strangers. It would be strange if she accepted Shiori's invitation to take a bath. However, fourth uncle's next words caused the people at the dining table to no longer be able to remain calm. I'll take a bath with Brother Shido. Toka and Kotori spat out their food at the same time. The food in their mouths exploded like fireworks on the table. Only Shiori, who didn't have any food in her mouth, managed to escape. As for Wu Yan, he wanted to spit out his food, but the food got stuck in his throat. Pounding his chest with all his might, Wu Yan hammered his chest so hard that it made pong-pong sounds. Finally, he managed to swallow the food in his mouth, but the result was him panting like a dead dog. But he didn't care about any of this. At this moment, he is looking at the reddened Yonko with an astonished expression. The expression in his eyes can only be described as marvelous. Yoshino wants to take a bath with him? This doesn't make sense. While Wu Yan was stunned, Toka and Kotori stood up and slammed their hands on the table. They shouted in unison. No, Shiori, who just regained her composure, was confused by the two girls' shouts. She looked at the two girls with a weird expression. She couldn't understand why they are so excited about Yoshino bathing with Wu Yan. Toka and Kotori blushed when they realized they overreacted. Kotori pursed her lips and looked at Yoshino. She decided to go all out. Oniai-chan, how can you take a bath with Yoshino? Yoshino is a girl. Kotori looked at Wu Yan as if he's a pervert. Wu Yan almost flipped the table. Yoshino is the one who asked to take a bath together, not me. Toka's reason is much more straightforward. In any case, no means no. She looked at the furious Toka, the embarrassed Kotori, the flustered Yono, and the confused Wu Yan. She shook her head when she saw Wu Yan with a face full of all kinds of colors. I say, Yoshino is just a kid. Why are you so agitated? But Kotori wanted to say something but she couldn't. She looked at Shirori with a weird expression. She remembered that on the surface, Wu Yan is still her long-lost brother. With such a big reaction at this time, it was only natural that people would find it strange. Kotori could only turn her head away and let out a muffled cry. I'm full. Toka wanted to imitate Kotori and get angry, but she couldn't bring herself to say, I'm full. In the end, Toka sat down with a dejected look on her face. She picked up the food on the table and started gobbling it up. Wu Yan was the only one left sitting there in a daze. Am I really going to take a bath with Yoshino? Chapter 451. Heavenly Palace City, Itsuka's house. In the bathroom, the steam from the hot water is spreading all over the place. The thick steam completely covered the bathroom, making it hard to see what's inside. Faintly, one could see two figures, one big and one small, swaying within the misty space. The people inside the bathroom are Wu Yan and Yoshino, who asked to take a bath with him. Sitting in the bathtub, Wu Yan subconsciously lowered his head. Yoshino is sitting in front of him with her back facing him. The place is shrouded in mist, but that didn't affect Wu Yan's appreciation of her beauty. In fact, due to the obscurity of the surroundings, Yoshino's petite figure is filled with a different kind of allure. At this time, Yoshino's long blue curly hair is tied into a ponytail, exposing her smooth white neck to the air. The water in the bathroom can't completely cover her smooth body, causing a certain wolf to almost lose control. Wu Yan's face is full of tears. Thinking back in the movie, Wu Yan was quite envious of the original protagonist Itsuka Sherdao, who can take a bath with several elf girls. He didn't expect Yoshino to give him such a big benefit as soon as she came. It made him realize that he will have such a day. Compared to the other elven girls, Wu Yan is the only one here. But it's better than nothing. Even if the one giving out the benefits is just a lowly. Rubbing his itchy nose, Wu Yan can't help but look forward to it. Will this be the same as the original plot? After conquering Yoshino, will they go to the hot spring? If it's possible. Just thinking about it, Wu Yan can't help but laugh. That. Brother Sherdao. Yoshino couldn't help but speak, scaring a certain guy who was thinking about something improper. For a moment, Wu Yan thought his wishful thinking was seen through. What's wrong? Wu Yan's nervous voice came out of his mouth. Realizing his voice is trembling, Wu Yan can't help but scold himself for being useless. It's not like he hasn't taken a bath with his wife before. Ikaros was asked to take a bath with him almost every night. Why am I so nervous? Yoshino shyly said. Just now. I'm really sorry. Hearing that, Wu Yan froze. The nervous feeling in his heart also eased. He put his hands on Yoshino's head and helped her wash her hair. Wu Yan asked softly, Why are you apologizing? Because. Yoshino lowered her head. I hurt. Brother Sherdao. Wu Yan finally understood what's going on. This kid is still hung up over the incident where she accidentally injured him when she lost control of her emotions. Wu Yan shook his head and he pulled Yoshino closer to him. He asked her in a gentle voice. Didn't Yoshino already apologize to me? But, seeing Yoshino's expression, Wu Yan knew it's because Yoshino is someone who hates pain and fear. She doesn't want to bring pain and fear to others. She almost lost control in the hall and hurt herself. Maybe she's blaming herself, Wu Yan sighed. Yoshino, if it's Yoshino, would you apologize to her? Yoshino froze. She didn't expect Wu Yan to suddenly ask such a question. She blinked and pondered for a moment before shaking her head. Wu Yan shook his head as well when he saw the four nuns shaking their heads. He chuckled. Because Yoshino is Yoshino's hero. Yoshino has never said sorry to Yoshino. Is that right? So, you don't have to say sorry to me. Because when Yoshino isn't by Yoshino's side, your older brother is Yoshino's hero. Yoshino raised her head and looked at Wu Yan's wine-red eyes. She felt it was the most beautiful eyes in the world. Because Yoshino could see the love and tenderness in his eyes. Yoshino immediately lowered her head shyly. Yes, yes. Seeing Yoshino lowering her head shyly, Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh. This girl is really cute. She's the same as Xiaofu. She's the type that people can't be cruel to and don't treat well. Hey Yoshino. After thinking for a moment, Wu Yan said to Yoshino, do you really not want to bring pain and fear to others? Yes. Yoshino was silent. Then, without the slightest hesitation, he nodded his head. It could be seen that Yoshino truly hoped from the bottom of his heart that he wouldn't harm others. He also hoped that he wouldn't bring the emotions that he hated to others. Seeing Yoshino nod her head, Wu Yan closed his eyes. Soon after, as if he had made a decision, he suddenly opened his eyes. Yoshino, if your older brother has a way to make you not harm others, but the price is that you will lose all of your fairy powers, are you willing to do that? Yoshino's body trembled. She quickly turned around. Her large blue eyes were staring straight at Wu Yan's face. There was a trace of hope and hesitation in her eyes. Wu Yan didn't say anything. Just like that, he looked at Yoshino. Quietly, they looked at each other from a distance. It was as if they were communicating with their eyes. In fact, Wu Yan's heart was also very nervous. After all, Yoshino was easily scared. It wasn't easy for him to make Yoshino accept him. If this sudden request made Yoshino afraid, she might go berserk this time. If he didn't feel that his relationship with Yoshino had improved a lot, Wu Yan wouldn't dare to rashly ask such a question. Moreover, Wu Yan couldn't bear to see her lose control of her emotions and hurt others. Then he would secretly feel guilty. That would be too cruel. Therefore, Wu Yan decided to take a gamble. Fortunately, his gamble didn't seem to be in vain. At least, Yoshino didn't show any signs of fear. After a long time, Yoshino said a little anxiously, "Really, can I?" There's hope. Wu Yan was happy. He nodded at Yoshino. Then he told Yoshino about the existence of the sealing ring and its effects. He didn't hide anything. After all, this is the condition for the sealing ring to take effect. After Wu Yan finished explaining, Yoshino raised her little nose and said with melancholy, "But my power is sealed." Yoshino. Shitona was an independent personality born from the spiritual energy of the four kinai. Only with the support of the spiritual energy of the four kinai could Shitona appear. If the power of the four kinai was lost, then Shitona was no different from being dead. In the original work, the reason why Yashina could still appear after Yashina's power was sealed was that after Shido sealed the power of the elf, an invisible connection would be formed between him and the elf. This connection would allow the elf to reverse the elf power stored in Shido's body when the elf lost control of his emotions. Because of this, Kotori was always worried that the elves would be in a bad mood and retrieve their elven power. At the same time, it's also because of this connection that Yoshino can extract a little bit of spiritual energy to maintain Yoshino's appearance. However, the sealing ring has no connection at all. But there's no problem with that. Don't worry, Wu Yan said with a smile. When you seal your power is sealed in your own body. Although you can't use it, it can be used to maintain Yoshino's appearance. If Yoshino can maintain Yoshino and prevent herself from hurting others. Yoshino no longer hesitated and nodded firmly. Wu Yan chuckled at this. Chapter 452. This is. Siwon looked at the sealing bracelet on her wrist with a bit of surprise. Her big blue eyes were filled with curiosity and surprise. She could feel that when the red bracelet was put on her wrist, the spiritual force in her body had completely sunk into her body. In the past, he could sense the water vapor and cold air all the time. At this moment, he could no longer sense them, let alone use them. Although he can feel the existence of the fairy's power, Yoshino can't use it if he wants to. Siwon knew that if she wanted to use the power of the past again, she would have to get the consent of the man who was connected to her fate. There was no other way. Towards such a situation, Shino did not have any thoughts of resisting. Instead, he was faintly happy. In this way, he would no longer do excessive things to everyone when his mind was in a mess. After sealing Yoshino's energy, Wu Yan let out a sigh of relief and smiled. But when he saw the row of sealing bracelets on his wrist, Wu Yan bitterly smiled. The sealing bracelet paired with Flandre-chan, Toka paired with Yakuni, and the sealing bracelet paired with Toka. The 3 white sealing bracelets took up almost half of Wu Yan's right wrist. This is just the beginning. Kotori and Tokisaki Kurumi might have their own bracelets in the future. When that time comes, 5 sealing bracelets might fill up his entire right wrist. Wearing 5 bracelets would definitely look out of place, wouldn't it? Sighing, Wu Yan muttered to himself. Forget it, I'll just wear it as a wrist guard. Speaking of which, when the sealing bracelets are linked together, it does look a bit like a wrist guard. How do you feel? You should be able to get used to it, right? Wu Yan grinned at Yoshino. He no longer has to worry about her losing control like before. Yoshino slowly nodded, but then she shook her head. She opened her mouth, but she didn't know how to describe her feelings. For a moment, she revealed a conflicted expression. Wu Yan laughed when he saw this. Wu Yan pulled Yoshino in front of him and said with a smile, "Well, you can slowly experience it in the future. After all, no one will attack you anymore. Come on, big brother will help you wash your hair." For some reason, Wu Yan's tone is a little perverted when he said this. Yoshino blushed and lowered her head to let Wu Yan wash her hair. The 2 people who were immersed in their own world did not notice that at some point, outside the bathroom, the door leading to the changing room behind the glass door was quietly opened at this moment. Outside the door, a young girl with dark purple hair and a bow-tied hairband sneakily stuck her head in. Her amethyst-like eyes scanned the entire space before she tiptoed into the room and closed the door. The person who came in was none other than Toka. She glanced at the glass door of the bathroom not far away, and then scanned the changing room. When she saw Wu Yan's clothes in a basket, she couldn't help but feel angry. What is Shido doing? Is he really taking a bath with Yoshino? Xiang couldn't help but clench her fists tightly. Her little feet were also constantly stomping on the ground. It was obvious that Xiang was in a terrible mood right now. Fortunately, Toka's power is sealed in the sealing ring. If it's the same as the original, Toka's power would have flowed back due to her bad mood. The result would be that the entire bathroom would be turned into a pile of rubble. However, when Ten Incense raised her head and was about to go to the glass door to check out the situation, she inadvertently glanced at a corner. Ten Incense's mouth fell open. "You." Ten Fragrance's voice involuntarily rose a little. Just as she was about to scream, a hand suddenly covered her mouth, blocking the rest of her voice. "Shh." Kotori made a serious gesture and pointed at the glass door. It was clear what she meant. Toka blinked and nodded. Kotori sighed in relief and let go of Toka's mouth. The 2 looked at each other. One red and one purple eyes had a strange expression. Toka is confused. She's confused as to why Kotori is here. She's here because Wu Yan and Yoshino are taking a bath together. It made her feel uncomfortable. Kotori is here too. Does she feel uncomfortable? As for Kotori, she's embarrassed that her behavior was discovered. She can't explain it to Toka, but it's true that she felt uncomfortable when she heard that Wu Yan and Yoshino are taking a bath together. The 2 women had a tacit understanding and didn't talk at this time. Instead, after they looked at each other, they went to the bathroom's glass door and leaned their ears against it. That. Shido Gij. What's wrong? That no. That. Where? Here? No. Why? It hurts. Bear with it, it'll be over soon. Yes. Kotori and Toka immediately widened their eyes. Kotori felt a fire burning in her heart as she listened to the conversation, and strange sounds coming from the glass door. Toka bit her lips. Her face was filled with anger, causing her mind to go blank. Unable to hold back her anger, Toka pushed the glass door open. Kotori, who was leaning against the door, screamed and fell to the ground. She angrily looked into the bathroom. Tears hung from the corners of her eyes as she shouted, "Dao, what are you doing?" After shouting, Toka was stunned and couldn't speak anymore. Not only Toka, but Kotori on the ground and the 2 people in the bathroom were also stunned. "You." Wu Yan pressed his hand on Itsuno's head. He looked at the 2 uninvited guests. He didn't know how to react. Yoshino blushed, and she dipped her head into the water. The moment she moved, Yoshino yelped in pain and she covered her head. Wu Yan's hand that was pressing down on her head is now tangled with her hair. Kotori was the first to understand what happened. Wu Yan's hand got tangled with Itsuno's hair when he was washing her hair. Kotori felt awkward. She replayed the scene in her mind when she overheard the conversation between the two. Her face started to burn up. Toka, on the other hand, was stunned for a moment. When she saw the two naked in the bathtub, she got even angrier. She stomped her foot and yelled, "Shido! What are you doing?" Wu Yan gulped. Inside he's complaining. Is Toa really jealous now? However, this thought completely flew out of his mind when he heard Teninsense's next sentence. All that was left was the thick shock on his face. Toka glared at Itsuno and yelled, "I want to bathe with you." Wu Yan's mouth turned into an O shape. His eyes were wide open. He couldn't stay calm. Kotori crawled up from the ground and was also bombarded by Toka's bold words. She couldn't get up from the ground again. Wu Yan was confused. He only had one thought left in his mind. I'm lucky. Chapter 453. Ha! Shiori looked at Wu Yan, Toka, Kotori, and Yoshino in surprise. She asked with uncertainty. Hot springs? Yes. Yes. Wu Yan sighed. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the surprised Shiori. When he was bathing with Yoshino last night, Wu Yan was thinking about how the protagonist went to a hot spring with a few elf girls in the original work. He wondered if he would have the chance to enjoy the same benefits. Who would have thought that the thought that flashed through his mind would actually come true? It can't be helped. He can't bathe multiple times in one night. He already took a bath with Yoshino last night. When Toka asked to bathe together, Wu Yan couldn't do it. Although the request is tempting and Wu Yan is willing, Kotori was there at the time. The bathing incident was supposed to end like this, but Toka seemed to have gotten serious. He made a big fuss and insisted on bathing with Yisei even if he had to die. Kotori almost changed into a black satin belt to keep the situation under control. Thus Wu Yan yelled out loud, "Why don't we all go to the hot springs together tomorrow? That way we can all bathe together." This sentence spread throughout the bathroom, causing everyone to quiet down. In the end, it was actually decided just like that. That was why the scene before them was happening. Hot springs. Shiori couldn't help but fall silent. Her heart faintly moved. For girls, hot springs were always a very attractive place. Even Shiori was no exception. But the problem is mixed baths. Shiori carefully looked at Wu Yan. Her eyes flickered. It's like she's looking at a good youth who's about to go astray. Wu Yan's mouth twitched. However, Shiori's question made him swallow all the words he wanted to say. After all, their goal this time is indeed to soak in the mixed bath. Shiori saw Wu Yan's silence. She knew what the answer is. Her expression became strange. At the same time, the way she looked at the three girls changed to that of Wu Yan. Toka is fine. She moved in as Wu Yan's girlfriend, so it's reasonable for her to go to the mixed baths with her boyfriend. Yoshino is nothing out of the ordinary. To Shiori, Yoshino is just a kid. He had already taken a bath with her last night, so it didn't matter if he took a mixed bath again. But what's with Kotori? Isn't she his sister? She's going to have a mixed bath too? Although it wasn't that there weren't siblings who were close enough to bathe together. That was something that only happened when they were young, right? It's not like there aren't any who have grown up, but Shiori still feels strange. Under Shiori's strange gaze, Kotori couldn't help but feel embarrassed. She buried her head and couldn't say anything. She began to hate herself. What was wrong with her that she agreed to go with them? Wu Yan's gaze is also a bit evasive. After all, this is like a scumbag trying to capture a girl. It's really embarrassing, especially under the gaze of the other girl. In this silent atmosphere, after a long time, Shiori scratched her little face and sighed. Then you guys go. I'll wait at home for you guys to come back. Shiori didn't know if it was just her imagination, but she felt like the four people in front of her seemed to be relieved after she said those words. Of course, if Shiori goes with them, then they will be under a lot of pressure. On the way to the hot spring hotel, Toka and Yoshino are like two curious babies who have never seen anything before. They're curious about everything. They kept pointing here and there. They're very energetic. Fortunately, they're not asking Wu Yan. Otherwise, Wu Yan would be mentally and physically exhausted even if he's about to take a mixed bath. Wu Yan didn't know what Kotori told Ratatosker about this hot spring trip. Ratatosker is paying for all the expenses. Even Murasame Rain was hired as a driver. Wu Yan didn't know what to think about this. If Kotori really wants to tell Ratatosker something, she'll definitely switch back to commander mode. Once she switches back to commander mode, with her arrogant personality, would she still agree to take a mixed bath with Wu Yan? Wu Yan doesn't know either, but in the end, Wu Yan took advantage of the situation and didn't even need to spend money. Just like in the original work, under the lead of Murasame Rain, everyone arrived at the hot spring hotel. Of course, there were no AST people here to cause trouble. Shiori did not follow them, and Tokichi Origami had nothing to do with them. Naturally, she would not bring a group of AST people here to soak in the hot spring. Of course, the battle between Ratatosker and AST in the original work would not happen. It's worth mentioning that Yoshino has returned to Yoshino's side. On this trip to the hot spring, Yoshino kept chirping, scolding Wu Yan from time to time, and attacking Toka and Kotori. This made the group hate this filthy rabbit. Wu Yan can't do anything about it. He took advantage of Yoshino's absence and conquered her while she was away. He even sealed her power in the process. It's only natural that Yoshino would be dissatisfied with him. When the group arrived at their destination, the sky was already turning yellow. This is the best time to take a bath in the hot spring. Wu Yan and the others really know how to pick a good time. In the hot spring hotel booked by Ratatosker, the group soon arrived at the hot spring. Looking at the hot spring, Wu Yan, Kotori, Toka, Yoshino, and Yoshino were all happy. As for Rain Murasame, she disappeared for some reason. Wu Yan looked at Kotori, Toka, and Yoshino. He coughed and pretended to be serious. "All right, get ready to change your clothes." Kotori and Toka shuddered. They blushed when they heard Wu Yan's words. They actually started acting bashful at a time like this. Do we have to do it now?" Kotori hesitated and said, "It seems like she's going to change her mind." Wu Yan sighed. After all, in the original work, Kotori jumped into the water with Shido, even though she was in commander mode with a towel wrapped around her. "Well, you can wait." Wu Yan didn't seem to care. "But when we are done, I don't think we will wait for you." Kotori pursed her lips, and her little face fell. The 2 white ribbons on her head also became listless, making her look quite adorable. In the end, Kotori decided to jump into the water. "Shido." Toka turned around and looked at Wu Yan. She pointed at the door and said, "You go out first, come back in later." Wu Yan paused for a moment. "Why?" Toka stomped her feet and stuck her tongue out at Wu Yan. "Just get out of here. Idiot. Idiot." Wu Yan raised an eyebrow as he looked at Toka, who looked like she was possessed by a stria. He helplessly sighed and he pulled Yono's hand. "Then I'll go out with Yoshino to change clothes." "Oh yeah." Shino's tone was a little sharp as she cried out. "So Shido likes Yoshino more." Toka glared at Yoshino and humphed. She stopped talking. Chapter 454. In the changing room outside the hot spring, Wu Yan helped Yono take off her clothes while she blushed. Her tender body that he saw last night was revealed to him. Even though he saw her once last night, Wu Yan couldn't help but turn his head away. It's not that he's pretending to be serious, but if he doesn't do this, he's afraid that he'll lose his composure. Shideo-san, you're shy." Siono smiled and teased. Wu Yan rolled his eyes and ignored her. Wu Yan picked up a small bath towel and wrapped it around Siono's body. Then he took off his clothes and wrapped himself in a towel. His firm chest heaved up and down in the air. Occasionally, there would be the sound of his heartbeat, and occasionally, there would be a glimmer of light flashing through his eyes. He looked very well built. Touching his chest, Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh. If it was in the past, with his small otaku body, how could he have such a golden ratio? All of this is thanks to the blessing of the true ancestor bloodline. "Siono, don't forget to tie up your hair," Wu Yan said to Siono. Yes. After a short day of interaction, Siono's words are a lot more eloquent. She's no longer like before where she would pause every 1 or 2 words. At least, it's not that often, but her voice is still as low as before. And it's this change that made Siono surprised when she woke up. For Siono, who is very familiar with Siono, this change is already a great progress. While Siono's hair is tied up, Wu Yan chose 3 towels and folded them into a square shape. For some reason, when they're soaking in the hot spring, they always have to put a square towel on their head. Wu Yan thought it's a bit troublesome, but since everyone did it, he followed suit. After doing all this, Wu Yan brought Siono to the hot spring and opened the door. When the hot spring came into view, 2 figures entered the hot spring as well. Shido. Toka leaned on the side and waved at Wu Yan. Come down quickly. This is amazing. It's much more comfortable than bathing at home. Wu Yan didn't answer Toka because he's completely focused on the scene in front of him. In the hot spring, Kotori grabbed her towel and sat opposite Toka. Her delicate body was deeply hidden under the hot spring, making it impossible to see what's going on inside. But her face, which is red from embarrassment or from the heat, is exceptionally charming. Toka sat opposite Kotori, but compared to Kotori, Toka didn't wear a towel. She leaned on the edge of the hot spring and closed her eyes comfortably. Half of her naked body was covered by the hot spring water, but the 2 semicircles were exposed. Seeing the 2 in the hot spring, Wu Yan swallowed a mouthful of saliva. When he came back to his senses, he scolded himself for not living up to expectations. He had 8 wives at home. How could he not see enough of them? He couldn't even withstand the test. While despising himself, Wu Yan's body shrunk back unnaturally. Because seeing the 2 women like this, Wu Yan couldn't hold back his lust and raised the flag. He didn't want to let anyone see the tent under his towel. It looks really comfortable. Shitona shouted while dancing with joy. Shitona also wants to try it. When she heard Shino blinked her eyes, and then she walked towards the hot spring. When her little feet soaked in the hot spring, her large eyes couldn't help but narrow slightly while a flush appeared on her face. It seemed that the effects of the hot spring were rather outstanding for Shino. Yoshino quickened her pace and slowly submerged herself in the water. She swam to Toka's side and sat down. Seeing Yoshino enter the water, Wu Yan's restless heart was released. He couldn't wait to get into the water. Looking at him, he almost shouted, "I'm coming." Wu Yan glanced at Toka and Yoshino, then at Kotori. A wicked light flashed in his eyes. Then, without hesitation, Wu Yan came to Kotori's side and sat down. Kotori shrunk back and looked at Wu Yan sitting beside her. Her face blushed even more. She tightened her grip on the towel, and her gaze became unnatural. But she didn't leave. After Wu Yan entered the water, the hot spring became quiet. Toka, Yoshino, and Yoshino's eyes were closed as if they were asleep. Kotori envied them. She also wanted to close her eyes and enjoy the hot spring. However, Wu Yan made her nervous. She couldn't calm down and enjoy the hot spring. After a while, Wu Yan suddenly said in a voice only Kotori can hear. "Kotori, you didn't bring a black ribbon to the hot spring, right?" Kotori was stunned. She tilted her head in confusion. She didn't understand why Wu Yan suddenly asked this, but she answered honestly. "No, I brought a ribbon, it would get wet." Wu Yan's wine-red eyes flashed with a brilliant light as he grinned. Kotori's body stiffened. She made a strange sound like a hiccup. Her red eyes flashed with disbelief. She slowly turned to look at Wu Yan. She wanted to prove that Wu Yan didn't do it. Unfortunately, all she saw was a face with a hateful smile. "Oniai-chan, you." Kotori's face turned red. She wanted to scream when she saw Wu Yan's face, but Wu Yan's words stopped her. "Toka and the others are still on the other side." Kotori swallowed the scream she was about to blurt out. She pouted and wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Wu Yan's hand on Kotori's breast started to slowly move. A scorching sensation traveled from Wu Yan's skin into Kotori's body. Her heart trembled violently. The hand that seemed to have a very high temperature seemed to have some sort of magical power. Kotori almost moaned. Kotori bit her lips and looked at Toka and Yoshino, who had their eyes closed. She was so embarrassed that tears welled up in her eyes. Kotori was extremely afraid. She was afraid that Toka and Yoshino would open their eyes and see what happened. If that happened, she wouldn't be able to face them anymore. Kotori quickly stopped Wu Yan's mischievous hand and looked at Wu Yan pleadingly. "Oniai-chan, don't be like this." Wu Yan raised an eyebrow. He glanced at Toka and Yoshino before turning back to Kotori. He ignored Kotori's attempts to stop him, and he started caressing Kotori again. He used his actions to answer Kotori's question. Kotori's body trembled again and again. She reached out and pressed Wu Yan's hand. Unfortunately, Wu Yan's hand seemed to have infinite strength. He didn't care about Kotori's attempts at stopping him. He continued moving without any hindrance. Oniai-chan. Oniai-chan. Don't. We'll be discovered, Kotori said to Wu Yan with a trembling voice. She didn't dare to speak too loudly for fear of waking up the two women. Will Wu Yan agree? The answer is no. Chapter 455. Kotori is filled with regret. Why did she agree to come to the hot spring last night? If she didn't agree, she wouldn't be treated like this. Kotori is using all her strength to press down on the hand under the hot spring. She's trying to stop the hand from invading her body. However, it was as if all her strength was non-existent. She was completely ignored by the other party. Under the suppression of all her strength, the big hand was not affected at all. It moved freely as if it was nothing. It touched Kotori's body from front to back, from top to bottom. Kotori's heart seems to stop for a moment every second. She's gasping for air as if she can't breathe in fresh air. The quiet hot spring is filled with soft panting sounds. Every time she gasped for breath, her strength would decrease by a notch. The strength in her hands would decrease as well. Towards the end, Kotori's hands that were pressed against Wu Yan's palms can only be described as a pair. Kotori's pretty face is as red as a peach. Her forehead is secreting fine beads of sweat. As she gasps for breath, the beads of sweat slowly slide down her face and the tip of her nose, dripping into the hot spring. The air above the hot spring is filled with a faint body fragrance. Feeling her strength leaving her body, a strange desire is gradually attacking her. Kotori lowered her head and gasped for breath. From time to time, she'll let out a soft murmur. Her red eyes are starting to water. Wu Yan shook his head and laughed. He started looking forward to Kotori's reaction. If Kotori's already in such a sorry state when he touched her breasts, what would happen if he touched other parts of her body? Thinking of this, Wu Yan can't help but lick his lips. His hand's movement suddenly turned into a hand. Kotori's smooth body is now completely in his palm. Kotori clenched her teeth, trying her best to endure the strange feeling in her body. This feeling made Kotori panic because this is the first time she's felt this kind of desire. Kotori panted and looked at her big brother. She wanted to beg for mercy, but every time she tried to speak, her voice would turn into a heart-wrenching moan. Kotori didn't dare to open her mouth anymore. She could only use her eyes to express her pleas. But Kotori didn't know that her eyes were the most attractive part of her body. Her eyes were filled with confusion and pleading. Anyone who wasn't on guard against her face couldn't help but feel short of breath. Wu Yan quickened his pace and increased the intensity of his thrusts. Kotori's heart is filled with hatred. How can her brother treat her like this? It's fine if you take away her first kiss and she won't blame you for touching her. But I'm begging you. How can you ignore me and watch me embarrass myself like this? I should have changed to a black ribbon. Kotori doesn't know that Wu Yan is only bullying her in her sister mode. After all, a soft girl is easy to bully. As for the commander mode, Wu Yan doesn't have the guts to tease her yet because he doesn't want to die. Thus, Wu Yan can only take it slow, starting from sister mode. When the time comes, he will push Kotori down and she will have no choice but to accept the fact that she is in commander mode. This is why every time Wu Yan has bad intentions, he'll either take away her black ribbon, or ask her if she has one. One has to admit that this method is very effective. At the very least, the sister mode Kotori can't refuse Wu Yan. She can only let Wu Yan do whatever he wants. As time passed, Wu Yan gradually grew dissatisfied. Narrowing his eyes, Wu Yan calmed himself down and started moving his hand upwards. Kotori's eyes widened, and her face was filled with panic. She sensed that the scorching hand was moving to a place that she absolutely couldn't accept. Her heart was pounding so hard that it could be faintly heard in the air above the hot spring. It was not hard to imagine how tense Kotori's emotions were. No. Please don't. Kotori can't speak anymore. She can only scream madly in her heart as the hand gets closer. She hopes that a certain kind werewolf can hear her. Unfortunately, Wu Yan doesn't know how to read minds. Finally, Wu Yan's hand covered the most private part of the Kotori. With a gentle flick of his finger, Kotori's tightly shut lips let out a moan. The sound is so pleasant that it made Wu Yan's blood boil. That one flick turned into a lot of flick. Ugh! A deadly electric current ran back and forth in Kotori's body, engulfing every cell in her body. Then, the deadly electric current turned into a deadly orgasm. Kotori raised her head with her mouth wide open. Her eyes flickered with the most erotic light. Looking at Kotori's expression, Wu Yan held his breath. He couldn't help but reach out with his other hand. Ignoring Kotori's flustered expression, he removed the towel from her body. When the white towel was removed from her body, Kotori's body was revealed. The pair of white bunnies he saw in a hurry in Wu Yan's bathroom entered Wu Yan's eyes. Onyai-chan. Kotori couldn't help but cry out. Her body was completely exposed in front of Wu Yan. She was extremely embarrassed. However, Wu Yan's hand didn't stop moving. Kotori felt like she was in an abyss of fire. She couldn't save herself. She could only watch as her body writhed in front of Wu Yan's eyes. Finally, Kotori is within Wu Yan's grasp. Wu Yan couldn't wait any longer, and he started rubbing Kotori's body. While rubbing Kotori's body, he bit down on one of her ears. Kotori let out a seductive moan. Her face was as red as water. She placed her hands on Wu Yan's upper and lower arms, but she couldn't exert any strength. From the outside, it looked like Kotori was the one driving Wu Yan's hand. Kotori kept moaning. The luxury called rationality was slowly collapsing. Kotori's voice uncontrollably became louder and louder, echoing throughout the space. To avoid attracting the attention of the two girls, Wu Yan lowered his head, and he sucked on Kotori's lips. He also pried open her teeth and he searched for Kotori's flustered tongue. Then he started making love with her. The ambiguous atmosphere began to spread throughout the entire hot spring. Even the hot spring seemed to be shy. It began to accelerate the evaporation of heat, enveloping the two's entwined bodies, covering their embarrassment. On the other side, Toka, Yoshino, and Yoshino seemed to be really asleep. They didn't notice at all that there was a ripple that was enough to destroy the pure thoughts of the elves in front of them. When Wu Yan and Kotori's lips parted, their red eyes met. They started panting when they saw the look in each other's eyes. Wu Yan kissed Kotori's lips again. He let go of Kotori's thigh and held Kotori's breasts. He lifted her up and placed it between his legs. No. Onyai-san. Kotori moaned. Don't. Here. Kotori's words made Wu Yan realize where they are. His mind cleared up. He bitterly smiled. There's nothing he can do. He stopped pressing down on Kotori's breasts and started to move his hands back and forth. Kotori's light panting sounds kept coming from the hot spring. Chapter 456. Hot Spring Hotel. At a certain moment, the door of the hot spring was finally opened. Ten Fragrance and Siwa-Nai walked out of the hot spring with a towel wrapped around their bodies. There was still some mist around their bodies and there was a strong sense of satisfaction on their faces. So comfortable. Toka sniffed and smiled happily. Hot spring is really good stuff. Yoshino by the side also repeatedly nodded her small head. One could see a trace of joy in her large blue eyes. For Yoshino, who was temporarily unable to properly express her emotions, this kind of expression was already an extremely happy expression. Oh, where's Shido? Yoshino waved her rabbit hands, reminding the two elves who were immersed in the hot spring world not to forget a certain someone. Ah, Toka was shocked. Yeah, where's Shido? Siyu tilted her head in confusion. She blinked her big eyes, full of question marks. It was obvious that Ten Fragrance had asked the wrong person. Thus, the two sprites, one big and one small, immediately began to stare at each other. He should still be in the hot spring, Yoshino said. She covered her mouth and secretly smiled. So little Toka doesn't care about Shido anymore. Yoshino must tell Shido this fact. Shido will be very sad and then ignore little Toka. Ten Fragrances immediately turned pale with fright. He shook his head frantically and shouted, "Of course not. Shido won't ignore me." Yeah, Shido won't ignore little Toka. Yoshino's words pierced Toka's heart. But this time, it was you little Ten Fragrances, who left Shido behind. Yoshino thinks Shido will be very sad. Toka's eyes were full of tears. She said to Yoshino, But didn't Yoshino also leave Shido behind? Shido will also ignore Yoshino. Yoshino was stunned. Then her little face started to become nervous. Her eyes were filled with tears. Yoshino's heart jumped. She didn't want to scare Yoshino. She changed her tone. We're all in the same hot spring. Why didn't you notice Shido? Toka opened her mouth. She tilted her head and said seriously, I forgot. Yoshino lowered her head and said weakly, me too. These two elves are so natural that they broke through the sky. More importantly, it's not too late to remember Wu Yen. But you forgot about Kotori. Both Toka and Yoshino seemed to be scared by Yoshino's words. Toka quickly said, I'll go find Shido. The four Kano nodded. The two spirits turned around, and when they were about to enter the hot spring, Wu Yen appeared before them. He slowly walked out of the hot spring with a smug look on his face. He looked like he just ate something good. Anyone who saw him would know that he's in a good mood. His body and mind are at their best. Under Toka and Yoshino's surprised gaze, Wu Yen said to Yoshino in a bad mood, I say Yoshino, is it fun to bully Toka and Yoshino? Yoshino giggled. Yoshino didn't want to bully Yoshino. Yoshino only wanted to bully Toka. Toka suddenly realized. It's like she just realized she was being bullied. But the truth is, she just realized she was being bullied. She angrily looked at Yoshino and said, So you've been bullying me? Who told Toka to be so fun? Yoshino said while waving her hand. Her tone is asking for a beating. That it's not good to quarrel. Si Ning withdrew the shitonai in her hand a little, and softly said. That gentle voice caused 10 Incense's anger to involuntarily subside. Wu Yen laughed and shook his head. These two elves are being bullied by a doll. If they really cared about me, they would have come to me from the start. Bang! Suddenly, a foot kicked Wu Yen from behind. It landed on Wu Yan's waist. Wu Yen didn't expect someone to attack him. He was completely unprepared. The sudden kick landed on his waist, causing him to spit out a mouthful of saliva. He flew through the air in a parabolic arc before crashing into the ground. His toes twitched a couple of times before he went limp and couldn't get up anymore. Shido Oniai-chan. Shi Xiang and Si Wen-nai couldn't help but exclaim. They turned to look at the owner of the foot, and couldn't help but be stunned. Kotori, why did you suddenly kick Shido? Toka looked at Kotori. Yoshino was also anxious. Kotori's state is too strange. His red eyes were actually suffused with a black light. His face was so gloomy that it seemed as though water was about to drip from it. His body was constantly trembling, as though he was enduring something. However, there was a misty mist in his black eyes. His gloomy face was suffused with a red flush. If this state was not strange, what was it? On the ground, Wu Yen struggled to get up. He looked at Kotori's head. Wu Yen despaired. The white ribbons on Kotori's head have turned black. Commander mode. Kotori narrowed her red eyes. A fierce glint flashed in her eyes. Under the bath towel, her long white legs strode towards Wu Yen. Each step is followed by a heavy thud. It's like she's stepping on everyone's heartstrings. Toka and Yoshino hugged each other. They're trembling. Wu Yen laughed dryly. He shook his hands. He pretended to be relaxed. If it wasn't for his body moving back, they'd think he's going to argue with Kotori. Kotori stood in front of Wu Yen. She looked down at Wu Yen. Ignoring the fact that Wu Yen is seriously injured, she said coldly, Speak, how do you want to die? Wu Yen smiled sheepishly. Must I be sentenced to death? Looks like you don't want to choose how you want to die. Kotori said. Then let me decide for you. Kotori. Wu Yen looked at Kotori, who's glowing black. He shouted with grief and indignation. Please listen to my last words. Oh. Kotori glanced at Wu Yen expressionlessly. What do you want to say? This commander allows you to speak. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? Looking at Kotori, who could turn into a dark one at any moment, Wu Yen racked his brain to think of a way to get out of this situation. However, the cruel selection process slowly extinguished his hope. In the end, Wu Yen looked like he wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Looks like you're testing my patience. Kotori clenched her teeth and raised her foot. Since that's the case, let me end you. Wu Yen looked at the foot that's about to land on him. He jumped up and grabbed Kotori's hands. Kotori was shocked. She shouted, Let go. Let go? How can I let go? I'll die if I let go. He grabbed Kotori's hands and hugged her tightly. Kotori's body stiffened. Kotori pushed Wu Yan away as she glared at Wu Yan. She gasped for air as if she had used up all of her strength to push him away. She looked at Wu Yan with a dark expression on her face. After a while, Kotori snorted coldly. "You're lucky." Kotori grabbed her clothes and walked out of the changing room without looking back. The other three sighed in relief and looked at each other. Kotori's legs turned to jelly and she fell against the wall. Her face was flushed. The murderous glint in her eyes turned into a daze and her skin was flushed red. Kotori's face reddened again when she recalled what she did with Wu Yan in the hot spring. Idiot. Chapter 457. The sky had darkened, and the night had surrounded the entire sky in darkness. The stars were slightly glowing, embellishing the black sky, making the color not so monotonous. Unfortunately, perhaps because it was a little superfluous, the moon did not appear in this beautiful scene in the distance. A luxurious car drove over at an average speed, and soon stopped at the door of Wu He's house. All the doors were opened in a moment, and a man and 3 women also got out of the car, closed the door, and came to the gate. These 4 people were naturally Wu Yan's group who came back from the hot spring hotel. "Then I'll go back first," Murasame Ling-in said to everyone with a pair of eyes wrapped in dark circles. It had to be said that this time, Murasame Ling-in sacrificed a lot. Not only did she act as a driver, but she also didn't go to the hot spring. This was only secondary. More importantly, when Wu Yan's group was comfortably enjoying the hot spring, Murasame Ling-in was entertaining herself in the hot spring hotel alone for several hours, which was admirable. It wasn't until Murasame Rain drove away that everyone retracted their gazes. However, Yoshino raised his head and looked at the sky. There was a strange color in his big blue eyes. The big eyes reflected the scene of the night. The little starlight at this time seemed to enter Yoshino's big eyes, flashing frequently, which looked very beautiful. Catching a glimpse of this scene, Wu Yan, who was about to enter Wu He's house, stopped, looked at Yoshino sideways, and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Hearing Wu Yan's voice, Yoshino seemed to be awakened. She took back her eyes that looked up at the sky, and said with a little embarrassment, "That is very beautiful." "Beautiful?" Wu Yan raised his head and looked at the distant sky. Indeed, the night sky at this time was very beautiful, but such a scenery was relatively common. Compared with those real beauties, such as the beautiful scenery between the sky and the sea that he saw last time at the seaside of the Whirlwind Butler world, there was still some gap. Of course, Wu Yan did not say anything because of this. He could more or less guess why the 4 bunnies were behaving like this, squatting down. Wu Yan touched the beautiful hat on Si Yunai's head and said, "Haven't you seen it?" Si is being touched by Wu Yan on the head. Yoshino seemed to enjoy it very much. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and a happy blush appeared on her face as she whispered, "Yeah, I've never seen it before." Upon hearing this, not only Wu Yan, but even Toka and Kotori, who was still in commander mode, turned to look at the 4 Jinai at the same time with a pitiful expression on their faces. Yoshino is the spirit of ice and water. Every time it descends to this world, it will bring along a sky full of rain because of its special ice and water spirit power. Because of this, if Yoshino were to raise its head to look at the sky in the past, it would only see the same rain and clouds. Up until now, everyone still remembered that after Yoshino's power was sealed last night, when she woke up the next day, her face that always carried a bashful expression, when she saw the blue sky, just what kind of brilliant expression appeared on her face. From a certain point of view, Yoshino was really pitiful. Looking at Yoshino's blushing face, Wu Yan smiled and scratched Yoshino's nose. He said dotingly, "In the future there will be a lot of time to see it." Yoshino raised his head and smiled. He nodded his little head. The crowd was able to sense that Yoshino's mood seemed to have become very happy. Thus, smiles involuntarily appeared on the crowd's faces. After rubbing Yoshino's head again, Wu Yan stood up and glanced at the door. He hesitated for a bit, but didn't choose to enter. Instead, he turned to Kotori. "I say, Kotori, aren't you going to switch back to sister mode?" Wu Yan asked out of curiosity. To prevent Shirori from getting involved in unnecessary trouble, Kotori has always been reluctant to act like a commander in front of Shirori. This is why Wu Yan was able to bully Kotori back in the Itsuka family. Kotori snorted. She glanced at Wu Yan, and she mumbled. It's all because of you. What did you say? Kotori's voice was so soft that even Wu Yan couldn't hear it. This made Wu Yan even more confused and curious. Kotori glared at Wu Yan and shouted. I said it's none of your business. Kotori's shout caught Wu Yan's attention. Wu Yan felt like his head was struck by lightning. He felt dizzy and his eyes were spinning. Pursing her lips, Kotori swung her 2 red ponytails as she walked towards the door. She's cursing inside her heart. In her sister mode, she's so naive and cheerful. How could she have the nerve to come out and see Wu Yan after that dubious affair in the hot spring with him? That's strange, Kotori. Toka held Wu Yan's ears and pouted. She's like a different person. No, she's like a different person. In a sense, she's a different person. Kotori followed Wu Yan, Toka, and Yono into Itsuka's house. They pushed open the door and the 3 girls greeted them with a sweet, I'm back. Shiori came down from upstairs as well. You're all back? Shiori looked at everyone with a warm smile. Did you have fun in the hot spring? Juxiang and Siwon nodded vigorously. It could be seen that they were indeed very happy. After all, something as enjoyable as a hot spring was something the 2 of them could never enjoy in the past. In the past, the 2 of them only had to constantly be chased and run away. Of course, Shiori didn't know all of this, but as long as everyone was happy, it was fine. Shiori quickly noticed Kotori's difference and asked with some doubt. Kotori, why are you wearing a black ribbon? Here it comes, Kotori sighed. Then she showed a bright and innocent smile, just like when she wore the white ribbon. She came to Shiori's side and hugged her arm. Sister, my ribbon got wet in the hot spring. I see, Shiori nodded in agreement. Wu Yan, who knows the situation, felt a chill down his spine. He looked at Kotori's innocent smile and the black ribbon on her head. After confirming that this is indeed commander mode, Wu Yan's lips twitched and he turned his head away in an awkward manner. The one acting like a spoiled brat is the same face as before. However, when he thought of Kotori's commander mode, he couldn't stay calm. It's hard to believe that commander mode Kotori would act like a spoiled brat. It's a good thing Kotori didn't know what Wu Yan was thinking. Otherwise, he would have been sentenced to jail for sure. At night, lying on his bed, Wu Yan exhaled and looked at the ceiling. His eyes looked a bit unfocused as he thought of something. Apart from the beach trip in Butler Whirlwind's world, it's been a long time since he had such a relaxing time. Come to think of it, since he got the system and came to Spalier World half a year ago, he rarely had such an ordinary life. Fortunately, even though it's few, it's not like there's none. In the world of Butler Whirlwind, I lived the life of a student of White King Academy. In the world of magic, I also went on dates with the girls and went shopping. When I was in the world of Silveria, I also lived quite a peaceful life. Compared to those seniors who have to work hard every day after transmigrating, he's much happier with the system. I wonder how Chuju and the others are doing. Is Flandre-chan obedient? I miss them so much. Chapter 458. The next morning, Wu Yan's house had a peaceful morning as usual. Aside from the girls being dissatisfied with Wu Yan's habit of sleeping in instead of cooking, nothing else happened. Of course, that's only for the girls. Due to some unknown reason, Kotori has been in commander mode since yesterday, even when she's sleeping. Normally, this would be inconceivable. Since Kotori is in commander mode, Wu Yan, who used to be the one to wake up in the morning, got to wake up by force this morning. After all, commander mode Kotori isn't as nice as sister mode Kotori. She'll call out Oniai-chan a few times and get bullied by Wu Yan. For Kotori, waking up Wu Yan is a piece of cake. She only needs to pull his blanket and kick his feet to wake him up. When he wakes up, he's no longer on the warm sheets, but on the cold floor. If Shiori wasn't still at home, Kotori would have ordered Wu Yan to make breakfast. After all, Kotori has always coveted Wu Yan's food. Then, after sending the 4 Kanai to Fraxinus, Murasame Rain took care of them. Everyone left home and went to school separately. Tiangong City, Duralai Zen High School. Meng Meng's homeroom teacher stood on the podium and looked around at the students below. She nodded her head in satisfaction. Then she opened her arms cutely and said with a smile, "Good morning, everyone. Today there will be a transfer student coming. Hearing this, the students looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Some time ago, there was already a Itsuka Shido and a Nightblade god Toka in the class. Now, in just a few days there was another transfer student. Since when were there so many transfer students? Shirori, Toka, and Tabichi Origami didn't know what's going on. Only Wu Yen, who was sleeping at the last row, opened his eyes when he heard this. He lifted his head and looked at them. A transfer student? At this time? His consciousness slowly returned to his mind. Narrowing his wine-red eyes, he turned towards the classroom door. He bitterly laughed inside. The transfer student after Toka, in the original work, other than her, who else could it be? Come in. As the homeroom teacher's voice rang out, the voices of everyone in the class weakened. Under everyone's gazes, the classroom door was slowly opened. The sound of footsteps echoed throughout the silent classroom. The person slowly walked up to the podium and revealed his true face to everyone. For a moment, the students who were originally waiting for a good show widened their eyes and were speechless when they saw the person's true face. Her long black hair was tied into 2 long braids and stretched out in front of her chest. She had long bangs on her forehead, but the length was completely different. The hanging bangs covered her entire left eye, leaving her right eye a wine-red color. It was smooth like a pearl under the black Duralaic high school uniform. A pair of black silk stockings were on her feet, making her look very charming. After writing his name on the blackboard, he turned around and smiled at everyone. My name is Toka Kurumi. That's right. The newcomer is the Time Fairy. Toka Kurumi. The Toka Kurumi who almost swallowed Wu Yen a few days ago. Seeing the beautiful Toka Kurumi on the podium, everyone in the classroom came back to their senses when they heard Toka Kurumi's voice. Everyone instantly fell to their knees before Toka Kurumi's beauty and screamed in surprise. Tokisaki Kurumi didn't seem to care about the students' reactions. She scanned the classroom with her wine-red right eye until she saw Wu Yen sitting at the back of the class with an expressionless face. Tokisaki Kurumi's eyes lit up and she flashed a sweet smile. Another wave of wolf-like howls erupted from the class. Hearing the cheers in the classroom, Wu Yen couldn't help but bitterly smile. He looked at the dignified and elegant Toka Kurumi. Who would have thought that such an existence would be a fairy who personally killed more than 10,000 people? If he didn't remember the battle with Toka Kurumi a few days ago, Wu Yen wouldn't have believed that Toka Kurumi was such a crazy fairy. Toka Kurumi's lips curled up as she retracted her gaze from Wu Yen. She smiled and said, "By the way, I am a fairy." The loud cheers came to an abrupt end. Everyone was a little stunned as they looked at Shikisaki Kurumi, who was standing on the podium as if he was talking about something insignificant. They looked at each other and froze on the spot. Wu Yen, who was sitting in the back row, bitterly smiled. As for Toka and Origami, their mouths were wide open. A drop of cold sweat dripped down the teacher's forehead as he looked at the silent classroom and dryly laughed. That's a really rich self-introduction. The form teacher wiped her forehead. She was a little dumbfounded. Why were the 3 transfer students in her class so good? In order to prevent Tokisaki Kurumi from saying anything else, the homeroom teacher quickly said, "Then, please take an empty seat." "Before that, can you wait?" Tokisaki Kurumi interrupted the homeroom teacher. The homeroom teacher froze on the spot and forced a smile. "What's the matter?" he asked. "I'm unfamiliar with a lot of things in this school, so I hope someone can show me around the school." Shit. Wu Yen had this thought when he heard Tokisaki Kurumi. He couldn't keep his cool anymore. He wanted to cry but no tears came out. Tokisaki Kurumi said the same thing as the original work. "She's not going to pick me, is she? Does she think I will agree?" As if she didn't hear Wu Yan's inner thoughts. She didn't hear the other boys' enthusiastic invitations. Toshiaki Kurumi chuckled, and she walked towards Wu Yen, who couldn't bear to watch this any longer. She walked towards Wu Yen, who was covering his face with his hands. "Can I ask you for a favor?" "Shido-san." Toka Kurumi smiled elegantly and ignored Wu Yen, who was covering his face. Her voice echoed in the classroom and made everyone's jaws drop, including Toka and Shirori. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Not long after, the crowd boiled over. The girls whispered to each other and pointed at Wu Yan while the boys had a dark cloud hanging over their heads. They looked very gloomy and their gazes at Wu Yan looked like they were about to spit fire out of them. Who would have thought that a normal and unremarkable student like Shido would be able to attract the attention of a goddess? That guy. Toka, who was originally a bit lazy, suddenly became alert. She looked at Tokisaki Kurumi with hostility and gritted her teeth. Why is it Shido? Could it be? Is it someone you know? Shiori nodded doubtfully. She then turned to look at Toka, who was still fuming, and laughed inwardly. Looks like the vinegar jar is about to explode. All kinds of piercing gazes made him want to vomit blood. He almost cursed out loud. Do you guys really want to be with such a dangerous person? Tokisaki Kurumi giggled. She lowered her body and she whispered to Wu Yan in a voice that only Wu Yan could hear. Like I said, you can't reject me. A demonic red glow flashed in Tokisaki Kurumi's red eyes as he scanned everyone in the classroom. His meaning was obvious. Wu Yan stared at Toka Kurumi's smiling face for a long time before he sighed. Fine. Chapter 459. In the sky above Tiangong City, in Fraxinus, Ratatosker's members are in a mess in the command room. They're looking at Tokusaki Kurumi, who's sitting in Toritsuki Zen High School's second-year class 4. Their eyes are filled with disbelief and confusion. Even Kanazuki Kyuhei, Rain Murasame, and Yuki Chinyu are the same. At some point, the door to the command room opened by itself. Kotori, who was in commander mode, finally walked in. Her presence was like a tranquilizer. Everyone's faces lit up with joy as they calmed down a little. One had to admit that Kotori was indeed very authoritative in Ratatosker. Commander. Kanazuki Kyuhei, Rain Murasame, and Yuki Chinyu heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Kotori. She's like Ratatosker's pillar of support. They're all relieved when she's here. What's the situation? Kotori walked to the commander's seat and sat down. She said with a heavy expression. Her red eyes stared at Shikisaki Kurumi on the screen. No one knows what she's thinking about. Nothing important has happened so far. Tokusaki Kurumi doesn't seem to want to show off in Toritsuki Zen High School. Kanazuki Kyuhei reported. He's confused as well. He doesn't understand why Tokusaki Kurumi would come to his door. Kotori opened a pearl and put it in her mouth. That Tokusaki Kurumi, if I'm not mistaken, she's here for Shido, right? That should be the case. Yuki Chinyu said calmly. He's the one in charge of assisting his captain. No one knows Wu Yan better than him. Of course, other than Kotori. Tokusaki Kurumi just invited Captain to tour the campus and Captain agreed. Yatsuki Chinyu frowned and said doubtfully. That Tokusaki Kurumi should be a very dangerous existence. She's obviously coming for Captain. It's impossible for Captain to not know. But why did Captain agree to Tokusaki Kurumi's request to be with her? Isn't that dangerous? I'm afraid Shido had no choice but to agree. Kotori narrowed her eyes. Tokusaki Kurumi is a reckless person. If Shido rejected her, the students of Toritsuki Zen High School would be in danger. Hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. Yayuechinyu looked at the big screen and clenched his fists. But won't Captain be in danger? Kotori looked at Tokusaki Kurumi on the screen. Then she shifted her gaze to Wu Yan, who is standing beside Tokusaki Kurumi. She asked him in a low voice. Shido, what are you planning to do? Kotori thought for a moment and turned to Yuki Chinyu. Have you contacted Shido? I did. Chinyu gritted his teeth. Captain told me to inform Commander that since Tokusaki Kurumi didn't make a move immediately, he shouldn't make a move now. Captain, you shouldn't act rashly. Observe the situation before deciding what to do. Kotori nodded. Shido's choice is correct. With that, Kotori stood up and shouted to everyone in the command room. Everyone, prepare for battle. If anything happens to Shido, you are allowed to activate the battle mode. Yes, everyone was shocked. Ratatosker's main goal was to save the elves, so this so-called battle mode had never been activated before. The only reason it existed was because of the AST. But now it was allowed to be activated for a single elf. In the past, this was something that was simply impossible. However, no one hesitated and agreed. After all, the present was different from the past. Tokisaki Kurumi was not a kind-hearted fairy who could harm other living beings at any time. Against such a fairy, who was an important member of the organization, who could be in danger at any time, no one had any objections to starting a battle mode. Kotori's expression improved a little when she saw the order being carried out. However, she still frowned. She turned to Yuki Chinyu and said, "Yuki, go to Toritsuki Zen High School. Be prepared to support Shido." "Yes, Commander." Yuki Chinyu replied and ran out of the command room. Kotori glanced at everyone who's busy. She touched the sealing bracelet on her hand. Her eyes flickered with uncertainty. After a while, she sighed and looked at Wu Yan on the screen. She murmured softly, "Shido, please be safe." Tokusaki Kurumi's participation is just a small disturbance in the daily life of the students who don't know anything. Even if something happens, it won't be a big deal. If it wasn't for Tokusaki Kurumi's outstanding appearance and elegant demeanor, she wouldn't even be able to cause a small disturbance. However, for those who know Tokusaki Kurumi's background, it's a big deal. No one can deny that Tokusaki Kurumi is crazy. Such a crazy elf was really capable of doing anything. When the bell rang, the people in the classroom looked at Wu Yan and Toshisaki Kurumi with envy and curiosity before leaving the classroom. For some reason, Toka followed Shirori out of the classroom after she said something to her. In the end, only Wu Yan and Toshisaki Kurumi were left in the classroom. "Captain, I'm at Toritsuki Zen High School." Inside Wu Yan's pocket, Yatsuki Chinyu's voice came from the communicator. Wu Yan paused for a moment before calming down as if nothing happened. "Yuki, go to Shiori's side. If Tokusaki Kurumi attacks, you must take her away from here. Make sure she's safe." "What?" Yuki Chinyu was shocked. "But Captain, you don't have to worry about me." Wu Yan spoke to the communicator in his pocket in a very small voice. "If I can't handle it, then you can't handle it either." The communication device went silent after Wu Yan's words. After a while, Yuki Chinyu's voice came again. "I got it, Captain." Then, the signal from the communication device was cut off. Exhaling, Wu Yan stood up and he rubbed his forehead as he approached Tokusaki Kurumi. He walked over as well. "Sorry to trouble you, Shido-san, please take care of me." Tokusaki Kurumi tilted her head as if she didn't know Wu Yan at all. She spoke in a flat tone. "All right." Wu Yan sighed. "Let's go." Hearing Wu Yan's answer, Tokusaki Kurumi smiled and tapped her cheek. She narrowed her eyes and followed Wu Yan out of the classroom. On the other side of the classroom, Tokusaki Kurumi looked at Wu Yan and Tokusaki Kurumi walking together. She muttered in dissatisfaction. "What the hell is he doing? Why did he choose Shido out of all the girls?" Toka doesn't know why, but looking at Tokusaki Kurumi, she felt an inexplicable sense of irritation. She couldn't understand why, but there was also a faint trace of unease. This kind of uneasiness was different from the usual uneasiness. He felt that this trace of uneasiness was a little dangerous. "Let's follow them and take a look," Toka thought, but then she stopped and remembered what Shirori said to her. "If you push a guy too hard, you'll make him hate you." Hated by Sherdao. 10 Fragrance pouted and paced back and forth. After a long time, she stomped her feet and pouted with dissatisfaction before walking in another direction. Chapter 460. Inside one of the corridors of Toritachi Zen High School, Wu Yan and Tokusaki Kurumi walked together. They looked at each other like strangers. They didn't even talk to each other. That's if you ignore Tokusaki Kurumi's constant glances at Wu Yan. As they leisurely walked along the corridor, neither of them spoke first. They tacitly walked in the same direction. If one were to observe carefully, one would discover that as the two of them walked, the number of people in the corridor became fewer and fewer. When they reached a deserted corridor, the two slowed down their pace. With his hands behind his head, Wu Yan yawned lazily. Finally, he started talking to her for the first time since they started walking together. "So, what are you doing here, Tokusaki Kurumi?" Tokusaki Kurumi chuckled. Her wine-red eyes flashed with a peculiar glint. She turned towards Wu Yan. Shido-san. Why do you say that? Wu Yen stopped. Tokisaki Kurumi stopped as well. Wu Yen turned around to look at Tokisaki Kurumi. Wu Yen snickered. Don't tell me you're really here for school? Tokisaki Kurumi's beautiful eyes narrowed into crescents. She took a few steps forward and approached Wu Yen. She didn't stop until she touched Wu Yan's body. Her head was still moving towards Wu Yen. Wu Yen frowned as he looked at Tokisaki Kurumi, who was getting closer. He couldn't help but take a step back. However, Tokisaki Kurumi didn't give up and continued to press closer to Wu Yen. Wu Yen had no choice but to step back. After a while, Wu Yen felt a cold touch on his back, and he couldn't retreat anymore. He could only let Tokisaki Kurumi get closer to him and fall into his arms. From the outside, it looked like a girl in love falling into the arms of her lover. Her soft body fell into Wu Yan's embrace. Tokisaki Kurumi's huge chest pressed against his chest. It gave Wu Yen a strange feeling. However, Tokisaki Kurumi didn't seem to be satisfied. She twisted in his arms and looked at Wu Yan's face. Her face flushed red as if she was aroused. That woman! In the command room, Kotori saw this scene on the big screen and crushed the jewel in her mouth. The crisp sound caused everyone in the command room to shiver. They could feel their commander's resentment from this action. It would be fine if it was another elf, but it's Tokisaki Kurumi. Kotori is very unhappy. Tokisaki Kurumi's personality is a bit of a headache for Wu Yen. However, it's an undeniable fact that Tokisaki Kurumi has a face that can drive anyone crazy. Coupled with her blushing face, Wu Yen couldn't help but feel a little restless. Wu Yen didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this. Wu Yen suppressed the restlessness in his heart and looked away helplessly. I say, what are you trying to do? What's wrong? Tokisaki Kurumi tilted her head and smiled. Don't you like it, Shido-san? Wu Yen shook his head. Don't tell me you like doing this kind of thing. Tokisaki Kurumi nodded without hesitation when she heard Wu Yan's words. Ah yes, if it's Shido-san, I'm very willing, I like it very much. Wu Yen gulped, he didn't know what to say inside. I don't think I have that much charm to make a beautiful girl like you fall in love with me. At least when you've only met me once. You're wrong, Shido-san. Tokisaki Kurumi's eyes glistened with tears. One could see the unconcealable blurriness in her eyes. Since the last time I saw Shirdao, I've been thinking about you. Every day, Shirdao's figure is flying and stirring in my mind. It's driving me crazy. I can't hold back my longing for you any longer. Tokisaki Kurumi wrapped her arms around Wu Yan's neck. She leaned forward and she said in a seductive voice, That's why I came to find you. This is the only way we can be together. That's right, I am very happy right now. Tokisaki Kurumi's words are no different from a confession. Wu Yan's face was stunned. He couldn't stay calm anymore. Even though he has about 10 wives, words of love like this are impossible to hear from Chuju, Mikoto, and the others. This is Wu Yan's first time in a situation like this. It's also his first time being confessed to. Wu Yan is at a loss of what to do. He's behaving like a pure and innocent little boy. No one would have guessed that this guy already has a wife, and 8 of them at that. Moreover, Tokisaki Kurumi's body kept moving closer to his as she spoke. Even a real gentleman wouldn't be able to hold himself back, let alone a fake gentleman like Wu Yan. Wu Yan could only hold back the evil fire in his heart. His face was red as he leaned against the wall like a little girl who was violated. He was about to cry. Of course, Wu Yan was having a good time, but a certain arrogant girl with 2 ponytails in the command room almost went berserk. Just like Wu Yan, she was also holding it in. Her face was red as well. Seeing Wu Yan's reaction, Tokisaki Kurumi found it very interesting. Her body moved closer to Wu Yan's chest, as if she was trying to squeeze herself into Wu Yan's body. Hey Shido-san. Tokisaki Kurumi smiled. Can you agree to my request? And the smile on Tokisaki Kurumi's face turned a little sinister at this moment. Her wine-red eyes flashed with a hint of fanaticism as she raised her head and enunciated each and every word. What about merging into one body? Tokisaki Kurumi's words were like a bucket of cold water splashed on Wu Yan's head. His burning head instantly calmed down and his face slowly turned cold. I say, Tokisaki Kurumi, Wu Yan looked at Tokisaki Kurumi and said in a deep voice, "Are you joking?" "Era, I'm very serious, Shido-san." Tokisaki Kurumi's eyes were filled with fanaticism and infatuation. She said to Wu Yan, "As long as Shido-san accepts me and becomes one with me, we can be together every day." Tokisaki Kurumi's words were like an invitation to give her body to the other party. If it was someone else, they would have been infatuated with her words. However, Wu Yan knew that the becoming one Tokisaki Kurumi mentioned was different from the becoming one between a man and a woman. Tokisaki Kurumi really meant what she said. She wants to merge with Wu Yan. In other words, she wants to devour him. Tokisaki Kurumi never forgot that Wu Yan had an immortal body. He had endless time and the ability to fulfill her wishes. Therefore, Tokisaki Kurumi really fell in love with Wu Yan. However, it was a crazy love. This love is too heavy, it's too heavy for anyone to accept, including Wu Yan. Do you think I will accept it? Wu Yan looked at Tokisaki Kurumi's dazed eyes and asked. The fanaticism on Tokisaki Kurumi's face instantly disappeared. Tokisaki Kurumi chuckled and let go of Wu Yan. She walked forward. Shido-san, let's continue walking around the campus. Wu Yan was confused when he saw Tokisaki Kurumi walking away. He could only follow her helplessly. Tokisaki Kurumi covered her mouth and chuckled. I told you you can't reject me. Chapter 461. After that, Tokisaki Kurumi behaved like a normal transfer student. She followed Wu Yan around the school and chatted from time to time. She didn't mention anything about what happened before. It's as if she's a different person. If it wasn't for the golden eye clock hidden under her bangs, no one would suspect that she's an elf. Wu Yan didn't say anything about Tokisaki Kurumi's actions. He acted like a normal classmate as he introduced Tokisaki Kurumi to the rest of the school. Those who didn't know would have no idea what the relationship between the two is like. Of course, even though the two of them seemed to be getting along so well, it wasn't easy for everyone in Ratatoskr. Not only did they have to keep an eye on Tozaki Kurumi, but they also had to constantly analyze her mood swings. They also had to be on guard all the time and prepare a plan to deal with her at any time. Today's work was more tiring than any other day they've spent in the past. As for Kotori, she's lost count of how many pearls she chewed. She feels like she's being played by Tokisaki Kurumi. While she's on guard, Tokisaki Kurumi is leisurely strolling around the school. It's infuriating. This situation persisted for an entire day until the sun set, and the sky was completely covered by dusk. Only then did the two of them end their long school trip. At the entrance of the school, Wu Yan looked at Tokisaki Kurumi standing in front of him with an elegant smile on her face. She's carrying a backpack. She's especially dazzling under the dusk. If he could, he really hoped that Tokisaki Kurumi would always be this calm. I've really troubled you today, Shido-san. Tokisaki Kurumi tilted her head and smiled. I'm having a great time. Wu Yan looked at Tokisaki Kurumi seriously. Tokisaki Kurumi returned a beautiful smile to prove that she's having a great time. Wu Yan could only sigh. That's good, Tokisaki-san. You can call me Kurumi. Tokisaki Kurumi took a few steps forward and stared at Wu Yan's face with her red eyes. Wu Yan felt pressured. I know, Kurumi. Kurumi seemed happy to hear Wu Yan call her that. She rolled her eyes and said, Then, Shido-san, can you agree to another request of mine? Again, Wu Yan's mouth twitched. Don't tell me it's another request to become one. I don't have that kind of fortune. Era, Shido, you're such a joker. Kurumi didn't care and looked at Wu Yan with a hopeful gaze. Actually, I don't know much about this city, so can I trouble you again, Sherdao? Can you take me out for a walk tomorrow? Wu Yan was surprised. This isn't an invitation to date, right? I just don't know if I have the honor to do so. Kwang-san said with a smile. There was no trace of shyness in her tone. It was as if she wasn't talking about a date, but a guest. Wu Yan frowned and he hesitantly glanced at Kurumi. Kurumi's unwavering smile, and the anticipation in her eyes. She doesn't look like she's faking it. Wu Yan hesitated. To be honest, going out on a date with Kurumi is making him nervous. He's worried that Kurumi might not be able to hold back her urge to attack him and swallow him whole. But if he rejected her, let's not talk about how Kurumi would react. Let's talk about his side. Not only did he need to complete the second instance dungeon mission, but Kurumi wasn't evil to the core. On the contrary, she was actually a very kind person. Rejecting her just because her personality was a bit scary, it was a bit unreasonable. Kurumi saw Wu Yan's hesitation, so she didn't urge him. She just stood there and waited for Wu Yan's answer. The whole place became quiet. Shido, accept her offer. Kotori's voice came from Wu Yan's wireless earpiece. Wu Yan, who was contemplating whether or not he should agree to Kurumi's request, was surprised. His face remained expressionless, but there was a hint of doubt in his eyes. No matter what, Tokisaki Kurumi is still our target. If we can spend more time with her, we might be able to obtain some useful information. Moreover, this elf is still a little dangerous. It's a good thing to have her under our noses. Kotori analyzed calmly while curling her lips. Besides, if something happens, we still have Toka and Yoshino. With their abilities and your power, why should we be afraid of Tokisaki Kurumi? At this point, Kotori's voice was filled with displeasure. Unlike the original Kotori, Itsuka Shido's seal was too half-baked. Whenever the elves' emotions were unstable or they had a strong desire, they would be able to retrieve their power and regain their strength. But in this world, they can only wear the sealing bracelet. Once they wear it, there's no other way to remove the seal except for White's sealing bracelet. This was also what made Kotori unhappy. If she could use her fairy force, she would have taught Tokisaki Kurumi a lesson for acting so recklessly. Kotori is confident in her power. She won't lose to Tokisaki Kurumi. And that's the truth. Kotori's words shattered the last bit of hesitation in Wu Yan's heart. He nodded and looked at Kurumi. I understand. Tomorrow, right? I'll be there on time. Hearing this, Kwang-san finally smiled and closed her eyes. She took 2 steps back and softly said, Yes, Master Kwang-san. I'm looking forward to it. I have a date with Shido. Then I'll take my leave. Kurumi turned around and ran away. She skipped and slowly disappeared from Wu Yan's sight. It's obvious that she's in a good mood. Wu Yan's face fell, and he let out a tired sigh after Kurumi disappeared at the end of the street. Don't be fooled by the relaxed expression on his face. In fact, his mental state had been raised to the extreme for the entire day, because no one knew better than him about Kwang-san's insanity. If something goes wrong, there'll be a chaotic battle in the school today that's enough to kill countless students. That's why Wu Yan raised his vigilance to the highest level after spending a day with Kurumi. He didn't want to be caught unaware if Kurumi swallowed him. After all, even though he doesn't want to admit it, with his current strength, he's still not bad against Kwang-san Xiang when he's not using Angel. But compared to Kwang-san Xiang who's using Angel, he's still lacking. I'm still not strong enough. Increasing my strength is the most basic solution. Wu Yan shook his head and rubbed his forehead to relieve his fatigue. He took a deep breath and looked at the direction Kurumi disappeared. If things went according to the original plan, there should be a few idiots who went to flirt with Kurumi and got swallowed by her. Of course, even though he knew Kurumi was swallowing people, Wu Yan didn't plan to intervene. If they were innocent, he could go and plead for them. With Kurumi's attitude towards him, she wouldn't offend him for a few ordinary people. However, Wu Yan wouldn't be so kind as to save those scumbags who came to his door. Just because he has the name Itsuka Shido doesn't mean he is Itsuka Shido. He doesn't have a compassionate heart. He has killed a lot of people himself. He can save innocent people if he wants to. But if it's someone who deserves to die, he's not going to stick his nose in their business. Let's think about tomorrow's date. Chapter 462. The next day, Heavenly Palace City. Standing at the intersection of a certain street, he looked at the bustling crowd coming and going. He looked up at the sky and estimated the time. He couldn't help but sigh. In order to go out and have a normal date with Kurumi, Wu Yan put in a lot of effort, and only he knew how hard it was. Not only because of the process of the date but more importantly, Toka. In the original work, the protagonist also had a date with Kurumi, but that date, in Wu Yan's view, was more appropriate to call it a day of suffering than a date. Because in the original work, it wasn't only Kurumi who went on a date with the protagonist, but also Toka and Yuichi Origami, for various reasons, also went on a date with the protagonist. In other words, in the original work, the protagonist went on a date with 3 girls on the same day. It sounded like a perverted idea, but after truly enjoying it once, I realized that it was nothing more than torture. Not only did I have to take care of all 3 aspects, I also had to prevent the 3 girls from meeting each other in case a fire broke out in my backyard. In the original novel, the date between the protagonist and the 3 girls fully demonstrated the truth of, this world is really small. Even though Heavenly Palace City was so big, the 3 girls had passed each other back and forth countless times. This made the protagonist try his best to smooth things over and exhaust himself. But in the end, he still met them. Although Yuichi Origami has nothing to do with him here, and it's impossible for her to invite him on a date, he didn't want to follow the tragic path of the protagonist in the original work. As for Toka, Wu Yen put in a lot of effort. Not only did he play with her for the whole night, but he also cooked for the whole night, almost making Wu Yan's true ancestor body collapse. Fortunately, in the end, Toka was satisfied and didn't bother him this morning, allowing him to get away smoothly. Otherwise, Wu Yan wasn't sure if Toka would suddenly want to follow him and let him experience the same thing as the protagonist in the original work. Of course, Kotori definitely contributed a lot to this. After all, he was with Kurumi today, and if something went wrong, they might get into a fight. If that happens, he would need Toka's help. Kotori spent a lot of time talking to Toka about Ratatosk and the elves, letting Toka know what Wu Yan did for the elves. This made Toka very moved, perhaps because she thought of the scene where Wu Yan saved her. It made Toka sympathize with Kurumi, who was also an elf. So when Kotori asked for Toka's help in times of need, Toka readily agreed. This made Wu Yan almost burst into tears. Sure enough, having a sister who can do and see in all kinds of ways is a very happy thing. Moreover, with Toka's feelings for Wu Yan, even if she was jealous, she wouldn't just watch Wu Yan die. Not to mention, Toka understood the situation very well, so it was reasonable for her to agree. As for Yoshino, her original words were, "Yoshino will do whatever Brother Shido says." And so Wu Yan stood here, waiting for Kurumi's arrival. Without a doubt, compared to the protagonist in the original work, Wu Yan was much happier. "Shido, you really don't need our support? There are many experts in this field in Ratatosk," Kotori said to Wu Yan through the radio for the umpteenth time. She sounded very confident in those so-called experts, which made Wu Yan's heart ache a little. "I really don't need it." Wu Yan firmly rejected Kotori's offer. He really didn't know where the shrewd Kotori got her confidence from. To have such high hopes for those so-called experts. "Then be careful," Kotori said helplessly. "But she's not worried about her brother's abilities. At least, there are 2 elf girls who have been successfully conquered, right? Or perhaps, there are 3. After an unknown amount of time, Kurumi's figure finally appeared at the end of the street. She slowly walked towards Wu Yan, causing Wu Yan to look up. The moment Kurumi appeared, everyone on the street stopped in their tracks. Their eyes couldn't help but be attracted to her. Even some girls couldn't help but glance at her. It could be seen that at this moment, Kurumi had become the focal point of the scene. Her remaining wine-red right eye saw Wu Yan on the other side of the street. Her entire eye lit up and a dazzling smile appeared on her face. Everyone who was looking at Kurumi was stunned. She acted like she didn't notice anything and walked towards Wu Yan. "I'm really sorry for making you wait." Kurumi stood in front of Wu Yan and smiled at Wu Yan. She bowed and apologized. "I didn't wait that long." Wu Yan shrugged and said casually. "Plus, in a situation like this, isn't it normal for a guy to wait for a girl?" Allah, Shirdao is really a gentle person. Kurumi's mouth curved into a smile. She seemed to be very satisfied with her answer. "So Shido, where should we go?" Kurumi looked at Wu Yan with an expectant gaze. Wu Yan couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. He bitterly smiled inside. If only Kurumi was always like this. He didn't know how many times he lamented in his heart. He scratched his face, and then he laughed awkwardly. If you don't mind, let's go to the zoo." "That idiot." Kotori cursed in the command room. She shouted into the radio. Are you a kid? It's a date. Why go to the zoo? Wu Yan turned a deaf ear to Kotori's words. He looked at Kurumi and he waited for her reply without saying anything. Kyuhei Kanazuki and Rain Murasame shook their heads. They thought Wu Yan made a stupid decision. A date like a movie theater, an amusement park, or even a concert is the wisest choice. Isn't the zoo a place to bring a kid? However, what happened next made everyone's jaws drop. Their jaws almost hit the ground. Kurumi's eyes lit up. A faint look of excitement appeared on her face. She looked like Toka who saw a delicacy, Mikoto who saw a Gouda, and Ikaros who saw a watermelon. There was a deep blurred look on her face. In the command room, the people who saw this scene through the big screen were stunned. They looked at each other in dismay. Haha, did I make things difficult for you? Wu Yan lowered his head and said in an embarrassed tone, I'm sorry, I like animals so. If you don't like it, we can go somewhere else. There's no need. Kurumi interrupted Wu Yan. She looked anxious as if she's afraid they can't go to the zoo. The zoo is great, let's go to the zoo. Everyone in Ratatoskr opened their mouths in an O shape. They couldn't react. Looking at her anxious expression, they couldn't stay calm. Is this still the arrogant Tokisaki Kurumi? Chapter 463. On the big screen in Fraxinus command room. Everyone in Ratatoskr saw it clearly. After Wu Yan said, I like animals, Kurumi's favorability bar increased by half. It almost reached 2/3. Everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when they saw this. Their faces were filled with disbelief. They looked like they were deceived by the world. Even though they've only met Tokisaki Kurumi a few times, everyone in Ratatoskr knows a lot about her personality. Crazy. Sick. Acting recklessly. That's everyone's impression of Tokisaki Kurumi. And now, Tokisaki Kurumi's favorability bar increased by more than half just because she said, I like animals. This is unbelievable. Even Kotori was stunned. She almost forgot to keep the pearl in her mouth. It almost fell to the ground. After a while, Kotori reacted first. She raised her eyebrows and looked at Wu Yan who was walking towards the zoo with Kurumi. She said with an unknown emotion, Shido, you really are an unbelievable person. Kanazuki Kyuhei put his hand on his forehead and said with a bit of anger, no wonder he's Ratatoskr's trump card. It wasn't him who was stupid, it was us who were stupid. Brother Commander's realm is not something we mortals can compare to. This is the true god of strategy. The people in the command room looked at Wu Yan on the big screen with admiration. Their eyes sparkled with starlight. How should I put it? That look is pretty disgusting. On the other side, Wu Yan who was walking towards the zoo with Kurumi heard everyone's comments. He smiled but didn't say anything. He was very proud of himself. Who wouldn't know that Tokisaki Kurumi liked animals? Even if they didn't know, they could easily find it on Baidu. With such an obvious entry point, if they didn't make good use of it, they might as well just bang their head against the wall and die. One must know that in the original work, because a few people bullied a cat, Kurumi went berserk and sent those people to hell. From this, one could see how much Tokisaki Kurumi likes small animals. Wu Yan isn't going to let go of such a hobby. It would be best if he could max out Kurumi's favorability and make her put on the sealing bracelet. That way he would be able to complete his mission. The first part of the plan is still normal and smart, but the latter part is already at the level of fantasizing. Heavenly Palace City, Wu Yan and Kurumi appeared at the entrance of a zoo. After they entered the zoo, a panda wearing a panda costume appeared in front of them. Under Kurumi's confused gaze, the panda passed the ice cream to Wu Yan. Then he walked away like a worker at a zoo. Kurumi was quite confused about this. After all, she never heard of an ice cream in a zoo. Only Wu Yan took the ice cream in his hand and continued walking with Kurumi. Wu Yan gave a thumbs up to the panda without Kurumi noticing. The panda also saluted Wu Yan. Phew. The panda didn't relax until the two disappeared from sight. He took off his panda mask and revealed a very beautiful face. It's Yeyuechinyu. It's really not an easy job to eliminate all the bad treatment of animals in the zoo. Captain really knows how to torture people. Yeyuechinyu bitterly smiled. How could he know that if Kurumi saw the scene of animal abuse, the zoo would become a bloodbath? That's why Wu Yan ordered him to solve it in advance. Of course, Kwang-san didn't know about this. At this moment, she was happily looking at the little lambs in the pen. Her face blushed a little. She looked just like an ordinary girl who loved animals. Only at this moment did Kwang-san express her true feelings. Here you go. Wu Yan handed the ice cream to Kurumi and smiled. He was more or less amused. Who would have thought that Kurumi would act like this in front of those animals? For me? Kurumi doubtfully took the ice cream and said, "What about you, Sherdao?" "Well, there's only one ice cream. Of course, it's for a lady." Wu Yan didn't care about it and smiled. "This." Kurumi hesitantly raised the ice cream in her hand and said with a smile, "Sherdao, why don't you eat with me?" "Great." Wu Yan shouted in his heart, but his face was full of embarrassment. He said, "Is that okay?" Era. Kwang-sen rubbed her face and blushed. "If it's Sherdao," scratching his head, Wu Yan shrugged with a grin. He started eating the same ice cream as Kurumi. Kurumi smiled back at him. The scene of the two eating the same ice cream made them look like a loving couple. The people in the command room couldn't help but admire the pair. At this time, on the edge of the fence, a few shepherd dogs ran over from not far away. They circled around the fence and barked nonstop, attracting Kurong-san's attention. Seeing this, Wu Yan couldn't help but smile. He bent down and clapped his hands. He called a shepherd dog softly. Come here. Come here." Seeing Wu Yan's action, Kurumi was startled. She nervously looked at the shepherd dog, as if she was expecting it to come over. The shepherd dog seemed to be hesitating. It paced back and forth not far away. After a while, it slowly took a step and walked towards Wu Yan. Seeing the shepherd dog coming, Kurumi became even more nervous. She held her breath, as if she was afraid that her breathing would scare the shepherd dog away. As time passed, the shepherd dog finally got close enough to Wu Yan to lick his palm. Wu Yan laughed out loud and rubbed its head. After rubbing its head, the shepherd dog finally let down its guard and started barking. Honestly, this shepherd dog is pretty cute. Kurumi was so excited that her face turned red. She quickly squatted down and looked at the shepherd dog in front of her. She tilted her head. A trace of excitement could be seen on her face. It can be seen that Kurumi really liked animals. Wu Yan was observing Kurumi's performance. He smiled and turned his head towards Kurumi. "Why don't you touch it too?" "Me?" Kurumi was startled. She hesitated and said, "Can I? Won't it scare it away?" "It won't. Try it." Wu Yan shook his head with a smile. He didn't expect Kurumi to be so careful around an animal. She's worried about scaring it away when she's just touching it. No wonder she got so angry when she saw people bullying animals in the original work that she even summoned her spiritual equipment. Kurumi's eyes flickered. She looked at Wu Yan for a while, and then looked at the shepherd dog barking at her. She couldn't help but like the shepherd dog. She finally reached out her hand and patted the shepherd dog's head. The shepherd dog comfortably snorted twice and barked at Kwang-san again. Then it ran in front of Kwang-san and threw itself on her, licking her cheeks. "Wait. Ha, it's itchy." Kurumi couldn't help but hug the shepherd dog. The wet and itchy feeling on her face made Kurumi laugh. For a moment, the scene of a young girl being licked by a dog and the smile on Kurumi's face formed a very beautiful scene. Chapter 464. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes as he looked at Kurumi, who was happily interacting with the shepherd dog. He walked to Kurumi's side and squatted down to pet the dog. Wu Yan's expression suddenly changed. Not good. Wu Yan's sudden words stunned Kurumi, who was playing with the shepherd dog. She looked at Wu Yan with surprise and asked, "What's wrong?" Wu Yan's expression darkened. His eyes flashed with a terrifying light. "There's something wrong with this shepherd dog." "Is there a problem?" Kurumi was startled. After she reacted, she hurriedly stood up and patted the shepherd dog in a panic. "What's wrong? What's wrong? Is it sick?" "No." Wu Yan shook his head. "If I'm not wrong, this shepherd dog should have been infected with a virus." "Virus?" Kurumi's expression changed. I'm afraid it's the work of AST." Wu Yan said with a gloomy face. I've seen this virus before. Although I don't know the name, I've seen AST people use it. The effect is terrible. Then what should we do? Kurumi frowned and tightened her grip on the shepherd dog in her arms. She was usually crazy, but at this moment, she looked like she couldn't make up her mind. This was because Kurumi liked animals too much. It doesn't look like there's anything wrong with it, Kurumi said worriedly. There's nothing wrong with this shepherd dog. However, there's a big problem. Wu Yan smiled bitterly. The organism infected with this virus won't have any abnormalities. However, it will release a kind of gas. Gas? Ah, Wu Yan said in a deep voice. A kind of gas that can kill the surrounding organisms. Kill the surrounding organisms? Kwang-san was startled. She abruptly turned her head to look at the shepherd dog that was still rubbing against her chest. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. What you mean is that even we? That's right, we won't be spared either, Wu Yan said in a loud voice. He then stood up and looked at the shepherd dog. A murderous look flashed in his eyes. Looks like I have no choice but to kill it. What did you say? Kwang-san's expression changed drastically. An ominous glint flashed across her wine-red eyes as she looked at Wu Yan. You said you want to kill it. Kwang-san's face was filled with madness. That's right. Wu Yan raised his hand. Lightning flashed in his hand to prove his words. Only by killing it will the virus die, and the death gas will not be born. Following Wu Yan's words, the atmosphere became heavy. The passers-by around them disappeared without a trace. Other than the two who are staring at each other, there is only a flock of sheep and a few shepherd dogs lingering in the area. After a long time, Kwang-san laughed. She stood up and looked at Wu Yan with an evil smile on her face. Ah, Sherdao is really something. It's rare to have a date, but you're talking about fighting and killing. It's so sad, so sad. There's nothing we can do about it. Wu Yan looked at Kwang-san's eyes without fear. If we don't do this, the death gas will continue to be released. So what? Kwang-san smiled indifferently. You and I won't die anyway, right? Indeed, no matter how deadly the gas is, it's useless against Wu Yan who has an immortal body and Kwang-san who has countless lives in the timeline. Wu Yan seemed to have expected Kwang-san's words. He sneered. Yes, we won't die, but what about the sheep and shepherd dogs around us? What about the animals in this zoo? Hearing this, Kwang-san's smile froze. The cold look in her eyes was replaced by a little bit of panic. Although it disappeared quickly, Wu Yan still saw it. So for the sake of those innocent animals, this shepherd dog. Wu Yan glanced at the shepherd dog coldly. It must die. Kurumi's complexion slowly sank. Her wine-red pupils faintly flashed with a bit of madness. But more than that, there was hesitation and reluctance. She glanced at the shepherd dog beside her who was wagging its tail at her. She gritted her teeth imperceptibly. Do we have to do this? Then you say. Wu Yan looked at Kwang-san mockingly. He said decisively. Is there any other way to save those innocent lives except for killing the source? Kwang-san's body trembled slightly. She looked around at the animals in the zoo. Her face was a little pale, and her hands were a little cold. For Kwang-san, if she had to kill a person, she would do it without hesitation because it was just food for her. But animals were the only thing she liked. Now she was faced with a choice. Kill the shepherd dog and save all the animals. Otherwise, they would have to leave the shepherd dog behind and all the other animals would die. To her, this choice was too cruel. Woof! While Kwang-san was struggling in his heart, the shepherd dog suddenly barked, waking Kwang-san up. Kwang-san seemed to have gone crazy as he shouted. No, no. No. You can't do this. Killing the source may not solve the problem. There must be another way. There must be a way to solve the problem without killing the source. Hearing Kwang-san's words, Wu Yan's indifference and mockery disappeared in an instant. It was replaced by deep compassion. The lightning on his body also disappeared. So, you also know that killing the source may not solve the problem. You will also look for other solutions. Kwang-san was stunned. She didn't understand what was going on. Her face was a little blank. Wu Yan's next words were like a bolt of lightning that hit her head. You know this, so why are you so persistent in changing the past? Why do you want to go back to the past and erase the source? Ew. Kwang-san couldn't help but step back. She looked at Wu Yan with a shocked face. How do you know? Looking at Kwang-san, Wu Yan sighed. Kwang-san, killing the source may not solve the problem. There must be a way to solve the problem without killing the source. Don't be obsessed with the wrong idea. Kwang-san's body trembled. She raised her head and shouted crazily. What do you understand? You don't understand anything. No. I understand everything. Wu Yan rudely interrupted Kwang-san and said loudly. If you change the past, will the elves really cease to exist? Can you guarantee that there won't be another first elf in the future? With your brain, it's impossible that you don't understand this. You're just deceiving yourself. No. That's not it. It's not like this. Kwang-san stepped back step by step as if she had collapsed. She shouted at Wu Yan. Only by killing the first elf can everything go back to the beginning. Everything can start over. Humans and elves shouldn't meet. The arrival of elves will only lead to sorrow. As long as we change everything. Yes. That's right. Kwang-san raised her head. Her wine-red eyes were full of fanaticism and fascination. She looked at Wu Yan as if she was looking at the most beautiful treasure. She laughed wildly. So Shi Dao, in order to change everything, I came here to find you. I want to become one with you. You are the best. The best. As Kwang-san's voice sounded, the surrounding air seemed to become a little sticky. Sa. Kwang-san reached out her hand to Wu Yan and smiled. Be with me forever. Chapter 465. Be with me forever. A gentle breeze brushed past the scene, sweeping up a few green leaves. It swept past the two people who were facing each other from afar. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Looking at Kwang-san, who was standing in front of him and reaching out her hand, Wu Yan sighed and said seriously, If you mean be with me forever, then I refuse. Kwang-san smiled like a flower. She didn't change her expression because of Wu Yan's words. However, her wine-red eyes shone with a scarlet light. Her smile became a bit ferocious. Shi Dao. Kwang-san tilted her head and said with a smile. Every time you cruelly refuse me. But, Kwang-san raised her head. I should have said that you can't refuse me. After saying that, a dark purple stream of air burst out from Kwang-san's body. Black and purple ribbons revolved around Kwang-san. Bits of black light emerged from Kwang-san's body and floated into the air. At the same time, an evil and dark aura wrapped around Kwang-san's body. Divine spiritual equipment? 3 times Elohim. Following that shout, the dark aura around Kwang-san's body dissipated. A gothic dress appeared on her body. Her long black hair was tied into 2 ponytails. Her wine-red right eye flashed with scarlet light. The golden clock on her left eye also started to spin. Kwang-san. Wu Yan gritted his teeth and shouted. How long are you going to lie to yourself like this? Shut up. Kwang-san coldly looked at Wu Yan. Her hands shook and a long and short gun and rifle appeared in her hands. She crossed her hands and raised her head. No matter what, you are mine. You can't escape. You can't escape. Hearing Kwang-san's crazy words, Wu Yan's anger rose. He waved his hand and countless scarlet spatial ripples appeared behind him, pointing at Kwang-san. His wine-red eyes turned into a noble gold color, and a violent pressure descended on this space. Since you insist on dreaming, then I will beat you awake even if I have to beat you. A voice that seemed to resound from the horizon echoed in this space. The pressure of a true ancestor mercilessly poured on Kwang-san's body, causing her slender body to sink down. It was as if an entire sea of blood was pressing down on her body. A suffocating feeling swept through Kwang-san's mind. The boundless anger of its master made this pressure seem like a real airflow. Kwang-san felt like her body was being pressed down by a mountain, causing her bones to begin to creak. However, this kind of pressure not only didn't make Kwang-san tremble, but she also couldn't help but laugh wildly. Her red and gold eyes stared straight at Wu Yan, who was like a demon god descending from the heavens. Her voice was full of infatuation and love as it came out of her mouth. Great. That's great. Sure enough, a scholar is the best. The best. I must have you. I must have you. Ha, ha. Begin. Begin. At this time, Kwang-san had completely lost her mind. There was only one thought left in her mind, and that was to obtain Wu Yan. A moment ago, the zoo was still quiet and serene. At this time, it was shrouded in a stormy atmosphere. The surrounding animals were like dinosaurs that had encountered the end of the world. They screamed in fear and fled into the distance. Soon, the entire scene was left with only a man and a woman in a confrontation. Just as the two of them were about to collide, a series of sonic booms resounded in the distant sky. The two of them who were about to fight paused and looked up. Seeing Tabichi Origami and the other armored girls, Wu Yan narrowed his golden eyes and he clicked his tongue in annoyance. It's them again? It wasn't just Wu Yan who was unhappy. Kwang-san was also very unhappy. In the past she wouldn't feel this way even if she was killed, but now she felt this way. One can imagine how unhappy Kwang-san was about the AST's appearance. After all, this is a very rare feast, and the opponent is the man she is infatuated with. The AST's members didn't seem to know that a battle almost happened in the direction they came from. They also didn't know how critical their appearance was. With the support of the ejector, the AST's members flew above Wu Yan and Kwang-san. They didn't fly down, they didn't even shoot directly like before. Instead, they quietly guarded the sky and surrounded the two on the ground. Seeing this, Wu Yan frowned. He was very confused. AST's concept of killing elves is to kill. Why didn't they attack? Kurumi, on the other hand, seemed to know something. She turned her head to the side, attracting Wu Yan's attention. Wu Yan turned his head to look as well. The next moment, a figure entered his line of sight. Wu Yan was surprised. It was a petite girl of about 14 or 15 years of age with a bright face and a dark blue ponytail. She was wearing the same equipment as the members of AST, except that it was blue and white in color. There was a mole under her left eye, and her eyes were a slightly dark brown. The girl seemed to know the two of them, or rather, one of them. She stood there with an indifferent expression and looked at Kwang-san, proving who she knew. Kwang-san also knows this girl. No, it should be said that even Wu Yan knows her. Chogo Shina. She's the sister of the original protagonist, Itsuka Shido. In other words, she's Shiori's sister here. Seeing Chogo Shina, Wu Yan's confusion disappeared. He looked around at the AST that surrounded them in the sky. No wonder the AST members didn't attack. It's because of this trump card. Chogo Shina. The trump card of the army against the elves. In this world, other than Ratatosker, Do-X Machine was a military enterprise that provided military equipment to the military and police forces all over the world. He was also one of the employees assigned to AST. Of course, based on her identity alone, AST wouldn't use Chogo Shina as the center to annihilate her. The real reason why AST members were willing to become a member of the encirclement was Chogo Shina's combat power. Chogo Shina may be only 14 or 15 years old, but in terms of combat power, even if everyone in AST worked together, they might not be able to defeat her. Of course, Chogo Shina's unique equipment contributed to this. However, Chogo Shina's combat power can't be ignored. Even Kwang-san is no match for Chogo Shina if she doesn't use Angel. That's why Chogo Shina has killed Kwang-san countless times in the past. One can only imagine how strong Chogo Shina is. After all, in order to cultivate such a trump card, Chogo Shina was modified by Do-X Machine. She has less than 10 years left to live. Chogo Shina doesn't know about all of this. After filtering through all the information about Chogo Shina in his mind, Wu Yan couldn't help but frown. He looked at Chogo Shina, who's expressionless and emotionless. His golden eyes flashed. He felt a bit helpless. Since she's Shiori's sister, he can't just stand by and watch her die. Chapter 466. Inside the zoo, Wu Yan and Kurumi stood in the middle of an empty field, facing each other. Not far away from them is Chogo Shina, who is looking at Kurumi. In the sky, a group of AST members raised their cannons and aimed at the two on the ground, forming an encirclement. In the sky, Tabichi Origami scanned the two on the ground before stopping at Wu Yan. She was surprised by what she saw. Why would he appear here? What's wrong, Origami? Origami? The captain of AST turned around when she heard Origami's soft muttering. However, She did not hear Origami's words. Seeing that Origami had no intention of replying, she looked in the direction Origami was looking at. When the captain of AST saw Wu Yan, he couldn't help but frown. That guy. Why does he look a bit like the red devil that descended a while ago and never appeared again? After saying that, the captain of AST said something into the radio in his ear, then quickly shook his head. No, there's no trace of psychic waves on him. He shouldn't be the red devil. But why does he look so similar? Origami, you fought with the red devil before. Can you tell if that boy is the red devil that appeared once? The captain of AST asked Origami. Tabichi Origami didn't say anything. She turned her head away and didn't look at Wu Yan anymore. The captain of AST seemed to have understood the situation. Looks like he's not that mysterious there, devil. The captain of AST knows that Koichi Origami is hostile towards elves. If the other party is an elf, she wouldn't try to protect him. She might even attack him. When Koichi Origami didn't pay any attention to Wu Yan, she knew that the other party isn't the red devil she imagined him to be. However, the captain of AST didn't notice that when Origami looked away, there was a complicated expression in her eyes. Hey, boy over there. The AST captain flew down and yelled at Wu Yan. It's dangerous here. Get out of here. On the ground, Wu Yan didn't know that when he first arrived in this world he gained a new name. To be more precise, he gained a new nickname called their devil. Currently, he's looking at Chongo Shina not far away from him. His mind is spinning rapidly. Chonggong Shina finally noticed Wu Yan. He glanced at Wu Yan but he didn't change his expression. He told Kurumi, your appetite seems to have decreased a bit this time. I thought you would need at least 3 or 4 people to satisfy your appetite. Nightmare. Era. Kurumi glanced at Chonggong Shina contemptuously and said, what do you know? Sherdao is completely different from food. Oh. Chonggong Zana opened his mouth and said in surprise, this is the first time I've heard you talk about a human like that. Didn't you always treat humans as food? Human? Kurumi smiled meaningfully and didn't say anything. She glanced at Wu Yan and said regretfully, It seems my date with Sherdao can't go on. What a pity. Date. Chonggong Zana frowned and glanced at Wu Yan. Chonggong Zana felt the man in front of him wasn't an ordinary person. Disregarding everything else, if a normal person were to see a sky full of AST and himself, as well as Nightmare who had revealed his spiritual equipment, even if they weren't scared to death, they would definitely be scared to death. However, the man in front of them, from the moment Nightmare revealed his spiritual equipment to the moment they appeared, let alone being scared, there wasn't even the slightest bit of surprise on his face. From the beginning to the end, he had a calm expression on his face. Coupled with Kurumi's previous words, Chonggongjin had a feeling that this man wasn't an ordinary person. At least, he wasn't like those ignorant people who were devoured by Nightmare. It seemed like this man had some understanding of elves and the like. With that in mind, Janamiya Shina's gaze towards Wu Yan wasn't as calm and indifferent as before. He glanced at Wu Yan before turning to Kurumi. Anyway, since I'm here, whatever you want to do, stop it. Chonggong Zana's exposed light armor opened up 2 openings on his shoulder. At the same time, several small laser beams shot out from the openings towards Kurumi. Kurumi twisted her body and dodged to the side. However, the laser beams were like homing missiles. They made a turn in the air and persevered towards Kurumi. She had no choice but to keep dodging. For a moment, the scene of the laser beams chasing after Kurumi flashed across the scene. Kurumi repeatedly dodged the incoming laser beams, and even flew up into the air. However, the AST members surrounded her tightly in the air, making it impossible for her to fly up again. She could only dodge in a small area. But soon the laser beams became faster and faster. At some point, the laser beams finally caught up with Kurumi. Several laser beams mercilessly pierced through Kurumi's heart. Kurumi's eyes widened. Then, she fell to the ground from the sky. Bang! The sound of her body hitting the ground resounded. The violent impact caused Kwang San to spit out a mouthful of blood. The blood dyed her face red. Blood slowly flowed out from her heart and dyed the ground red. In the sky, the AST members saw this scene. Even though they've seen it before, they still couldn't help but admire Chonggongzana. In the past, AST had been dispatched many times but never once did they manage to kill a fairy. However, Chonggongzana did it. How could they not admire him? What they didn't know was that, strictly speaking, Chonggongzana didn't actually kill the elf, because Kurumi had countless incarnations of herself in the timeline. She couldn't die unless all of her incarnations were destroyed, or her original body was killed. Unfortunately, when the AST people appeared, Kurumi had already been swapped out. In other words, the Kurumi on the ground was just a fake. The real Kurumi was nowhere to be found, Sherdao. On the ground, the dying Kurumi struggled to raise her head. Blood spurted out from her mouth. She reached out her hand to Wu Yan and said reluctantly, You are my thing. In the end, you will become mine. You can't refuse me. After saying that, Kurumi lost all her strength. Her hand that reached out to Wu Yan slowly fell down. Wu Yan's expression didn't change as he looked at Kurumi lying on the ground covered in blood. His calm demeanor surprised the AST members and Chongmia Shina. Inside, they didn't feel too good about it. He knew that the Kursen in front of him wasn't the real Kursen, but he was the Kursen from the past. In other words, the Kursen who was about to die was the real Kursen who came from the past to the present. She abandoned her past. Wu Yan looked up at the sky in a daze. Chapter 467. Seeing Kwang San on the verge of death, Chonggongzana didn't stop. Instead, he pulled out a huge lightsaber and walked towards Kwang San, who was about to die on the ground step by step, as if he was afraid that Kwang San wouldn't die and wanted to kill him completely. This was understandable. After all, Chonggongzana had killed Kurumi many times in the past. However, every time Kurumi died, she would appear again and devour humans. Chonggongzana had no choice but to do so. Chonggongzana came before Kurumi with his lightsaber. He looked at Kurumi's pierced heart and bloodied face. There was no trace of pity in his eyes, only numbness. This was proof of Chonggongzana's vicissitudes of life. And it also recorded the number of times he killed Kurumi. Raising the light sword in his hand, Chonggongzhan planned to put the light sword on Kwang San's neck as usual, and then cut her throat. Chonggongzhan only hoped that this time, he could kill Kwang San completely and make her unable to come back to life. However, just as Chonggongzhan was about to slash the light sword in her hand, a hand suddenly appeared beside her and grabbed her hand that was holding the sword. Chonggongzhan was shocked. She subconsciously turned her head to look. Suddenly, she saw a face that had not changed at all from the beginning to the end. She was stunned. Not only her, but even the AST in the sky were stunned. What are you doing? Chonggongzhan was puzzled. She knew that the man in front of her wasn't an ordinary person, but Kurumi wanted to eat him. Then why did he stop her from killing Kurumi? Glancing at Chonggongzhan's puzzled expression, Wu Yan sighed. You don't need to comfort yourself with this method. After all, even if you do, you know that it's useless. Chonggongzhan lowered his head and said expressionlessly, You don't understand. Tokisaki Kurumi is a special elf. No matter how many times you kill her, she will come back to life. So you can kill her completely by doing this? Wu Yan interrupted Chonggongzhan's explanation. Chonggongzhan was silent. Wu Yan didn't say anything else. He turned his head and looked at Kurumi, who was struggling to open her eyes. Wu Yan could see that Kurumi was fascinated by him, mocking Chonggongzhan, indifferent to her impending death, and confusion about Wu Yan's behavior. Wu Yan bent down and reached out his hand to wipe the blood on Kurumi's face under everyone's puzzled, confused, and surprised eyes. Abandoning the past is the past, and the future. If you don't have the courage to accept the past, how can you go to the future? Of course, how can you change? Kurumi stared blankly at Wu Yan, who was gently wiping the blood on her face. Her mouth moved as if she wanted to say something. However, her body became cold and she gradually lost her strength, so she couldn't say anything. She could only stare blankly at Wu Yan. After wiping the blood off Kurumi's face, Wu Yan smiled and stroked Kurumi's cheek. You're much prettier now. After that, Wu Yan looked at Kurumi absent-mindedly and murmured, I really want to save you this time. Hearing that, Kurumi's slackened pupils became more focused. However, after a while, they began to slacken again. This time, they slackened faster. When the last bit of vitality was about to disappear, Kurumi looked deeply at Wu Yan. There was a hint of reluctance in her eyes, as if she couldn't bear to part with Wu Yan. Then, she completely disappeared. Wu Yan's hand paused. He touched her eyes and buried her unfocused pupils under her eyelids. Then he slowly stood up. No one noticed that in a corner far away, a red figure was slowly retreating until it disappeared. Looking at Kurumi, who had completely lost all signs of life, Shina and the people from AST breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Then, they shifted their attention to the only person who was not related to them. Chongya Shina opened his mouth. He hesitated for a moment, and then turned around. Forget it. You'd better leave this place quickly. Although you don't look like you don't know anything, it's better if you don't tell anyone about what happened today. Wu Yan didn't have time to respond. The other members of AST were stunned. They looked at each other. Is it okay to let her go just like that? However, they didn't object. Just like what Chongya Shina said, it's fine if they don't tell anyone about what happened here. Even if they did, not many people would believe them. Wu Yan scratched his face and shrugged. He smiled and said, well, I do want to leave, but you'll have to come with me. Chongya Shina paused and turned around. He asked in confusion, why do I have to go with you? Are you threatening me? Wu Yan rolled his eyes and said, why would I do that? What's in it for me? Then what do you want? Chongya Shina was a little unhappy. If it wasn't for Wu Yan's extraordinary performance, Chongya Shina wouldn't have talked so much to a stranger. Of course, Wu Yan's next sentence made Chongya Shina lose his composure. Wu Yan looked at Chongya Shina with a smile and said, your sister wants you to go home for dinner. Chongya Shina was stunned. Looking at Shirori, who was standing in front of him, who looked 90% similar to him and looked a bit more mature, Chonggong Shina became very excited and even his body began to tremble. Sister. In the end, Chonggong Zana couldn't hold back his excitement. He immediately jumped onto Shiori's body and wrapped his arms around her neck. He laughed happily. Everyone reacted differently when they heard Chonggong calling Shiori Wani-sama. Toka and Yobi were shocked. They still haven't recovered from the fact that Shiori has a younger sister. Kotori was a bit annoyed that her older sister got a younger sister out of nowhere. Wu Yan, on the other hand, felt a chill down his spine. If he wasn't 100% sure that this is the date battle world, if he wasn't 100% sure that the person rubbing his face against Shiori's chest is Chongya Shina, he would have thought that Chongya Shina is Kuriko when he heard that sweet Wani-sama. Shina. Shiori hugged Shina happily. When Wu Yan called and said he found her sister, Shiori almost cut her finger while cutting fruit. After all, Shiori didn't remember having a sister. Of course, Kotori wasn't her biological sister. However, Shiori, who was waiting at home with doubts, believed 90% of Wu Yan's words the moment she saw Shina. Not only because Shina's face was very similar to hers, but also because the faint throbbing in her heart made Shiori believe that the child in front of her was her sister. Her biological sister. Maybe this is the so-called blood connection. Blood is thicker than water. Apart from Kotori, who was a little jealous, everyone couldn't help but smile at the sight of this pair of sisters who shared a 90% resemblance with each other. They had to admit that this scene was really heartwarming. Chapter 468. It has to be said that compared to siblings, sisters were undoubtedly much closer. In the original work, although Shinobu and Shido were very close, at most, they would hug each other. But if they were sisters, it was different. Shiori and Shina have been holding each other's hands ever since they recognized each other. If it wasn't for the fact that it's not time yet, the two sisters would have taken a bath together. Looking at the pair of sisters standing together with identical smiles on their faces, Wu Yan couldn't help but sigh. Shiori and Shina really look alike. Of course. Shina proudly puffed up her chest. Because I'm Wani-sama's sister. Shiori, who's in Shiori's hand, laughed and waved her little hands. I wonder if you're born from the same mother or an illegitimate child. If they were ordinary sisters, They would definitely retort after hearing Shino's teasing. However, what was surprising was that the two sisters in front of them looked at each other in dismay after looking at each other. There was also a trace of confusion. Seeing such a situation, everyone was stunned. Even Sharona said weakly, "Could it be that Sharona was right? Shiori was just joking." "No, it's not like that." Shiori quickly waved her hand, but she still looked a bit confused. Even Shina was a bit frustrated. "The reason why I didn't answer is because I don't have any memories of the past." She doesn't have any memories of the past. Shiori looked at Shina in surprise and held her hand tightly. "Shina, I lost my memories too. I didn't even know I had a sister like you." Kotori furrowed her brows. "Since you lost your memories, how did you know Wani-sama is your sister?" Shiori looked at Kotori strangely. Kotori's expression froze. She realized that she didn't act like a sister in front of Shiori. She immediately showed an innocent and cheerful smile. It's like she said those words without thinking. Wu Yan was secretly amused. Bang! In an instant, Wu Yan's snickering face turned green. "It's as ugly as a pile of shit." Everyone heard a faint sound, and they turned their heads. "What's wrong?" "Shido." Toka tilted her head and asked. If she heard correctly, the sound came from Wu Yan's body. No, it's nothing." Wu Yan shrugged his shoulders while forcing a smile on his face. The confused crowd turned their heads back to look at Wu Yan. At the same time, from an undetectable corner, a small foot that was stepping on top of Wu Yan's toe moved back, revealing Wu Yan's swollen toe that looked like a pig's trotter. Enduring the excruciating pain, Wu Yan looked at Kotori, who was standing beside him. Kotori flashed him a sweet smile. If it weren't for the black ribbons on her head, Wu Yan would have believed that the leg he just kicked wasn't hers. Who knows, maybe it wasn't her leg. "Kotori, you're so ruthless. Even if you're immortal, you shouldn't play around like this." With a true ancestor's powerful recovery ability, this small injury healed quickly. However, Wu Yan gnashed his teeth and looked at Kotori. Her bright smile made his anger rise. Bang! Kotori's expression changed. If Wu Yan's face turned green, Kotori's face turned crimson. "Why you?" Kotori angrily glared at Wu Yan. Everyone turned to look at Wu Yan and Kotori when they heard the commotion. "There's another sound just now." Toka wrinkled her nose. Her crystal purple eyes scanned the two. And this time it seems to be coming from Kotori. Under everyone's puzzled gaze, Kotori could only suppress the shame in her heart and forced an ugly smile. No. Toka, Yoshino, Shiori, and Shinana looked at each other with furrowed brows. They looked at Wu Yan, who was looking up at the sky, and then at Kotori, who was trying to force a smile on her face. Their instincts told them that they missed out on something. "It's really strange." Fur mumbled softly and lowered her head. Everyone could only helplessly turn their heads again. Although they felt that something had happened, they couldn't do anything about it since the person involved didn't want to talk about it. They could only bury their doubts in their hearts. Moreover, the most important thing now was the matter between Shina and Shiori. When everyone looked away, Kotori's smile fell. She touched her breasts and felt the burning sensation. She looked up to look for Wu Yan, but this time, Wu Yan was already beside Yoshino and carried her away. Damn it! Kotori cursed Wu Yan in her heart. If Shiori and the others weren't here, Kotori wouldn't have suffered such a loss. She could only comfort her breasts. At the same time, Shina handed a necklace with a picture on it to everyone. Inside the necklace, there's a picture of Shina and Shiori when they were young. Although I don't have any memories of the past, I will never mistake you for someone else. You and I are definitely biological sisters. We have the same father and mother. Jun said with a firm look. Everyone could hear the conviction in her voice. That's right, although I don't remember Gina. But Gina gave me a very familiar and intimate feeling, so I believe that Gina is my little sister. Shiori hugged Gina and said, making Gina feel very touched. It's a pity that I can't find out about my parents. Shirji said disappointedly. She thought that her sister was with her parents. She didn't expect her sister to be the same as her. She wasn't with her parents. Speaking up to hear, Shiori suddenly thought of something and smiled at Shina. Right, Shina. Where do you live now? Is there someone raising you? If so, Wani-sama has to pay a visit. Shina was stunned. Her face began to panic. She didn't know what to do. Should she tell her sister that she didn't have anyone to raise her, and that she spent all these years training and fighting? Of course, that's impossible. Shiori. At this time Wu Yan opened his mouth. Shina lives far away. I happened to meet her today and accidentally saw her necklace. That's why I brought her back. If you want to pay a visit now, it's a bit late. Maybe another day. Yes, Wani-sama, let's talk about it another day. Shina quickly nodded. Although she didn't know what to do when another day comes, she had to deal with this first. I see. Shiori thought for a moment and then nodded unwillingly. That's good. I'll pay a visit to Shina's family another day. Shina breathed a sigh of relief. But soon she was distressed. What should she do when Wani-sama comes to her house? She can't bring Wani-sama to the company or AST. Wu Yan saw Jinna's frustration, but he didn't say anything about it. He had his own plans. He can't let Jinna go back to her house. Otherwise, Jinna might be modified into something that's neither human nor ghost. It's better to let her stay here. Of course, he can also let her stay at home. But Wu Yan has an even better place for her to go. He can give Jinna. Chapter 469. Shinya, who is in the middle of being intimate with Shiori, doesn't know that Wu Yan has already arranged her escape route. Shiori's words put her in a difficult position. Shinya, since you live so far away, why don't you stay here tonight? Shiori tightened her grip on Shinya's hand. She doesn't have any memories of Shinya, but Shinya is still her sister. Shiori has a lot of questions to ask Shinya about her life. Jinna was put in a difficult position. After all, she was now a member of AST, and lived in the workplace. If she did not return on time, it could be a big deal. Just like the military dormitory, nothing could be accomplished without rules. Even if Jinna wanted to spend more time with Shiori, she had no choice but to reject her. Before Shinya can say anything, Wu Yan spoke again. Shiori, don't make things difficult for Shinya. If she doesn't go back tonight, her family will be worried. She's only 14 years old after all. If that's the case then. All right then. Shiori hesitated for a moment before she reluctantly let out a sigh. Then at least stay for dinner? Is that okay? Okay, sister. This time, Jinna didn't refuse and immediately agreed with a smile. Jinna could feel her elder sister's love for her from her words. She was very moved and felt guilty that she couldn't agree to her elder sister's request. Now that it was just a meal, of course, Jinna wouldn't refuse. Shiori nodded with satisfaction. Originally, I should have let you eat Shirdao's dishes, but let me cook for you today, okay, Shirdao? Wu Yan nodded after hearing Shiori's words. Being lazy and not doing anything is a good thing. However, there are some people who are dissatisfied with this. Sigh. Toka and Kotori sighed with reluctance. Even Shinya looked pitiful. It's obvious that they want to eat Wu Yan's cooking more than Shiori's. Shirji put her hands on her waist and pouted. What do you mean by that? Is my cooking really that bad? It's not that bad. Sister's cooking is good too. Kotori said shyly. Toka sucked on her finger, her eyes watered. But Shido's cooking is better. Shirji rolled her eyes at the girls, turned her head away angrily, and walked to the kitchen. Then, I'll only cook for Shinya and Shido tonight. You guys don't have to eat. No. Toka, Kotori, and Shinya were shocked and begged for mercy. Shiori rolled her eyes when she saw their teary eyes. She didn't know what to do with them. Shiori entered the kitchen, and he sat down on the sofa. Wu Yan tapped the back of his hand, and he looked at Shinya. Shinya, I have something I want to say to you. The moment he said that, all four pairs of eyes landed on him at the same time. Their gazes seemed to have materialized, and they pierced his face until his expression froze. What are you trying to do? Kotori narrowed her eyes. She stared at Wu Yan with a wary look. Wu Yan felt a little restless. Hey, what's with that look? Wu Yan's mouth twitched. I just want to talk to Shinya about something serious. Why are you looking at me like I'm an idiot? Is that so? Kotori is very skeptical of Wu Yan's words. She pursed her lips in disbelief. It's hard to tell if she's pissed at Wu Yan or if she's pissed at Shinobi. Maybe it's both. Kotori isn't as forgiving towards Shina as she is towards the other elves. This sister who came out of nowhere made Kotori unhappy. She's not sure if it's because her sister's surname was stolen from her. As for Wu Yan, there are many things she's unhappy about. Kotori's nipples are still burning with pain. Wu Yan's face twitched. He slapped the table and said angrily, "Do I look like the kind of person who would attack a girl I've only known for a day?" "Ha." Kotori sneered. She glanced at Wu Yan in disdain and mocked him. "Then who was the one who attacked a sister you've only known for a day?" Wu Yan choked. He couldn't find any words to refute her. His face fell, and he wanted to cry but no tears came out. Well, who told him to have a criminal record? "This time, I really have something to talk to you about." Wu Yan raised his hand weakly to defend himself. Kotori only snorted coldly. "That." She lowered her head awkwardly. She really didn't know why the topic suddenly changed to such a strange place. At the moment, she could only embarrassedly interrupt. "Big brother, what do you want to talk to me about?" "Oniai-sama." "Lord Big Brother." Hearing this form of address, the expressions of the people present were all different. However, all of them contained a trace of strangeness. Looking at Jun-na, who seemed to have no idea what he had said and had a natural expression, everyone looked at each other. Wu Yan coughed and put on a serious face. "Anyways, this title isn't bad, it feels good, Shinya." Wu Yan looked at Shinya seriously and said, "If I'm not mistaken, you've been living in Deus Ex Machine ever since you lost your memory, right?" Jun-na suddenly raised his head and said in surprise, "You, how did you know?" "Deus Ex Machine?" Kotori was also shocked. That military enterprise that provides equipment to military and police forces all over the world other than Ratatosker, the Deus Ex Machine Company? Kotori's words made Shinya even more shocked. "How did you know about it?" "Shinya." Wu Yan stood up and walked up to Shinya. He said seriously, "If possible, I hope you can leave Deus Ex Machine." "What?" Shinya looked at Wu Yan, and he shook his head without hesitation. "That's impossible." Kotori couldn't help but frown. "Why would you want to stay in a black-hearted company like that?" "Yeah, black-hearted company." Shinya's eyes flickered. "But it's this black-hearted company that gave me a place to stay and a reason to exist after I lost my memory." "Shinya, you're wrong." Wu Yan looked straight into Shinya's eyes and said something shocking. "Do you know that they've already modified your body inhumanely? You only have 10 years left to live." "What?" Kotori and the others were dumbfounded. Then they shook their heads desperately. "No, you're lying. Do you think I need to lie to you?" Wu Yan looked at Shinya. "Whether your body has been modified or not, a simple examination will reveal the truth. Do you think I would tell such an easily exposed lie?" Shinya took 2 steps back. Her face was full of disbelief. Her delicate body trembled. Her eyes were filled with unprecedented fluctuations as if she was about to collapse. 10 years. Shinya looked at his hands. His eyes were filled with sadness. He didn't expect that he would receive such a piece of news when he just met his family. Even Kotori, Toka, and Yoshino couldn't help but turn their heads away. Wu Yan looked at Shinya's expression. "Well, Shinya, you don't need to worry about your lifespan. I have a way to restore you to normal." Hearing this, Jun-na's face looked much better, but there was still an indelible sadness in her eyes. She really didn't expect that the place she had always been grateful to would treat her like this. Exhaling, Wu Yan placed his hand on Shinya's shoulder. "Shinya, join Ratatosker." "Ratatosker?" Shinya was stunned once again. Chapter 470. In the kitchen, Shiori is humming a little song. She finished all the work at hand and put down the spatula. Looking at the table full of dishes, Shiori nodded with satisfaction. She took off her apron and walked out of the kitchen. "It's time to eat." Shiori came to the hall and said to everyone with a smile. In front of her, Wu Yan, Kotori, Toka, Yoshino, and Shinya are chatting happily. Shiori can't help but smile. "Yes, Oni-sama." Jun-na stood up and said happily, "Big sister's personal cooking is really something to look forward to." "Hee hee, I'm very confident in my own craftsmanship. Shiori straightened her back, but then said with a bit of frustration. Although compared to Shido's cooking, my cooking is only at the level of unpalatable. No way. The dishes made by sister will definitely be delicious. Jin-na hurriedly said, which made the disheartened Shiori burst into laughter. Alright, you don't need to console me. Shido's cooking is at the level of a monster. It's a bit unfair to compare me to him. She rolled her eyes at Wu Yan, who is standing not too far away from her. Wu Yan chuckled in embarrassment. Okay, let's eat, Shirji said with a smile. Almost at the same time, Shirji stood up impatiently and pounced toward the table. Jin-na was startled and hurriedly followed her. Seeing this, Shiori let out a sigh of relief and said emotionally, I never thought I would have a long-lost sister. Hearing Shiori's words, Wu Yan and Kotori, who stood up from the sofa, stiffened. They laughed dryly and pretended they didn't hear anything. They pulled Yoshino and walked to the table. Shiori laughed. Shiori's heart warmed as she looked at everyone eating. She likes this warm feeling very much. Perhaps this is what they mean by happiness comes from dullness. Of course, Shiori didn't know that when she thought it was dullness, there was a very unusual conversation going on in the hall where she stood. Looking at Shina, who is happily eating Shiori's cooking, Wu Yan didn't show any expression on his face, but he inwardly released a sigh of relief. Just now, when he proposed to let Shina join Ratatosker, Shina's reaction was quite intense. Shina didn't know much about Ratatosker, but he knew that it was an organization on par with Du X Machine. Shina didn't expect her sister's family members to be members of such an organization. Plus, she got to know about herself from Wu Yan's mouth. Shina's reaction is a bit big. When Wu Yan told Shina the purpose of Ratatosker, which is to say, the plan to save the elves, Shina's body trembled. Before this, Shinra accepted the idea that if you encounter a fairy, you have to kill them. She killed Kurumi so many times that her heart was numb from all the killing. Now Wu Yan wants her to join an organization that saves fairies. Is there anything more laughable than this in the world? Thus she rejected Wu Yan's invitation. She even made up her mind to never meddle in the affairs of the elves ever again. Of course, the moment this thought appeared, it was shattered by the following events. Toka, a naive foodie, Yoshino, and a shy little girl. Shina had a good impression of these two girls when she first met them. They were elves. Although they only got along for less than an hour, Zhao Hai could feel that Toka and Yoshino were very friendly towards him. They were also very kind-hearted. These two kind-hearted girls were actually elves. Elves just like Kurumi's perverted elf. Elves, aren't they a special species that brings disaster? At this moment, Shina's view of elves was shaken like never before. If they are such elves, should she help them or not? When Shina was hesitating, Wu Yan's next words made her completely abandon her hesitation. If the elves' affairs are not properly handled, it will lead to a big disaster. Do you have the heart to see Shiori get involved in such an incident? When these words reached Shina's ears, Shina no longer hesitated and immediately agreed. Whether it was killing elves or saving elves, as long as he could ensure his sister's safety, he was willing to do anything. After being betrayed by Toka, Shina only has her dearest sister left in her heart. Moreover, Wu Yan and Kotori don't look like the elves in Toka who are difficult to get along with. Because of this, Shina officially joined Ratatosker and became a general under Wu Yan's command. After all, Shina's combat power is so strong that even some of the weaker elves are no match for her. In terms of combat power alone, not counting the elves, she's definitely at the top of Ratatosker. Only Wu Yan can stand on the same level as her. If she doesn't use her combat power, she'll be struck by lightning. As for the advanced equipment that belonged to the Du Color X machine, there was no reason for him to return it. After dealing with Shina's matter, Wu Yan can finally breathe a sigh of relief. As for Shina's body, this is the easiest thing to deal with. There's still a large bottle of gene recovery fluid left in his Gate of Babylon. With the addition of Shina, the Itsuka family became a lot livelier. It used to be just Shiori and Kotori, but now Wu Yan is the elder brother, Shina is the younger sister, and Toka and Yokoi are the two elves. Shiori and Kotori couldn't have imagined such a lively scene in the past. Of course, the two of them didn't hate this kind of feeling. After dinner, Wu Yan and Kotori used the excuse of sending Shina off to Fraxinus. Rei Murasame was in charge of taking care of Shina. Shina also got to know Yatsuki Chinyu, who was also in the same unit as her. With the help of the gene reagent, Shina recovered to her peak condition. Shina naturally moved into Fraxinus. Shina wasn't happy with this arrangement. It's not that Fraxinus isn't a good place to live. It's just that compared to living here, Shina would rather live in Itsuka's house. Unfortunately, the Itsuka family's territory isn't that big. After Wu Yan, Toka, and Yoshino moved in, the Itsuka family's territory is pretty much full. Shinya had no choice but to give up on this idea. Finally, the matter reached a happy ending for everyone, of course. This is only on the surface. Nighttime, Shiori's room in Itsuka's house. Shiori wiped her hair and was about to change into her pajamas when she suddenly felt a sharp pain in the back of her head. Then, Shiori completely lost her consciousness. Inside Toka and Yoshino's room, the two women who were sleeping on the bed disappeared after a strange whirlwind came in from the window. At the same time, in Kotori's room, a red shadow suddenly appeared in front of the bed. Kotori, who was sleeping on the bed, heard the noise and opened her eyes. Her pupils shrunk when she saw the figure in front of her. "It's you." In the darkness, the red shadow cackled wickedly and slowly walked out of the shadows. Kotori saw a pair of eyes, one gold and one red. Chapter 471. The next morning, just as dawn broke, in Wu Yan's room, Wu Yan opened his eyes and woke up from his sleep. This was simply an incredible thing. Almost everyone who was familiar with Wu Yan knew that Wu Yan's attachment to his bed was almost no less than 3 meals. In the past, if he was not woken up, he would wake up naturally. Otherwise, if there was nothing, Wu Yan would absolutely not get up so early. However, today was different. Sitting up from the bed, Wu Yan glanced at the sky outside the window. It was only a little bright. He touched his chest and frowned deeply. Usually at this time, Wu Yan's sleepiness was even stronger than a pig. If he did not sleep enough, he would only be woken up. However, the current Wu Yan did not have a trace of sleepiness at all, not even a little bit. Just now Wu Yan, who was still immersed in his sleep, was awakened by a dull feeling for no reason. After waking up, a bad premonition arose in his heart. It was as if he had missed something important. A hint of worry flashed in his wine-red pupils. Wu Yan's face also showed an unresolvable worry. Wu Yan could feel that his abnormal behavior today was definitely not without reason. There must be something with this thought. The dull feeling in Wu Yan's heart became even stronger. Immediately, Wu Yan directly got up from the bed and walked towards the door. However, just as the door was opened by him, the scene that appeared in front of him made Wu Yan's pair of pupils shrink fiercely. He saw that a layer of dark purple shadow was covering the position of his room door, and it also extended to the floor and the ceiling. It was like a layer of film, wrapping his room inside. His heart slowly sank. Wu Yan's face turned ugly. In this situation, coupled with his intuition, even a fool would know that something must have happened. Bang! With a muffled sound, the dark purple film wrapping around Wu Yan's room exploded into little sparks and disappeared into the air. At the same time, Wu Yan's figure flashed out of it. The moment the membrane disappeared, Wu Yan's expression changed. He can feel that there isn't a single trace of life in Itsuka's house. In other words, he's the only one left in Itsuka's house. The bad premonition in his heart completely rushed to Wu Yan's heart. Wu Yan's face turned ugly to the extreme. He suddenly leaped out and arrived at Kotori's room. Kotori. The door was violently opened, and the scene in Kotori's room was imprinted in Wu Yan's eyes. It was exactly the same as Wu Yan's impression of Kotori's room, but Kotori was gone. Wu Yan's face turned gloomy. After leaving Kotori's room, Wu Yan used his speed to the extreme and went to Toka, Yoshino, and Shiori's room. But without exception, there were no familiar figures in these rooms. Not only Kotori but even Toka, Yoshino, and Shiori also disappeared. Combined with the strange film from before and the current phenomenon, there was only one explanation. Kotori and the others were very likely kidnapped. Standing in the middle of the hall, Zhang Tai glanced around the entire Wuhe residence. The usual noises in the morning had disappeared completely. The entire Wuhe residence was unusually quiet. If someone were to stand in this quiet atmosphere, they would probably lose their mind due to the terrifying pressure that engulfed the entire Wuhe residence. The surrounding air seems to have turned into a solid blood aura, glowing red and floating back and forth in the entire hall. Wu Yan raised his head. His face was terrifyingly gloomy. Bright golden light flashed in his wine-red eyes. Murderous intent and ferocious aura swept across his eyes. At this moment, this pair of beautiful eyes turned into the most deadly coldness. Wu Yan's chest heaved up and down as he breathed heavily, forcing himself to calm down. But the anger in his chest couldn't be suppressed at all. The more he suppressed it, the fiercer it rebounded. Until Wu Yan's ear, the wireless headset that he never took off, sounded. Only then did the terrifying pressure that pervaded the entire Itsuka house was suppressed. "Sir, can you hear me? Sir." Ling Yin. Wu Yan's entire body trembled. He quickly pressed down on the wireless headset and shouted, "Ling Yin, it's me." After Wu Yan's voice sounded, Ling Yin's relieved voice sounded from the other side of the wireless headset. "That's great. You finally replied. Ling Yin, what in the world happened? From what you've been saying, it sounds like you've been looking for me. Kotori, Toka Shirori, and the others are all missing. Do you know what's going on? Hurry up and tell me." "Calm down first." Ling Yin's emotionless voice sounded from the other side of the headset, calming down Wu Yan's boundless impatience a little. "Ling Yin, what happened?" "Tashisaki Kurumi." Ling Yin's words caused Wu Yan's expression to change again. "Last night, Tashisaki Kurumi kidnapped Kotori, Toka Shirori and the others. We received Kotori's distress signal in Fraxinus, but it was cut off as soon as it rang. The only thing we could receive was Tashisaki Kurumi's name. We couldn't contact you, so we thought you were in Tashisaki Kurumi's hands." "Kurumi?" Wu Yan lowered his head. The anger in his heart is rising. No wonder Tashisaki was able to kidnap Kotori and the others without anyone noticing. If it was Kurumi, then it wouldn't be that strange. The dark purple membrane around his room was probably set up by Kurumi to block his senses, right? It's also because of that layer that Ling Yin and the others couldn't contact him. I was tricked, Wu Yan said with a cold smile. Ling Yin couldn't help but feel a chill run down her spine. She knows Wu Yan is really angry this time. "I can let you do whatever you want. I can also let you reveal your desire to eat me all the time, because I know you're also a pitiful person. However, Kwang-san, this time you've really pissed me off. A pitiful person must have a hateful side. You shouldn't have done anything to the people around me." Looking at the ceiling, Wu Yan finished his speech without any fluctuation in his tone. Ling Yin, who is far above Tiangong City, could feel the anger hidden beneath that calm tone. It's like the calm before the storm, the pressure before the eruption of a volcano. It's enough to send chills down one's spine. "Ling Yin, did you find Kurumi's location?" Suppressing his anger, Wu Yan calmed himself down before he told Ling Yin. Since Kurumi went to great lengths to cut off the connection between his room and the outside world, and didn't do anything to him, but kidnapped Kotori and the others, there was no doubt that her true goal was him. Just like in the original work, Kurumi threatened Itsuka Shida with the lives of all the students of Dakurai Zen High School. Perhaps, in her eyes, this was just a game. But, for Wu Yan, this is a reverse scale that cannot be touched. In the command room of Fraxinus, Ling Yin looked up at the coordinates displayed on the big screen and said, "Ah, we found it not long ago. We couldn't contact you. So Jin Na and Yi Yu went there first." What? Wu Yan is shocked. No one knows Kurumi's true power better than he does. Shina and Yatsuki Chinyu couldn't possibly win against Kurumi. Forget about saving Kotori and the others, they might even get themselves killed. Kurumi isn't the type to show mercy. "Ling Yin, where is Kurumi?" "She's in the zoo where you were dating yesterday." Chapter 472. Heavenly Palace City. In a zoo today, for some reason, the people in the zoo had all disappeared. Even the animals had disappeared. The entire zoo was deathly silent. Kurumi is standing in an open space in the zoo. She's wearing a black princess dress. She's looking at the ground with an evil smile. Kotori, Toka, Shirori, and Toka are being grabbed by a pale red arm. They can't move at all. You've really put in a lot of effort, Tokisaki Kurumi. Kotori raised her head and looked at Kurumi. Her expression didn't change at all, as if she wasn't the one being held hostage. She didn't seem to care about her own safety. Her tone was filled with mockery. Despicable. Kurumi. Toka is struggling. She's trying to get rid of the arm that's grabbing her. But the arm that's supposed to be weak is like a vice. It's holding her down. She can't get away. Next to the two, Yoshino shrunk his body in fear and hid behind Toka and Kotori. As for Shirori, she's still unconscious. Kurumi's smile is evil as she watched Toka's struggle. It's useless, you've lost your power. You can't get rid of me no matter what. It's better for you to lie down and save your energy. What's your goal? Kotori coldly looked at Kurumi and said, if I'm not mistaken, it's Shido, right? Shido. Toka is shocked. She turned around and yelled at Kurumi, Kurumi, I won't allow you to hurt Shido. Era, Toka-san, you're wrong. Kurumi took 2 steps forward and looked at Toka like a shy little girl. She said, why would I hurt Shido? You won't hurt Shido. Kotori curled her lips and sneered. She didn't say anything, but the disbelief on her face is obvious. You won't understand my feelings for Shido. Kurumi touched Toka's cheek and ignored her resistance. She smiled and said, Shido is different. For me, Shido is the best existence. How can I hurt him? After all, Shido is destined to be with me forever. Together forever? Kotori abruptly raised her head. Your so-called forever together is to use the City of Time eclipse to devour Shido, right? No. Kurumi closed her eyes and said, City of Time eclipse is used to deal with food. Shido is so great, how can we treat him like food? After saying that, Kwang-san's face turned ferocious as he laughed wildly. I brought you here because I want to eat Shido. After all, Shido is very disobedient. Eat. Toka clenched her teeth and shouted. You really want to hurt Shido? Well, you guys just stay here and watch. Kwang-san tapped her lips and smiled. My date with Shido will continue. I want you to witness the moment Shido and I become one. Kurumi. Toka roared. Kotori bit her lips, she looked anxious. Yono, who was hiding behind them, started struggling. She's a coward, but she didn't want to let someone hurt Wu Yan. She didn't want to let fear get the better of her. At this time, an illusory flash of light flashed in front of the open space, attracting the attention of everyone present. In that flash of light, 2 figures gradually appeared. It's Shina and Yatsuki Chinyu. Wani-sama. Looking at Shirori lying on the ground without any signs of movement, she anxiously shouted and rushed over. Yatsuki Chinyu also saw Kotori. Just as he wanted to go over, both of them were blocked by a figure at the same time. You're still as annoying as before. Kurumi looked at Shina and said indifferently. A murderous aura leaked out from her wine-red pupils. For Kurumi, if Shina still wanted to destroy the banquet like before, then she wouldn't die obediently again. It's you again. Junna looked at Kwang-san with hatred. He pulled out a mechanical sword from behind his back. With a slight sound, a blue and white light sword flew out from the sword. Era, so scary. Kurumi laughed, but the madness in her voice sent a chill down Yeyuechinyu's spine. Yeyuechinyu could clearly feel that every time he wanted to move towards Kotori and the others, a sense of dread would appear in his heart. Yatsuki Chinyu knew that Kurumi didn't ignore him at all. If he went to save the commander, he would suffer the most fatal blow. Therefore, Yatsuki Chinyu could only take 2 steps back, raised his sniper rifle, and aimed at Kurumi. If he doesn't defeat Kurumi first, he won't be able to save the others. This point, not only Yatsuki Chinyu, but also Shina. Seeing the two's actions, Kwang-san laughed. She laughed so hard that her delicate body trembled. Don't tell me you still think you can kill me like before? Shina didn't say anything, she tightened her grip on her sword. It's different now. When she was still a member of AST, she would never show mercy to Kurumi. But now, she's a member of Ratatosker, she's not going to kill the elves like before. She's going to save them. However, Shina didn't want to be passive. If Kurumi wants to hurt Shirori, Then she'll chop off her head like before. Anyway, with Kurumi's previous performance, she won't die. Let them go now. Shina shouted. Let them go. Kurumi looked at Kotori and the others, licked her lips and nodded. Sure, I just need Shido, even though they look delicious. Hearing this, Shina didn't relax her vigilance. Instead, she became even more cautious. Sure enough, Kurumi quickly smiled and said, however, they are the most important guests of this banquet. How can they leave their seats before the banquet is over? Shina and Yatsuki-Chinyu's face sank. That's not up to you. Kurumi's shoulders drooped as she once again laughed wildly. Oh, really, every time you come to disturb me, it's really rude, really rude. But that's good too. Kwang-san smiled. Then, a scarlet bloodlight flashed in her wine-red eyes, causing her beautiful face to become extremely lustful. Before the real feast begins, let me have a prelude to the feast with you. After saying that, Kwang-san took a step back. Her body slightly swayed as she made a circle on the spot. Along with her movement, a weird purple-black chi flow suddenly rose from under her feet and wrapped around her body, causing her noble princess dress to flutter. At the same time, Kurumi closed her eyes. Dots of black light emerged from her body and quickly formed a black cocoon, wrapping Kurumi's body. A gloomy aura drifted out from the cocoon and reverberated in the open space, causing Kotori and the others' faces to turn slightly pale. Shina was fine after all, they've faced each other many times. And she's strong enough. As for Yatsuki-Chinyu behind Shina, he felt a bit heavy. After all, this is the first time Yatsuki-Chinyu faced an elf. When Kurumi appeared in front of everyone again, her appearance has completely changed. She's wearing a red and black gothic dress, her long hair turned into 2 ponytails, and a golden clock eye appeared. Coupled with her revealing dress, she's extremely charming. Divine power equipment? 3 times Elohim. Chapter 474. When the blood dripped to the ground, Kotori, Toka, and Yoshino finally reacted. They looked at Kurumi with a complicated expression. After all, she's an elf. At this moment, Kwang-san was floating in the air. Her chest was bleeding because of Yeyue-Chinyu's spear. And in front of her body, there was a wound from her shoulder to her ribs. The originally blood-colored gothic dress was completely dyed red. Blood dripped down like water. And soon, the ground beneath Kwang 3 was dyed red as well. Even an elf wouldn't be able to move after receiving this kind of injury. However, Kurumi looked at the blood on her body with difficulty and grinned. The deep laughter sounded like the howling of evil spirits from hell, spreading over the entire open space. The strange laughter, which was low but extremely harsh, passed into the ears of Jinna, who was still in a chopping posture, causing her to frown. Kwang-san stretched out her hand and touched her body. Scarlet blood stained her hand. She raised it in front of her eyes and looked at it. However, Kwang-san's expression didn't change at all. Instead, it was as if she had seen something amazing. She smiled excitedly. Good job, you guys. Kurumi ignored her bleeding wound and grinned at Shina and Yeyue-Chinyu. She didn't care about it. I didn't expect that after I summoned Zafkiel. You could still beat me up like this. Not bad at all. Hearing Kurumi's words, Junna and Yeyue-Chinyu's hearts tightened at the same time. They involuntarily clenched their weapons and vigilantly looked at Kurumi, who was fatally injured. They could feel that at this moment, Kurumi seemed to be different. But Kurumi raised her head, her wine-red eyes flashed with a terrifying light. Then she raised her rifle and shot at Shina, sending him flying again. That's not enough to meddle in Mayan Shidao's banquet. It's not enough. Junna didn't expect that Kwang-san could still move after suffering such an injury. In a hurry, he was caught off guard and fell in front of Yeyue-Chinyu. When Junna stabilized his body and looked up at Kwang-san in the air, Kwang-san had already made a new move. Ignoring the bleeding wound in front of her, Kwang-san spread out her hands. Along with her movement, the illusory wheel on the huge clock behind her also sped up. Bullet of 4-inch on the huge clock. The number 4 suddenly lit up. Black and red airflow rolled out and flowed into the pistol in Kurumi's hand. She didn't even think about it. She pressed the pistol against her temple and pulled the trigger. With a gunshot, The bleeding wound on Kurumi's body began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the bullet wound on her chest slowly disappeared with the gunshot. In the end, Kurumi's body, even her broken gothic dress, became intact. Seeing this, everyone on the ground couldn't help but bite their lips. Even Kotori and Yayuechinyu, who saw the battle between Wu Yan and Kurumi on the big screen in the command room of Fraxinus, had the same feeling. At this moment, everyone on the scene had the same feeling, that is, this is going to be tricky. Bullet of one, the familiar sound echoed. Shinya and Yayuechinyu, who have already seen the bullet of one, already had a change in expression. Shinya yelled and crouched down. The armor on his body emitted a green light, and then a green crystal barrier like a hornet's nest covered Shinya's body. Almost at the same time, a black bullet hit the green barrier, causing a ripple. Kurumi appeared next to Shinya and shot again, shattering the crystal barrier. The barrier was shattered, but Shinya didn't retreat. Instead, his lightsaber pierced through the sky and pierced towards Kurumi. Clang! A short pistol was pressed against the front end of the light sword, blocking the attack of the light sword. The crisp sound of weapons clashing rang out, and a huge force was transmitted from the weapons of both sides to each other, causing both sides to separate. Kurumi giggled, and the number 7 on the huge clock behind her lit up. Black and red airflow flowed into her rifle, and Kurumi raised it towards the retreating Shinya. Bullet of 7 Zain. The black bullet hit Shinya, making her heart tremble. She didn't forget the consequence of being hit by the bullet of 7 If not for Yayuechinyu's help, she would have been defeated long ago. Therefore, after making sure that she couldn't dodge the bullet, she directly waved her lightsaber and chopped the bullet of 7. However, when the black bullet broke, another black bullet passed through the lightsaber in Shinya's hand and hit her body. Shinya didn't even have time to react. The transparent black barrier shrouded her and froze her movement. Oh no! Yayuechinyu was shocked. He didn't care about anything else and aimed his sniper rifle at Kwang-san. However, just as Yayuechinyu was about to pull the trigger, a voice came from behind. It shocked him. "Where are you looking?" Evil laughter came from behind Yayuechinyu, and in the next second, a gunshot sounded, and Yayuechinyu felt a sharp pain in his back. Yayuechinyu knelt on the ground. There was a bloody hole on his back. Blood has stained his clothes. Yayuechinyu turned his head. He saw Kurumi's familiar dark red figure, and a clear mocking smile. Yayuechinyu's forehead was covered in cold sweat. His hand on the ground, gasping for breath, he looked at Kurumi in front of him and Shinya. He bitterly smiled. "Lei Feng?" At the same time, several gunshots sounded from Shinya's side, and then Shinya fell to the ground after Yayuechinyu. Shinya and Yayuechinyu, who had the absolute advantage, in the blink of an eye, collapsed to the ground. "Ah, it's over," the two Kwangsons said in unison. They even raised their rifles and pointed them at the space between the two people's eyebrows. "Shinya! Yayue!" Tasheng's voice trembled. She desperately struggled. "Damn it!" Kotori cut off the red glow on her body and glanced at her arm. She then glanced at the sealing bracelet in her hand. If it was possible, Kotori would like to release her power. That way, Kotori is confident she can defeat Kurumi. But reality was cruel. Kotori in this world wasn't the original Kotori. She could retrieve her power whenever she wanted. Without the permission of the other pair of sealing bracelets, Kotori would never be able to retrieve her power for the rest of her life. The problem is the pair of sealing bracelets doesn't exist, at least for now. If Tasheng and the others... Kotori looked at Tasheng and Yoshino. They are powerless. They can't break the seal either. It's reasonable. Wu Yan hasn't arrived yet. He wouldn't dare to break the seal before he knows the situation of Tasheng and the others. If something went wrong, Kwang-san might be scared after the seal was broken. Kwang-san might even make the first move to gain the upper hand. Those glowing red arms weren't just capable of grabbing people. Are we just going to watch? Kotori's face is gloomy. She turned to look at Shinya and Yayuechinyu, who are struggling to get up. Kotori shouted, "Oniai-chan!" Boom. The moment Kotori shouted, an orange beam fell from the sky. It hit Kurumi in front of Yayuechinyu. You're tuning in to the Limei Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.